What's going on, my dear friends on YouTube? Today in this video we're gonna learn about Angular A to Z from scratch. So this is an Angular full course where you can learn Angular JavaScript framework top to bottom, whether you are a beginner or a pro. Everything is structured well so you can follow this course without any problem. So guys, if any of you are new to Octa Academy, please subscribe, and most of my channel contents are viewed by non-subscribers. So guys, please remember to subscribe. This will motivate me to do more contents like this. So guys, actually this is the fundamental part of my premium Angular full course. Learn Angular from scratch complete guide designed to deploy. So this is almost 2000 plus students enrolled and got 4.7 star rated. So in this full course, you will learn to build a complete Angular real-world application from scratch. And you will learn to design and prototype the UI using the Figma. You will learn Bootstrap CSS framework. You will learn Firebase. You will learn Firestore database, and at the end, you will learn how to deploy the Angular application to production. So this course would be a complete all-rounded course. If any of you are interested, I'll leave an 80% off discounted link in the description. So alright, enough of these promotions, let's get to the real business. Learn smart, not hard. So in this section, we will get to know about Angular. At the end of this section, you will know what is Angular, what is single page application, what is Angular CLI, how to set up an Angular CLI on our computer, how to generate an Angular app using the Angular CLI. And also you will learn about the Angular project's file structure from A to Z. Let's get started. In web application development, we have to look at two sides, front-end and the back-end side. The front-end side will load on the client side inside the web browser, and the back-end side loads inside the web server. The end user will only see the front-end, not the back-end. To design front-end, we use, you guys already know, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. We use HTML to build the structure of the web page. We use CSS to make the website looks better by adding colors, fonts, layouts, etc. With the usage of JavaScript, we can make the website more logical, which means we can make the website dynamic. We can say something if someone clicks this button, show an alert, or change this color to something else. Likewise, we can manipulate the DOM using the JavaScript. Doing this manipulating the DOM using the only JavaScript, it is very hard and also it consumes lots of time. As a solution for this, big companies like Google, Facebook introduced some JavaScript frameworks. Google introduced the Angular and Facebook introduced the React. So what is Angular? Angular is a front-end framework built using the JavaScript by Google. So this is not something new. This is built with JavaScript. So keep this in your mind. In Angular application, still we're gonna be using the HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But with the Angular framework, we can build our web application fast and robust with pre-built JavaScript methods. So we don't need to write everything from scratch. Like the Bootstrap CSS framework, we learned about Bootstrap in the previous section. So if you can remember, in Bootstrap we have some pre-styled CSS classes. So by importing them to our website, we can design our web application fast. We don't need to write styles from scratch, right? So once again, Angular also something like Bootstrap CSS framework. In Angular also, we have some pre-built methods and techniques. By using them, we can build our web application fast and more robust. So let me show you a quick example. Think I have a paragraph tag in my website. So I want to add a CSS class to this paragraph tag using the JavaScript. So if you are doing this using the pure JavaScript, So first I have to add an ID tag to this p tag to identify this paragraph tag in JavaScript. So after that, we have to capture this p tag in JavaScript using this ID. For that, we have to use the document.getElementById. So let element assign document.getElementById, and inside the brackets we have to pass this paragraph ID. As you can see here, this is the ID of this p tag. Alright, next we have to assign the CSS class to this paragraph tag. Element, which is this paragraph tag we captured earlier, dot class name, assign CSS class name. So I am using this example dash class. So in here we are using the CSS class name property, which is this example class, and assigning the CSS class to this p tag. So this is the DOM manipulation in plain old JavaScript. Let's look at how to do this in Angular. This is very easy. In Angular we have class name property binding. Just put this inside the p tag. This will something looks like this. And assign the CSS class name. So comparing to the JavaScript way, this is easy and very clean, right? So this Angular property binding class name is a pre-built technique in Angular. But at the end of the day, this class name property will compile to this JavaScript, because browser doesn't know about Angular thing. Browser only knows JavaScript. With the Angular framework, we can do this by a single line of code rather than typing 3-4 of lines. So once again, Angular is a front-end JavaScript framework for building client application in HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Hope you guys got the idea. So what is this SPA? This SPA stands for Single Page Application. A single page application is an app that doesn't need to reload the page during its use and works within a browser. Think of the apps we use daily: Facebook, Google Maps, Gmail, Twitter, Google Drive, or even GitHub. All these are examples of a SPA. Let me show you an example. Go to the gmail.com. After you log into your Gmail account, you can see your inbox. Click one of your emails. If you look at this carefully, you can see this will open the email without refreshing the page. So this is what single page application. So what is happening here? Most resources single page application needs like HTML, CSS and scripts are loading at the launch of the app and don't need to be reloaded during the usage. The only thing that changes is the data that is transmitted to and from the server. As a result, the application is very responsive to the user's queries and doesn't have to wait for client-server communication all the time. One of the best advantages of a SPA is the user experience and the speed. The user enjoys a natural environment of the app without having to wait for the page reloads and other things. You remain on the same page, which is powered by JavaScript programming language. So we can build or develop single page applications with most of modern JavaScript front-end frameworks, including the Angular. So we can call an Angular app as a single page application. The Angular CLI is a command line interface tool that is used to initialize, develop, scaffold, and maintain Angular applications directly from a command shell. In other words, if you can remember, Angular is a JavaScript framework. This framework has default pre-built files. In order to work with Angular, we need those files and techniques. With the help of this Angular CLI, we can create an Angular new app without any problem with a single line of command. Not only that, I told you earlier, but browser also doesn't know Angular. So at the end of the day, we have to compile Angular to JavaScript, or we have to build Angular app to production. So we can build the Angular app using this Angular CLI. Likewise, we can update, maintain, scaffold, and develop an Angular app using this Angular CLI. Hope you guys got the idea. So let's set up the Angular CLI. Go to this Angular CLI website, cli.angular.com. This is the official website of Angular CLI. To use Angular CLI, first we have to install Angular CLI globally on our computer. To install Angular CLI, we need Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager bundled with the Node.js. So we have set up this in the first section of this course. So if anyone of you not installed the Node.js, just go to the nodejs.org and simply download and install this recommended version. After this installed, let's install the Angular CLI. All we have to do is just run this command, copy this command and paste it inside your command prompt or the terminal. If you are on a Mac, add sudo beginning of this command. Otherwise, you guys will get a permission error. PC users don't need to modify anything, just run this command. npm install -g at angular/CLI. So this command will install Angular CLI on our computer globally. So we can access this Angular CLI from anywhere on our computer. This G flag stands for global, right? This npm is the Node Package Manager and this is the Angular CLI. We have installed Angular CLI on our computer. Now we can use the Angular CLI commands. In the previous video, we have successfully installed Angular CLI. Now we can generate an Angular app using the Angular CLI. So first, create a project folder. In previous, we have created our project folder inside the desktop. So I'm going to use the same folder as my project folder for this section as well. This is optional. You guys can create this folder wherever you want. Now open the command prompt or the terminal. Navigate to the project folder. cd desktop. Hit enter. Again cd Udemy Angular course folder. As you can see here, this is the project folder name that I created earlier. Now what I want to do is, I want to create an Angular app inside this project folder. To access Angular CLI, we have to use the ng command. Just n and g. Okay. If you can remember, we used the npm command to access the Node Package Manager. Like that, we can access the Angular CLI by using the ng command. To create a new Angular app, we have to use the niv command after this ng command. So ng niv, then pass the project name. I'm giving the project name as ang intro. This project name can be any name as you wish. Then hit enter. At first, this will ask about the Angular strict mode. For now, give this to no. In the later section, we'll learn about the strict mode in detail. So give no to this and hit enter. After this, we get this router option. For this, give yes. So don't worry about this Angular router thing. We will learn about this in detail in a later section. Next, this will ask about the styling method, CSS or SCSS or SAS or less. We can select our preferred method. So in this course, we're going to be use only the CSS. So select the CSS. this will generate the new Angular app and install all the dependencies for us. Wait until this complete. This may take several seconds to minutes depending on your computer and the internet speed. Our new Angular app is ready. Now open this Angular project inside the VS Code text editor. Open the VS Code, go to the file and select open. Navigate to the project folder. In my case, it is inside the desktop, and select the project folder. Inside that I have this NgIntro Angular app. So select that folder and give open. Alright. In VS Code, inside the file tree, we can see all these files. This is the default file structure of an Angular project. Now you guys may get scared by looking at these files. These all files are required files and default configuration files for the Angular framework. So we are not going to touch any of these files or the folders. We are only dealing with this src folder. Okay, so don't get confused. But I will explain these all files one by one, so you guys can just get to know what are these files and what these files are doing with the Angular framework. So Angular is using TypeScript instead of JavaScript for better maintainable bug-free codes. So these last 5 files are related to the TypeScript. So this last file, tslint.json file, is looking for TypeScript functionality errors. So next, this file tsconfig.spec.json file is responsible for TypeScript configuration for the application test. Application testing is a different topic which is not covered with this course. So just keep this in your mind. This file contains TypeScript configurations for application test. The next one is this tsconfig.app.json file. So this file includes TypeScript configuration for this Angular app, as well as this includes TypeScript and Angular template compiler options. Alright, next file is this tsconfig.json file. This is a solution style tsconfig.json file. This is used by editors and TypeScript language servers to improve the development experience. So this file is not doing anything with the compilers. So next we have a readme.md file, which includes some Angular CLI instructions, how to run development server, how to build the app, how to generate components, etc. etc. So next we have these two files. This first file, package.json file. This file includes all the required npm package dependencies, and also app details like name, version, and also the npm commands. These are all dependencies that we need in Angular project. So these all dependencies installed inside this node modules folder. As you can see here, all the dependents files installed inside this folder. Next we have this file package-log.json file, which includes version information for all packages installed into node modules by the npm client. Alright, next we have this karma.conf.js file, which includes karma unit test config for this Angular app. Next we have this angular.json file. This is the Angular CLI configuration file for this Angular project. Next we have this git-ignore file, which is for specified ignored files for GitHub repo. So if you guys may wondering what is GitHub, GitHub is a version control system. So next we have this editor config file. This includes code editor configuration for this Angular project. Next we have this browser list src file, which includes different browser specific config details. Next we have these folders, this E2E folder for the end-to-end test files for the Angular app, and this node module folder, as I mentioned before, all the required files for Angular framework installed inside this node modules folder. So this is the folder where we're dealing with. Inside this src folder, we can see these 3 folders and these files. This app folder, we mostly work inside this app folder. We will generate all the files and logics inside this folder. Next we have this assets folder where we can put our media files like images, sound files, icons, etc. etc. Inside this folder, we have environment variable files, which contains all the environment variables. Next we have the favicon. This is the website icon. Next we can see the index.html file. This is the main index file for our Angular app. Next we can see this main.ts file. This is the main entry point for our application. This file compiles all app modules to run in the browser. Next, this polyfills.ts file provides polyfill scripts for browser support. Next, we have this styles.css file. So this file is like a global main CSS file where we can write our CSS codes for the Angular application. The last file inside the src folder is the test.ts file, which is the main entry point for testing Angular application. Next we have this app folder. If you can remember, I said earlier, this is the folder we are going to work mostly. For now, I give you a rough idea about these files. In later section, we will learn and work with these files in detail. Okay. This first file, app-routing.module.ts file, is dealing with our app routers. If you can remember, when we creating a new Angular app using the Angular CLI, it was asked a question that we want to add the Angular router to our Angular app. So I gave yes to this. That's why we are getting this file. This is automatically generated with the Angular CLI. If in some scenario we don't need Angular routers, so that case we can give no to that question. Then we don't get this routing file. I know some of you may think, what is this router? For now, just get to know about this file. We have a separate section for this. In that section, we will learn all of these in detail. If you don't get it, leave it. Next, we have these 4 app component files. Angular is a component-based framework. So this is the main root component for our Angular app. With this HTML file, we can mark up all HTML codes. This CSS file, we can add the styles for this app component. So all the logics will code inside this app component TS file. And this app component spec.ts file is for unit test file for this app component. Next we have the app.module.ts file. In here we define the root modules that tells Angular how to assemble the application. So inside this file we can see these imports. With these module imports we are telling to Angular we are using these modules for this app. So import them and apply those modules to our app. So we can see this app routing module which is for the Angular router. If we don't add this inside this app module file, Angular doesn't know whether we are using the Angular router or not in this application. Without this import, Angular router will not work. Likewise, here we can see this app component import. So with this, Angular knows we have a component called app inside our Angular app. So this file is very important. So we have to add all the modules inside this file that we are using with our Angular app. Otherwise, we will get errors. So this is it for the file structure of Angular section. Some of you don't get these words, components, routers, modules. Just leave it for now. By the end of this course, you will get used to these words. Alright, this is it for this Angular introduction. In this section, we learned all about Angular, Angular CLI and Angular file structure. This is the start of learning Angular, so you might get lots of questions in your mind, or sometimes you may not get technical words. But don't worry, in later sections we will dive into the Angular in detail. And one more thing, if you have any question, please feel free to ask in the Q&A area. Let's meet you in the next section. In this section, we're gonna get to know about Angular components and its use cases. By the end of this section, we will learn what is Angular component and how to use them, how to create an Angular component from scratch, how to generate an Angular component using the Angular CLI, how to add HTML markups and styles to a component. At last, we will learn how to communicate and pass data between two components. So let's get started. The Angular framework is a component-based front-end framework. So the main building block of Angular is Angular components. Without components, we cannot build a proper Angular app. So what is this component? The component is a combination of data, HTML template and logics, which represent an area of a view that shows inside the browser. So this is the view that users can see, because components are loads inside the browser. So let's look at a real world example. So if I take the Facebook layout as an example, Facebook has this navbar, right sidebar, left sidebar, and this Facebook wall which shows Facebook posts. In Angular, we can create components for each of this layout area. We can create reusable components. For this navbar, we can create the navbar component, this sidebar, left side and right side, we can create separate sidebar components. And also for this post list, we can create a main post component, and also inside this main component, we can create a component for a post list. So we can create this all in one page like traditional web designs. In traditional web design, we added all the markups for the home page inside the index.html file. So like that, we can add all the markups for this Facebook homepage inside the app.component.html file. So if you can remember, I show this app.component.html file. This is the main root file of the Angular. But it's not a good practice in Angular, because we can create separate components in Angular. If we create separate components, rather putting all in one component, we can reuse those components again in our application without coding it again. So what is this reusable thing? For example, this navbar must be shown on all pages. In this home page, and if we navigate to someone's profile, on that page also we can see this navbar. In that case, in Angular, we can reuse this navbar component inside all other pages. We don't need to write the code for navbar again and again. Hope you guys got the idea. The Angular framework is a component-based front-end framework. So the main building block of Angular is Angular components. Without components, we cannot build a proper Angular app. So what is this component? The component is a combination of data, HTML template and logics, which represent an area of a view that shows inside the browser. So this is the view that users can see, because components are loads inside the browser. So let's look at a real world example. So if I take the Facebook layout as an example, Facebook has this navbar, right sidebar, left sidebar, and this Facebook wall which shows Facebook posts. In Angular, we can create components for each of this layout area. We can create reusable components. For this navbar, we can create the navbar component, this sidebar, left side and right side, we can create separate sidebar components. And also for this post list, we can create a main post component, and also inside this main component, we can create a component for a post list. So we can create this all in one page like traditional web designs. In traditional web design, we added all the markups for the home page inside the index.html file. So like that, we can add all the markups for this Facebook homepage inside the app.component.html file. So if you can remember, I show this app.component.html file. This is the main root file of the Angular. But it's not a good practice in Angular because we can create separate components in Angular. If we create separate components rather putting all in one component, we can reuse those components again in our application without coding it again. So what is this reusable thing? For example, this navbar must be shown on all pages. In this home page, and if we navigate to someone's profile, on that page also we can see this navbar. In that case, in Angular, we can reuse this navbar component inside all other pages. We don't need to write the code for navbar again and again. Hope you guys got the idea. So now we have an idea about the Angular component. Now let's see how to create an Angular component. When we creating a new Angular app, we got this app component. So this will be the main root component in Angular. Alright, let's create this simple layout using the Angular component. So we create separate components for each of this layout and we'll import that component inside this root app component. So as our example, first let's create this navbar component. In Angular, as a good practice, we will create all the components inside this app folder. So first, create a folder inside this app folder. The folder name will be navbar because we are creating a navbar component. Next, create a file inside this folder. Give a name. First, the component name navbar.component, and the file extension will be .ts. If you can remember, in Angular we use TypeScript instead of JavaScript for better and bug-free code experience. Angular already inbuilt the component function, so first we have to import the component module in order to work with Angular components. If you can remember, when we learn TypeScript, we learn TypeScript modules. The same thing we're gonna apply here. All the features of Angular components are inside of another file. So we have to import that file to this component file. At the top of this page, type import. Inside the curly brackets, module name. So module name is component. This C will be capital. Next, from. So in TypeScript, for this we have passed the path for that importing module. But in Angular, we have to import the module name. Inside quotes at Angular /co. So this will be the path for this component. Actually, this is also like a path. All of the Angular files are installed inside this node modules folder. Inside this, we can find this at Angular folder. Inside this folder, we can see this core folder. So this is the component modules path. For this import, we are not added this node modules folder path because Angular already knows these files are inside the node modules folder. That's why we didn't add the node modules folder path in here. Okay, next we have to create the TypeScript class. First, the class name navbar component. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. Usually we use the camel case naming convention for class names. So first letter and all the new words first letter are capital, like this. After this, add the class scope, curly brackets. So still this file is not an Angular component. In here we just created this TypeScript class. In order to transfer this TypeScript class file to an Angular component, we have to add the TypeScript decorator class called component. So this is the decorator we imported earlier. Now we have to use this. So in TypeScript, we can define a decorator like this. First add sign and the decorator class name component. This is also like a function. So after this parenthesis, inside this parenthesis, we have to pass some values as an object. Alright, first we have to pass this selector value for this component. Selector colon and selector name will be app-navbar. In Angular, for this component selector, we give app as the first name and then we will give the component name. So this is just a common naming convention for an Angular component. So you may wonder, what is this selector? This selector also similar to CSS selectors in CSS. We use selectors to define CSS. For HTML element, we use the HTML tag name like this. If the element is body tag, we use the body selector. If we have a CSS class, we use something like this, dot and the class name. You got the idea, right? This is simple CSS. Like these CSS selectors, in Angular component also, we use this selector value to identify this component. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, next we have to pass the template parameter for this. So we have to pass the HTML markup for this component. For example, for now I pass an h1 tag here, and between this h1 tag add this the navbar component and save this file. Now we have created the component with this component decorator. Next we have to register this component in Angular modules, then only Angular knows this app as a navbar component. Otherwise this component will not work. So open this app.module.ts file. This is the main app module file. In here we have to register our newly created navbar component. So inside this app module file, we can see these declaration, imports, providers and this bootstrap inside this ng module decorator. So don't worry about these all, we will learn this in later section. So in this component section, we will learn about this first declaration. As you can see here, the main default app component is already registered here. Like this, we have to register our navbar component. First, we have to import the navbar component to this file. So before we import the navbar component to this file, first we have to make the navbar component class export. Otherwise, we cannot access this navbar component class inside another file. So back to the navbar component file and add this export before this class keyword. So if you can remember, we learn about this in the TypeScript section. Next, back to the app.module.ts file, top of the page, add the import. Import inside curly brackets. The component class name is navbar component. So once again, follow the capital simple letters carefully. After this, from and the path inside quotes dot slash. This is inside the navbar folder. So navbar slash navbar dot component. And one more thing, we don't have to pass the file extension. The Angular compiler already knows this extension. If you put the extension here, we will get this compile error. Okay, next we have to add this imported component inside the declaration, like this app component. After this, comma, and add the navbar component. Alright, we have successfully registered the Angular navbar component. So in order to see this component, first we have to run this app. So let's run this app. Open the integrated terminal on VS Code. Go to the view and select this terminal. Or we can use this keyboard shortcut, Control and the backtick key. Inside the terminal, run this Angular CLI command to run the Angular app, ngserve, and hit enter. So once it's completed, go to this URL on your browser. I will use Google Chrome as my default browser throughout this course. If you guys also can use the same browser, this will reduce the most of the errors. So go to this URL, localhost 4200. For an Angular app, the default port will be 4200. In case if your computer using this port for any other servers, we can define the port when we running the ng serve. Just simply put the port flag and type a different port number like this. Alright, this is how the default Angular app landing page looks like. All these markups are inside the app component HTML file. So I don't want this, so I will remove this. So back to the VS Code and go to the app component HTML file and remove all these. After this, just put an h1 tag. Inside this h1 tags, add this Angular app. Save this file and back to the browser. So now we can see this h1 tag. Perfect. If we look at this code inside the inspect element tool, we can open the developers tool on Chrome, right click and inspect element, or the using keyboard shortcut Ctrl, Shift and I. So inside this, we can see the h1 tag with some Angular attributes. These attributes are coming with the Angular, so don't worry about that, we are not going to deal with these attributes. So what I want to show is this app-root tag. In HTML, there is no element something like this. So what is this? If we open the app component TS file, inside this component decorator, we can see this selector app-root. So this is what we see here. Now you may wonder how this appears inside the browser. In Angular component, in order to show a component inside the browser, we will use this selector as an HTML element. So open this index.html file. As you guys know, this is the first file load inside the browser when we open the Angular app inside the browser. Inside this index.html file, we can see this app-root HTML custom tag. So this app-root tag represents the app component. So this is how we got this app-root element inside this inspect element. If I remove this component element from here, remove this, now we cannot see anything here, and also now we don't have the app-root tag inside this inspect element. So once again, we use this component selector as a component identifier. In order to render this component inside the browser, we use this component selector as an HTML custom tag. Hope you guys got the idea, right? So now, like this, I want to show this navbar component inside the browser. So the navbar component selector is the app-navbar. So inside the app component HTML file, after this h1 tag, add the navbar component selector app-navbar and hit the enter. So you guys may wonder, why do we add this navbar component inside this app component file rather adding this straightly to this index.html like this app component? Because in Angular, we consider this app component as our main root component. We don't touch this index.html file, we only work within this app folder and we put all our components inside this app component. So this is just a standard in Angular. Alright, now save this all and back to the browser. Now we can see this navbar works text which is coming from this navbar component. And also we can see this Angular app h1 tag. So this is coming from our main app component. So this is how we work with components in Angular. So in previous we added this selector and template property inside this component decorator. You guys now know what is happening with this selector property. If we recap this, we use this selector to identify and render this component inside the browser. So now let's see what is the use of this template selector. You guys may already notice this. Inside this browser, we got this navbar works. From where do we get this? If we look at inside the code on the inspect element, we can see this app navbar tags. Between these app navbar tags, we have this h1 tag with this navbar works. So what is this app dash navbar tag? So this is the navbar component selector. Inside that, we got this template values, this h1 tag. So inside this component decorator, we got this template values, this h1 tag. If I change this text to navbar template, save this, look at this. This value also changed to this navbar template. As we can see here, now we can understand this template is loaded inside the browser for this navbar component. So what is happening here? When we load this component inside the browser using this app component, this will display all the content of this template value inside the browser. So we use this template property to load HTML tags inside the browser. Hope you guys got the idea, right? So now we know how to show this component inside the browser using this selector. And also we can show HTML markups for this component using this template property. Now think, if we want to add a CSS style to this HTML element inside this component file, how do we going to do that? In order to add CSS for this template, we can use another component decorator property called style. Using this style decorator property, we can add CSS style to this component. Alright, let's see that in action. So let's change the color of this h1 tag. So in our case, CSS selector is this h1 tag. Next, the CSS scope. So inside this, we are changing the color of this h1 text. So CSS property is color, colon, and value is something red. Alright, save this and back to the browser. Perfect. So now as you can see here, now this h1 text is in red color. So this is how we add CSS styles to component. Alright, some of you may notice this. Usually we write CSS in multiple lines, not in one line like this, right? But in this component TS file, inside these codes, we cannot write multiple lines. If we add a line break here, we get this compile error. So we have to put everything in one line. For something simple CSS style like this is okay. But if any case we want to write some multiple lines of styles for this component, how do we going to do that? So in Angular component decorator, we can do that by using the backtick symbol instead of this quotes, which is located before the number 1 key in the keyboard. So let's remove this previous style and put the backticks. Inside these backticks, we can write multiple lines of codes without any errors. So let's write the previous style again, but this time we can write this in multiple lines. CSS selector h1 and the CSS scope. Inside the scope, set the color to red. After this, let's add another style inside this. So change the font size to something big, 50 pixels. Now save this and back to the browser. Beautiful, right? Now we have successfully wrote multi-lines of CSS inside our component TS file using the backtick symbol. And one more thing guys, I forget to mention that we can use this backtick method to write multiple lines of HTML markups also. So remove these codes and add backticks for this template. After this, let's put another paragraph tag and add some dummy text. Save this all and back to the browser. Awesome, right? Now we know how to write multiple lines of codes inside this component decorator. So in the previous section, we have created this navbar component. we put the HTML markups and styles inside this same page using these component decorator properties. So it's okay, but think if we have 100 lines of HTML markups and 200 lines of CSS styles, putting them all inside this TS file, it's make our code very noisy and unreadable. So that can cause lots of problems and bugs. When it's come to debugging, can't even imagine, right? As a solution for this, we can create a separate file for the HTML markup and a separate file for CSS. How do we do that? First, let's create the files. The first file is for the HTML template. So we are creating these files for the same navbar component. So create this file inside the navbar component folder. So create a new file and name this navbar.component. This time this is an HTML file. So the extension is HTML. Alright, next create the CSS file. The file name will be navbar.component and extension will be CSS. Please note this carefully. The naming convention is the same on these all three files. First, the component name navbar, and second, the component keyword, and third, the file extension. So this file extension can be various depending on the file types. And one more thing, this TS file is the main file for a component. So without that file, we cannot create a component in Angular. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, we created the component HTML file and the component CSS file. Now we have to link these files to the navbar component. So go to the component TS file. In previous, we have added these HTML markups inside this template. Now we have to link the external component HTML file instead of these inline markups. For that, first remove these all markups. Next, we have to do a small change to this template property. So change this template to template URL. So this U is capital. So now this time this component decorator property is template URL. Alright. Now pass the component HTML files path as a path to this template URL property. The file is inside the same folder, so /, and the file name is navbar.component.html. That's it. Simple, right? So likewise, now we have to link the CSS file. So again, remove the existing inline CSS and change this style property to style URL. Then give the path of the component CSS file inside quotes /navbar.component.css. Beautiful. We have successfully linked the external files for this navbar component. So save this file and go to the browser. Wait, what's going on here? We only see this app component, but we cannot see the navbar component markups. Why is that? Because if you can remember, we removed all the inline markups and we linked the external HTML and CSS files. So inside the navbar component HTML file, we don't have any markups. So this file is empty. That's why we are getting nothing inside the browser. So now let's add an h1 tag and put this navbar component inside this navbar component HTML file. After this, save this file and back to the browser. Perfect, right? Now we got this h1 navbar component which is marked in this external HTML file. Alright, let's add some style to this h1 tag. So inside this navbar component CSS file, write the style for this h1 tag, h1, and the scope. The color will be red. Save this and again back to the browser. As you can see here, external CSS style is applied to this h1 tag. That's why this h1 text turned into red color. Perfect. Now we have separate files for HTML markups and for the CSS. So we write all the markups inside the HTML file. We add all the CSS styles inside this CSS file, and we add all the logics inside this TS file. So now we can work on this navbar component more efficiently. So in the previous section, we have created this navbar component from scratch. We code all of these from the beginning. Some of you may get these creating components very hard. Some of you may not. But don't worry, we have an easy way for this. We can create Angular components using the Angular CLI with a simple line of command. So inside the integrated terminal, just run this command. So ng, this command is coming from the Angular CLI. So g, this G stands for generate. Next C, this C stands for component, because we are creating a component here. And at last, we have to give the component name. So we already created the navbar component. So now let's create this post component. So the component name will be post. That's it. To run this command, just hit the enter. Alright, post component is generated successfully. If we look at the file structure, we can find this post folder inside this app folder. So inside this post folder, we can see these files: post component TS file, HTML file, and CSS file. So we learned about these all files and created these files in previous lecture from scratch. Now if you look at this further, in addition to these files, we got this another new file, this post component.spec.ts file. What is this file? This file is responsible for unit testing in Angular, which is beyond the scope of this course. So don't think too much about this file. So we are not going to deal with this file. Alright, first let's look at this TS file. So inside this we can see this import component and this component decorator. So inside this component decorator, we can see this property selector. Now this is app-post. So this selector will be used to identify this post component. Alright, next we can see this template URL for the component HTML file, and we can see this style URL and the path for the post CSS file. So if you look at this carefully, we can notice some few additional things on this page. Just leave these for now. We'll come to this in a moment. Now let's look at inside the post component HTML file. Inside this we can find this simple default markup p tag saying that post works. So inside the CSS file we got nothing. It's just a simple empty CSS file. Now go to the appmodules.ts file. Inside this declaration, we can see this post component register. This is the beauty of Angular CLI. If we create a component manually, we have to do this all step one by one from scratch. If we missed one of these steps, our app will break. And also, generating a component using Angular CLI, can you imagine how much of time this is saving for us? Awesome, right? Alright, now go to the browser. Still we cannot see the post component here. Why is that? Because we just only created the component. That is not enough in order to show the component inside the browser. We have to put the component selector inside this app component. So if you can remember, we use the app component selector as an HTML custom tag. Go to the app component HTML file. So the selector is app-post and hit enter. So the VS Code IntelliSense will complete this as an HTML custom tag. So now save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we can see this post works, which means post component is now rendered inside the browser. So open this inspect element, and if we look further, inside the elements, we can find this app-post tag. So this is how we can generate Angular components using the Angular CLI. If we compare this Angular CLI generated post component TS file with our navbar component TS file, which is created from scratch, we can notice a few different things. The first one is this import. In the navbar component, we only imported the component module, but in post component, which is generated from the Angular CLI, has this onInit module import. So you guys may wonder what is this and what is happening with this. So actually this is an interface, and also we call this onInit interface as a Lifecycle hook. With this onInit interface, we got this NgOnInit method. So what is this NgOnInit? NgOnInit is a callback lifecycle method which is invoked after this particular component fully initialized inside the DOM. This is different than the constructor. If you can remember, constructor will work soon after the object class created. We learned about this in the TypeScript fundamentals section. But this NgOnInit will execute soon after this post component fully initialized in the DOM, or in other words, fully loaded inside the browser. So this constructor and this onInit lifecycle hook are two different methods. To work with this NgOnInit, we have to implement onInit function to this class. That's what happens with this line of code. We will work on this NgOnInit method throughout this course, so don't worry if you don't get it. At the end of the course, you guys will get used to it. Alright, in the previous lectures, we learned how to create a component in a hard way and the easiest way. The easiest way is creating a component using the Angular CLI. So we will use the Angular CLI method to generate component throughout this course. So an Angular component has mainly these three files: CSS file, HTML file, and this TypeScript file. So this HTML and CSS files are carrying the HTML and CSS markup, and this TypeScript file carries the logical part. So inside this post component, we have this h1 tag. Inside this, we have this static text. Let's make this static h1 tag to dynamic. As I mentioned earlier, we put all our component logics inside this TypeScript file. So open the post component TS file and create a variable title, and the variable type is string. Let's assign list of post to this variable. Now what I want to do is, I want to show this title variable inside the HTML file. We cannot directly put this TypeScript variable inside HTML file. For this, first we have to create a JavaScript scope inside the HTML file. So this is a simple thing, right? Usually if you want to write a CSS code inside the HTML file, first we create the CSS scope using the style HTML tag. You guys already know that, right? So between the style tags, we can write CSS. Because this is now a CSS scope, not an HTML scope. Inside this style tag, we cannot write HTML. So think, if you want to write some JavaScript codes in an HTML document, we put JavaScript codes between script tags. Okay, so like this, now we are going to show this TypeScript variable inside the HTML. So first we have to create the TypeScript scope inside this HTML file. For that, in Angular, we have a special type of syntax, which is two curly braces. So this will create a TypeScript scope inside this HTML file. Next, between these, pass the variable name title. Now save this and back to the browser. Beautiful, right? Now this title has changed to this title variable value. So this is what we call data binding in Angular. So inside these curly braces, we can write any valid JavaScript code. For example, let's add two numbers, remove this variable title, and let's put 100 plus 50. Save this and back to the browser. Awesome, right? We got the sum 150 here. And one more thing, for this process we call data binding, and also we call this special type of syntax string interpolation in Angular. In the previous lecture, we learned how to bind data in components. We created this variable and we bind that variable to the HTML file to show this inside the browser. Think if we have to show this variable inside another component, how we gonna do that? This variable is only accessible inside this component. We cannot access this title variable from another component. For example, let's see we have this message post variable inside this post component. For some reason, I want to access this variable inside the app component. So in that case, we can't show this variable inside the app component using this string interpolation, because this variable is inside this post component. Wait, I show you this in action. Inside the app component HTML file, let's bind this variable using this string interpolation. Double curly braces, between this variable name is this message post. Save this. Now look at this. We are getting a runtime error that's saying property message post does not exist on type app component inside this terminal. And also we can find this error and line number. So this is one of the beauties of Angular. This will give the error and also this will give us the line number of that error. So this will make debugging life easier. Okay, back to the error. This error is telling us we cannot find this message post variable inside the app component. So this is what I was trying to tell you guys. We cannot access this message post variable from outside of this component. So for this we have a solution. Actually not a solution, we have solutions for this for different situations, not only one. So we will continue this in the next video. So we have three methods to share data between components for three different situations. Let's look at one by one. The first method is sharing data using input decorator. In Angular, we have this special type of decorator input, which is used to share data between parent component to a child component. Wait, what is this parent and child component? And how do we identify a parent-child relationship in Angular components? We have these two components in our Angular app, navbar and the post component. And we have our main app component. Inside the app component, we have linked the navbar and the post component using the components selectors. Because of this component linking, this main app component becomes the parent component, and these two components become children components of this app parent component. Let me show you another example. As usual, let's take the Facebook. Inside the Facebook app, we have these components: navbar, left sidebar, right sidebar, and the post component. And all of these components inside one root component, which is this app component. So all of these components are children components of this parent app component. And also we have this single post component, which is inside this post component, not inside this app component. So in this scenario, this single component becomes the child component of this post component. Once again, now the single post component becomes the child component of this post component, not to the app component. Okay, so in that case, this post component becomes the parent component for this single post component. If you look at this in brief, the main app component has 3 children components: this navbar, sidebar, and this post components. So if you look at further, this post component is the parent for this single post component. So this is how we defined parent-child components in Angular. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, so we learned we can pass data between parent component to child component using the input decorator. If we look at our previous example, we can share data from the app component to these children components using the input decorator, as well as we can pass data from the post parent component to the single post child component using the input decorator. So in the next video, we will see this in action. Alright guys, in this video, we'll look at how to pass data from parent component to child component. So let's create a variable inside the app component, which is the parent component. Inside the app component TS file, create a variable called parent message, and this variable type will be a string. Now assign this inside quotes message coming from the parent component. Now I want to access this variable from this post component, which is a child component of this app component. For that, first we have to share this variable to this post component. So inside the app component HTML file, we have this element for the post component. So inside this element, open and close square brackets. Inside this, give a name, something from parent, equal sign. This name can be any name. After this, inside quotes, give the variable name that we want to share with the post component. The variable name is parent message. Okay. Now with this, we are sharing this parent message variable to the post child component. Now what we have to do is we have to capture this variable inside the post component and show this parent message inside the browser. Alright, let's look at how to do that. Open the post component TS file. Inside this, we have to capture that variable. So we are passing the parent message variable to this component via binding to this variable called from parent. Now this from parent variable, which is coming from the parent component, is in front of this post component. But this variable cannot enter inside to this component because this child component's gate is closed. So first we have to open that gate. For that we use the Angular input decorator. So first import the input decorator. Inside this input brackets, put the input module. This also comes from the Angular core, so we can put this inside this same import. Next we have to open the gate. So at decorators start with @sign. Okay, we learned about this in the component section. Next, the decorator name input. This first letter is capital. Now parenthesis. Alright, now with this input decorator, we opened the gate. So now we can capture the from parent variable from here. So after this decorator, from parent variable and the type is string. Alright, now we have the parent shared variable inside this child post component. Let's show this component inside the browser. For this we can use the string interpolation because now we have the variable inside this same post component. So create an h3 tag inside the post component HTML file. So inside this, two curly braces, and between these braces give the variable name which is from parent. Now save this all and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we are not getting any errors and we can see this message coming from parent component. Perfect, right? Now let's change this variable message inside the app component. This time change this message to message change. Save this and back to the browser. Awesome, right? This parent message also now changes to this message changed. So this is how we pass data from parent component to child component using the input decorator method. Let's do a small task. We learned how to pass data from parent component to a child component. So do the exact same method and pass the data from post component to this post list component. This time post component will be the parent component and the post list component will be the child component. If you noticed, still we don't have the post list component. So first generate the post list component using the Angular CLI. Next create a variable inside the parent post component. Then pass the parent variable to the post list child component. At last show that variable inside the browser using the string interpolation. Alright guys, if you don't remember, go back to the previous lectures and learn it again. No need to hurry, take your own time and try to do this task your own. Still, if you can't do this, try it again and again. You can do this. Never give up. Alright, now pause the video and start the exercise. Once you have completed the task, continue with the next video. Alright, let's continue the task. Those who have successfully completed this task, good job guys. Those who are not completed this, for them also very good job guys. Because you are trying to do this. The final result is not important. You must try and keep trying to achieve your goals. That's what I wanted. Alright, let's see how to do this exercise. First, let's generate the post list component using the Angular CLI. Inside the integrated terminal, run this command. This ng command is coming from the Angular CLI. G, this stands for generate. C, this is for component. And at last, give the component name. Post list. This post list is a two-word name. So as a best practice, if the component name is a two or more words name, just separate them with a dash. Something like this, post dash list. This is not compulsory, but try to follow best practices. And one more thing, we cannot keep spaces in the component name. Like this, post space list. Hope you guys got the idea. So change the name to post dash list. Now hit the enter. Alright, post list component is ready. Okay, first create the variable inside the parent component. This time parent component is this post component. So inside the post component is file, create the variable post parent message. This P and M will be capital. So this variable type will be string. After this, assign the message is message coming from the post parent. Next, we have to send this message to the post list component. So for that, put the post list component inside the post component using the selector. The component selector is this app-post-list. So inside the post component HTML file, put this selector as HTML custom element app-post-list and hit enter. Alright, now let's pass the variable. Inside this post list element, square brackets, inside that something variable name, from post parent equal sign inside quotes pass the variable name, which is post parent message. Next we have to capture this from the post list child component. For that we use the Angular input decorator. So first import the input decorator. Inside this import input. This input decorator also part of the Angular core module. That's why we put this inside the same import. Next at input and parentheses. So from the parent component we share the variable binding to this from post parent variable. So put that variable name here from post parent. So carefully follow this capital simple letters. So this variable type will be string. Now we have captured the post parent variable. Now we can show this inside the post list component using the string interpolation. Go to the post list HTML file. So remove this p tag and put h1 tag post list component. After this, inside of a p tag, two curly brackets. Inside that variable name is from post parent. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Here it is. We can see this post parent message. Very simple, right? Alright, we learned how to pass data between parent component to a child component. Now let's look at how to pass data from child component to parent component. We cannot do this using the input decorator because we don't have the parent component selector inside this child component. So then only we can pass the data to the relevant component using the input method. In previous, we pass the data to the child component while binding the data to the component selector. But think if we want to pass data to a parent component from a child component, for that we have two methods. The first one is the share the data using the viewChild method. The second one is the output decorator and the event emitter method. In this video, we'll look at the first method, viewChild method. We will look at the second method in the next video. Alright, let's see this viewChild method in action. So this time we want to share data from child to parent component. So create the variable inside the child component, which is the post component. Inside the post component TS file, create a variable called child message, and this variable type will be string. Now assign this text as a value for this variable from child component. Alright, we have the variable. Now let's access this variable from this parent app component. For that, we're going to be using the viewChild decorator. So open the app component TS file and import the viewChild. This is also coming from the Angular core module. So put this inside this same import. viewChild. Carefully follow this naming convention, capital and simple letters. This first V and this C is capital. So with this viewChild, we're gonna look inside the child component. So inside the component class, first add the viewChild decorator at viewChild and parentheses. Inside this parentheses, we have to pass the child component that we want to get the data from. So now we want to get the data from this post child component. So pass the post component inside this viewChild parentheses. For that, first we have to import the post component. Import inside curly brackets post component, this P and C capital, from inside quotes. This is inside the post folder. So ./post/ and this post.component. Now pass this post component inside this viewChild parentheses post component. After this, give a name for this. This can be any name, child comp. Alright, now we have the post component. Next we have to access this component and we have to get that variable child message. So first let's log and see what is coming with this component. So log this inside the constructor. Now so create a constructor parentheses and the constructor scope. Inside this log this component child comp. Save this and go to the browser. Now open the browser console. Inside that we can see this log that's saying undefined. Why is that? At the time this app component loads to the browser, this child component is undefined. So you guys already know this constructor method will load immediately the app class object created. At that time post component is undefined. That's why we are getting this undefined log. So to access this, we have to use an Angular component Lifecycle method, which is the afterWave Lifecycle hook. First we have to import the Lifecycle method to this component. This is also coming from the Angular core, so put this inside this same import afterWave Alright, next we have to implement this afterWave Lifecycle hook to this app component class. Then only we can use this Lifecycle hook inside this app component. After this class implements afterWave once again follow this capital simple letters carefully, otherwise this code will break. Next create the Lifecycle method NgOnInit. This name must be the same as this. So carefully follow these capital simple letters. So next parentheses and the scope. Now let's log this viewChild component inside this ngAfterWave method. Inside this method console.log this.childComp. Now save this and back to the browser. Now inside the browser console, now we can see this undefined as well as this post component. This undefined printed from the constructor, this component printed from the ngAfterWave method. So you guys may wonder what is happening here. As I mentioned before, when the time this constructor method work, this child post component is not initialized inside the browser. As a solution for this, we used one of the Angular component lifecycle hook afterWave. This method will call once after the total wave initialized on the browser. So that's why we are getting this log printed inside the browser. Hope you guys got the idea. Now look at this log. We are getting this our variable child message and its value, which is created inside the post child component. If you look further, we can see other variables too. This is the beauty of this viewChild decorator. With this viewChild decorator, if we want, we can access all the child post components variable from this parent app component. Okay, now we have the variable. Let's show this inside the browser using string interpolation. For that, first we have to assign the components to a variable. So create a variable message and the type will be string. Inside this lifecycle method, this dot message assign this dot, the component is child comp. Inside this child comp, we have the variable that we want to access, which is child message. That's it. Now inside the app component HTML file, create a p tag. Inside this, two curly brackets. Inside that, pass the variable message. Save this all and back to the browser. Beautiful, right? We got this message from child component, which is coming from the post child component. This is how we passing data between child component to parent component using the viewChild decorator. So in the last video, we learned how to pass data between the child component to the parent component using the method 1 viewChild decorator. So in this video, let's look at how to pass data between child to parent component using the second method output decorator and the event emitter. So this approach is ideal when we want to share data changes that occur on things like button clicks, form entries, and other user events. First, let's create the variable inside the child component, which is the post component. So go to the post component, ts file, and create a variable, and create another variable. This time variable name is something like output child message. So this variable type will be string. The value is something message from the child component via output. Next, we have to create a new event emitter with the output decorator. For that, first we have to import output and event emitter to this post component, which also comes from the Angular core. So put these two imports inside the same import. First one is output, so this O will be capital. Next, event emitter, these two ENS are capital. Alright, let's create the event emitter with the output decorator. At output, follow all the capital simple letters carefully. The name for the event emitter, message event. Then assign new event emitter. This event emitter type is string and parentheses. Alright, we have created this event emitter. Now what I want to do is, I want to emit this message to this event emitter when clicking a button. As I said before, this approach is commonly used when there is a user action. Alright, let's create a button inside this post component. Usually we put all HTML markups inside the HTML file. So go to the post component HTML file and create a button. Just a simple button, button tag, inside that click. Now I want to call to a function when clicking this button. For that, in plain JavaScript we can use the onClick event. But in Angular this is a bit different. Angular has its own click event. So inside the button tag, create a pair of brackets. Inside the brackets, click, all simple letters. So this is the click event in Angular. After this, equal sign, then inside quotes, I want to call to a function when clicking this button. So let's put that function name inside these quotes. Still, we have not created the function yet, so give a name just send message and parentheses. Alright, now we have the click event. Now let's create this method inside the component ts file. So inside this class scope, create a method. The method name is send message, parentheses, and the method scope. Inside this method, I want to emit this message to this event emitter. Before that, let's check whether this button click event is working or not. So let's log clicked inside this method. So save this and back to the browser. Now we can see this button, click that button, perfect. Click event is working without any problem. So that's why we are getting this clicked log inside the browser console. Alright, the click event is working. Next, let's emit this message to the event emitter. So inside this method, this dot message event dot emit, parentheses, inside that this dot message. That's it. We have successfully emitted this message variable to the event emitter. Okay, next we have to capture this event from the parent component. For that, go to the parent app component HTML file. So this is the selector element for the post child component. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bind the event emitter to this post element. So inside this selector element, brackets, inside brackets, event emitter name is this message event. Put this inside these brackets. Next I want to call a method when this event emitter triggers. So equal sign, inside quotes, pass the method receive message, then parentheses. So inside this parentheses, pass the event as the parameter. So still we don't have this method inside our app component TS file. So create this method, receive message, this M is capital, parentheses, and the method scope. We are getting an event parameter for this method, so passed event for this parentheses. Alright, now let's see what we are getting with this parameter. So log this event inside this method, save this file and back to the browser. Now click this button. Perfect. We are getting this message from the child via output, which is coming from post child component. Awesome, right? So what is happening here? We are getting this child component variable data inside this parent component when clicking this button. This button also inside the child component. This all magic is happening with the output decorator. When we clicking this button, we are emitting this message to the event emitter. Because of this output decorator, we can access this from outside of this component. So next what we did is we bind this event emitter to this post component selector element, which is inside the parent app component. Then we call to a method when this event emitter triggers. This event emitter will trigger or get active every time we click this button. So inside this, we logged the event which carries the child component's message. So every time we click this button, this method will emit the variable to the event emitter. Every time this event emitter is getting active, this event inside the app component also get triggers. That's why we are getting this log inside the console every time I click this button. You got the idea, right? Alright, next what I want to do is, I want to show this child message inside the browser. For that, inside the app component TS file, create a variable from child output. Type is always string. Now assign this parameter event to this variable inside this method. This dot from child output assign this parameter event. Now we can show this inside the browser using the string interpolation inside the app component HTML file. After this, p tag inside the paragraph tag, two curly brackets. Inside these brackets, variable name is from child output. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, right? We got this message inside the browser. Beautiful. So this is how we share data from child component to parent component using the output decorator and the event emitter. Alright, this is the end of this section. In this section, we learned all about Angular component and their use cases. After this, we learned parent-child component relationship, and finally we looked at how to share data between components for different situations, such as parent to child component using the input decorator, child to parent component using the view child decorator, child to parent component using output and event emitter when there is an event. Hope you guys learned this section well. If you missed anything, go back and learn this again. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the Q&A area. Alright, this is it for this section. We'll meet you in the next section. So in this section, we will look at how to display a data inside of a view and how to handle events in Angular. At the end of this section, you will know Angular data binding methods, Angular two-way data binding, how to handle events in Angular such as click, key up events, and event filtering. Let's get started. Alright, let's get started with display data. For this displaying data, we have several methods in Angular. So let's look at the first method. So the first method is string interpolation. This may sound like a bit familiar to you, is it? Yes, you are correct. We learned this string interpolation when we learning components in the previous section. So in this section, let's learn the string interpolation in detail. So what is this string interpolation? As you know, we used this string interpolation to show dynamic data on the HTML component page. So in the Angular component, we have three files: this HTML file, CSS file, and the TypeScript file. So this TypeScript file is the main entry point of an Angular component. So we do all the dynamic things inside this TypeScript file. So let's create a variable inside this app component file, something message. If you can remember, in TypeScript, we have to declare the variable type when we creating a new TypeScript variable. So this variable's data type is string. Now assign a value for this, something message from the TypeScript component file. Now I want to show this message to the end user. The browser shows only the HTML page to the end user, not the CSS file or this TypeScript file. So in order to show this TypeScript variable inside this component HTML page, we use this string interpolation approach. So let's see this in action. Go to the app component HTML file. Down here, create a p tag. Inside this, let's show this message variable inside this p tag. The variable name is message. So what do you think, guys? Is this correct? Yes, this is wrong. Why is that? Because this variable is a TypeScript variable. So first, we have to create a TypeScript scope inside this HTML page. You guys know, inside of HTML page, we can write inline CSS using the style tags. So between this tag, we can only write CSS. Because now this scope is a CSS scope, not an HTML scope. If I write HTML inside the scope of this style, this won't work. You got it, right? Like this, if we want to write some logic in JavaScript, we have to create a JavaScript scope inside this HTML page. So we do that using the script HTML tags. So between this, we can write any valid JavaScript logics. So like this, in order to show this TypeScript inside this HTML file, first we have to create the TypeScript scope inside this HTML file. For that, we use these two curly brackets. So open and close two curly brackets. Alright, now inside this, place this variable name message. Now save this and go to the browser. Perfect. As you can see here, we got this message printed here. So inside this scope, we can add even simple calculation, something like this 1 plus 2. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, right? We got this 3 printed here. So with these curly brackets, we are creating a kind of a TypeScript scope inside the browser. So we call this special type of Angular syntax string interpolation. Using this, we can show data inside of an HTML file which is declared inside of the component file. When the Angular compiler sees this string interpolation, this will automatically look inside the relevant component file and print this relevant variable data inside this HTML tag. So with this, we can show any type of data to the user. This name is string interpolation, but we can show numbers and boolean values inside this string interpolation. So don't get confused with this string name. Okay. Once again, to show a variable data inside the browser, we use this special type of syntax string interpolation in Angular. Hope you guys got the idea. In previous, we learned about string interpolation. In this video, let's look at the property binding. Think there is an image in our database and we got that image path to a variable inside this TypeScript file. Something image img URL. This U is capital. The variable type is string. And the value will be something. For now, let's add an image path from Google. Search for an image, copy the URL and paste it here. For now, we just think we are getting this from our database. Alright, next I want to show this inside the browser. So how are we going to do that? If we want to show anything inside the browser, we have to add that inside the HTML page. So go to the app component HTML file. We want to show an image. So create an image tag, ing, hit enter. Alright, next for this src, we have to pass the image path. We have this image path inside this TypeScript file. So we can pass that variable to this src using the string interpolation. So inside this src quotes, double curly brackets, inside these brackets, the image src variable is this ing URL. Now save this and go to the browser. Beautiful. We got this image inside the browser. So like this, we can pass dynamic values for HTML properties using the string interpolation. But in Angular, we have a different and cleaner approach for these dynamic property values. We call that property binding. Let's see this in action. This is very easy. Just copy and paste this image tag after this. Now let's change this string interpolation to property binding. Wrap this src property with square brackets. Now remove this string interpolation curly brackets and keep this image URL variable. That's it. This is the property binding in Angular. So look at this syntax. This property binding is more cleaner than this string interpolation, right? Save this and back to the browser. We got this image here, which means this property binding is working perfectly. This string interpolation is working for this, but we used this property binding because this will give us some cleaner code. And another thing, when an Angular compiler compiles this component, the string interpolation property is going to be automatically compiled as this property binding. No matter what you are using, at the end of the day, this will compile to this property binding method. So in my opinion, this property binding approach is better than using this string interpolation approach. So usually we use string interpolation to bind data inside of a tag. For example, like these heading tags, paragraph tags, inside of a div tags. And we use this property binding approach to bind a property of an HTML tag, like this image src tag. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, in the previous lecture we look at property binding. So in this video, let's look at how to bind a CSS class to an HTML element. So we have this heading tag inside this app component HTML. Now I want to change this color to something red color. So normally we change this color using the CSS. First we will add a class to this class. Class name will be something text-red. Save this file. Now open the app.component.css file. Inside this, let's add this style. So first, the CSS selector. The class name is .text-red. Then CSS scope. Next, write the style inside this scope. Color, and color will be red. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, this h1 tag is now red. Perfect. Alright. Now what I want to do is, I want to make this h1 tag red color when this boolean value is true. For that we're gonna use the Angular class binding method. So let's do that. Remove this class attribute. This is also same like property binding. So first square brackets. Inside these brackets, we are trying to bind the class property. So class, after this dot symbol, then give the CSS class name test-red. So now I want to apply this red color to this text when this boolean value is true. Let's add the condition. After this equal sign, inside quotes, give the boolean variable name here, bool, bool. That's it. Now this red color will apply when this condition is true. So we already created this CSS inside the CSS file. So save this all and back to the browser. Perfect. As you can see here, this text color is now red. If I make this boolean to false, now look at this. This color is black because this condition is now false. Hope you guys got the idea. So this is how we conditionally bind CSS classes to an HTML element using class binding in Angular. Alright, now we know how to bind a CSS class to an HTML element with the condition using the class binding approach. In this video, let's see how to bind an inline CSS style with the condition to an HTML element using the style binding. This also a variation of property binding but similar to previous class binding. Let's see this in action. For this style binding, let's create another h1 tag. After this, h1 and hit enter. h1 text will be style binding. As I mentioned earlier, this also same as the class binding. So inside this h1 HTML tag, first square brackets, inside that, this time we are binding an inline style. So first style, after this we can pass any properties of this style object in DOM. So this is a bit different than regular CSS. For example, if we want to add the background color in CSS, we add that something like this. CSS property is background dash color, then the color value. But if we are passing this as a style binding, we have to use the HTML DOM style object property, which is a bit different than the regular CSS property. For this background color, we have to pass background, this time no dash, just type color with the capital C. That's it. Go to the Google and search HTML DOM style object. Go to this first result, w3schools.com. In here you can find all the DOM object properties of this style object. So alright, back to the work. In here I don't want to add a background color. I just want to change this text color to red. So the style object property is same as CSS property color. You can find this on this website. So after this we're gonna check this bool value is true or false. So after this equal sign, double quotes, inside this pass the argument bool. This is this boolean value. Okay, next we have to pass the CSS value. So if this argument is true, set this color to red. If this is true, we define that using this question mark. So question mark, after this single quotes, and value is red. So this is not done yet. As you can see here, we are getting a compile error. Why is that? Because this argument required the else part as well. So after this colon sign, we use this question mark for the if statement, and for else we use this colon symbol. So after this, for now just pass an empty value. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now this color is red. If I make this boolean value to false, this time this h1 tag's color is back to the default black color. Think if you want to change this text color to something blue color when this boolean value is false, how do you going to do that? Very simple. We can define the else inline using the colon sign. We already added this. So after this colon sign, inside single quotes, pass the color that we want to change. This time I want to change this color to blue. So pass the blue value inside these quotes. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, right? Now this h1 is blue because this bool value is set to false. Again change this to true. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see, now this text is in red color. If we recap this quickly, In Angular, we can bind style to an HTML element using this style binding method. Inside square brackets, we pass this first style, because this is a style binding. Next, the DOM style object property. So if you can remember, this CSS DOM object properties are a bit different than regular CSS properties. You can find list of these style DOM object properties in this W3 School website. So I pass the color property because I want to change this h1 color if this boolean value is true. So after this assign inside double quotes the argument, which is this bool. If this bool value is true, set red color. This is what we defined with this question mark. Okay, if this is not true, set the color to blue. We define that using this colon symbol. This is something like inline if else. We defined if with this question mark and else with this colon mark. That's it. Very simple, right? So this is how we do style binding in Angular. Perfect. Alright, in this video let's look at how to bind an event in Angular using the Angular event binding approach. When a user interacts with a web application such as a keyboard key press, a mouse click or a mouse hover, it generates an event. These events need to be handled to perform some kind of action. This is where this Angular event binding comes to action. Alright, first let's create a button inside the app component HTML file. After this, button tags, hit enter, and button text will be something click me. Now let's bind the click event to this button. In plain JavaScript, we do something like this. On click, then we pass the JavaScript function that we want to execute when this button clicked. So this is the traditional way, but in Angular, we have a different and more clean approach, which is Angular event binding. Let's do that. Remove this JavaScript on click. If you can remember, we used square brackets for data binding, but for event binding, we use these normal brackets. So don't get confused. For a data binding, we use square brackets, and for an event binding, we must use normal pair of brackets. So otherwise, this click event will not work. Alright, brackets. Inside of this bracket, pass the event name. So as I mentioned earlier, I want to bind the click event. So the event will be click, all simple letters. In plain JavaScript, we use onClick event, but in Angular, we use just click event name. Simple, right? After this, as usual, equal sign and pass the target method name inside of this quotes. In plain JavaScript, we pass the function name here, but in Angular, you already know Angular use TypeScript instead of JavaScript. So in TypeScript, we can create methods. So pass the method name here, button click, and the parentheses. This C will be capital. Now save this and back to the browser. Click this button. Look at the browser console. In case if you forget how to open the browser console, right click and select this inspect element. After this, go to the console tab. Or you can use the keyboard shortcut Shift Ctrl I and go to the console tab. So in the console, we are getting an error. What is this error? This error saying that this button click is not a function. Why is that? Can you guys guess? Yes, of course. We just only link this method to this click event. But still we don't have this method initialized or created inside this component class. That's why we are getting this error. To solve this error, let's create this button click method inside the app component file. Wait, before that, I want to show you something. You guys maybe noticed this. So look at this. We got this compile error that's saying this button click is not defined. Not only that, look at this internal terminal window. we are getting the same error, and also we are getting the line number as well. See how this is easy to debug the error. This is the beauty of TypeScript. We can get the error on the stage of compile. We don't have to wait until the runtime of this app to identify the errors. Alright, get back to the work. Go to the app component TS file and create the button click method. Inside this class scope, the method name is button click. This C is capital. After this, parenthesis and the method scope. Inside this method, let's log a simple message. Button click event worked. Save this file. Now look at this. This time we are not getting any compile errors. Perfect. Go to the browser. Now click on this button. Look at the browser console. We are not getting any errors like previous. If we look further, we can find this button clicked event worked log printed inside the console, which means the button click event is working perfectly. So this is how we use event binding in Angular. In Angular, we have a concept for event filtering. Let's see an example for this. Create an input field. For this input field, I'm gonna bind keyup event. So inside brackets, keyup event. You guys already know this. For data binding, we used square brackets. For event binding, we use this default brackets. After this equal sign, let's call a method from here on keyup, then parentheses. Now we are getting this compilation error saying that this onKeyUp is not exist. To solve this problem, let's create this method. Inside the app component TS file, create onKeyUp method. After this, onKeyUp, this K is capital, parentheses, and the method scope. Inside this for now, let's log something and see whether this method is working or not. So console.log inside brackets, let's log keyup event working. Save this and back to the browser. Now we can see this input field. So type something inside this input field. Now look inside the browser console. Perfect, we got this log. Every time we type something inside this text field, we got this log printed inside the browser console. Perfect. Now what I want to do is, I want to log this message only when I press the enter key, not all the time like this. So let's do that. First, we have to capture which key pressed on the keyboard. For that, pass the event object with this method $event. Now capture this event parameter from the onKeyUp method inside this parenthesis $event. So this time log this event parameter instead of this text. So save this all and back to the browser. Type something inside this input field. Now look at the console. In here we got this event object log. If I expand this, we can find a list of useful properties of this key event object. We can use these event object properties as per our requirement. So in our case, we're gonna use only this key code. I typed A inside the text field. I can see that with this key property. After this, we can see this key code for this A key is 65. This time I type S. Look at this, we got another event object printed here. The key code is for the S letter is this 83. Again, if I type inside the input field, rather getting this all object log, we'll log only this key code. Then we can see this clearly. So back to the app component TS file. Inside this, we are logging the event parameter. Now I want to log only the key code. So after this dot key code, this C is capital. Save this and back to the browser. Now type A inside the terminal. Perfect, we got this key code printed here. Like this, we will get a unique key code for each and every key that we typed inside this text field. Perfect, right? Alright, now I want to log this when only press the enter key, not all the time like this. For that, first let's look the traditional way. Then we'll look the Angular event filtering way. In traditional, we will add an if statement and check whether the key code is equal to the enter keys key code. Let's do that. First, inside this method, if statement, inside brackets, pass the logic. $event dot key code equals. Now set this equal to the enter keys key code. Back to the browser and inside this text field, hit enter. This is the key code for the enter key 13. Now add this key code 13 here. After this, if statement scope. Inside the scope, put this log. Cut this from here and put it inside this if statement. Change the log to enter key pressed. Save this and back to the browser. Now type something inside the text field. Look at the browser console. Nothing printed here. Now hit the enter key. Look at the console. Perfect. This time we got this log when enter key is pressed. So now we are getting this log only when we press the enter key. Not all the time we typed inside this input field like previous. So this is how we doing this using the traditional way, but in Angular we have something cleaner and very easy method. Let's look at that. In Angular we have event filtering. We can call this key up when only press the enter key using the event filtering. This is very easy. Just type after this event dot and enter. So with this we are filtering the key up event only work when press the enter key. Simple, right? Now we don't have to pass the event object here. Inside the TS file, remove the event parameter because we are not getting any parameters. And now we don't need if statement and this key code logic. Remove them all and keep only this log. Now save this and back to the browser. Type some characters inside the text field. Look at the console. We are not getting anything. Now hit the enter key. Beautiful. We got this enter key pressed log. Perfect, right? With this simple line of event filtering, we got this log. This is very cleaner and understandable rather than the previous code. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, this is how we use event filtering in Angular. Awesome. So in any case, if we want to get the typed value of this input field, how do we going to get that? We can do that by passing the event object like previous. Pass the event object as a parameter for this method, $event. Go to the app component TS file. Inside this method on keyup, pass the event parameter, $event. Alright, let's log this value using the event parameter. So remove this previous log. This time to get the typed values inside the input field, log this $event dot target dot value. So this is how we get the values from this event object. Save this all and back to the browser. Type something inside the input field. Let's type Angular. Hit enter. Look at the console. Perfect, right? We got this value inside the console. So this is how we get typed values inside of an input field. But in Angular, we have a cleaner approach for this. So let's see that in action. First, we have to identify this input field. So we can do that using the template variable in Angular. It's very simple. Just #sign. After this, just give any name for this field. Just assume this field is used to get usernames. So give this field name as username. Keep this in your mind. This #sign is important. Then only this becomes as a template variable in Angular. Next, we have to pass the typed value to this method when pressing the enter key. This time we don't need the event object. So remove this. Now pass the values using this template variable. Template variable is username. So this is this template variable which represent this input field. After this dot and value. That's it. With this, we are passing this input field's value to this method as a parameter. Save this and now go to the app component TS file. Inside this keyApp method, this time we are not passing the event object. So remove it and simply add a variable to capture the parameter, username. After this, simply log this parameter in the console. Save this and back to the browser. Type something inside this input field, John Doe. Hit enter. Look at the console. We got this value John Doe printed inside the browser console. Perfect, right? So this is how we use template variables in Angular. Hope you guys got the idea. So in previous, we learned how to get the value from the input field using the Angular template variable. So in this video, let's look at another cleaner way of getting data from this input field. In previous, we declared a variable in HTML file and we passed that variable values to this method and we captured that parameter. But now let's see how to assign this input field value to a variable created inside the component class. Alright, first create a variable inside of this component class. Variable name is username. This N is capital. The variable type will be string. Now what I want to do is, I want to assign this text field value to this variable. How do we going to do that? This is very easy. For this, we have another data binding method in Angular, like the string interpolation property binding. So for this, we have Angular two-way data binding method. Let's see this in action. Keep this previous example. After this, create another input field. The type will be text. Now let's see how to bind this text to this component variable. Very simple. Inside this input, first create square brackets. Inside this square brackets, open and close simple brackets. Inside these brackets, type NgModel. This is NgModel is a special Angular syntax for this two-way data binding. Keep this in your mind. This M must be capital. Next, equal sign. Now inside these quotes, pass the variable name that we created inside the component TypeScript file. Username. This N is capital. That's it. We have successfully assigned this text field's value to this username variable, which is created inside this TS file. If we look at this carefully, we are getting a compile error. NgModel isn't a known property of this input field. Why is that? Because this NgModel is inside of Angular Forms module. So in order to remove this error, we have to import the Forms module to our Angular project. So open the appmodules.ts file. Inside this, let's import the Forms module. At the top of this import section, add the import statement. Import inside curly brackets Forms module. This F and M will be capital letters. Next, from, then module path will be @Angular/forms. Pass this inside quotes. After this, add this imported Forms module inside this import. After this browser module, comma, Forms module. That's it. Now our Angular app knows that we are using the Forms modules features inside our Angular app. Now go to the app component HTML file. Now look at this. This time we are not getting any compile errors. Beautiful. Alright, now let's simply add the keyApp event with the event enter key filter like the previous example. Just copy and paste it here. This time we don't need to pass this template variable. Remove it. That's it. Now go to the app component TypeScript file and remove this parameter. We don't need that anymore. This time log this username variable instead of this parameter variable. If you can remember, in order to access a TypeScript class variable inside of a method, we have to use this keyword. So this dot username, this N is capital. Now save this all and back to the browser. Type something inside this text field and hit enter. We got this John Doe inside the console. Beautiful, isn't it? So this is how we use two-way data binding approach to get the values of input field. In the previous video, we learned about the two-way data binding. Some of you may wonder what is this two-way data binding, how this is different from this property binding, and actually what is this two-way data binding and one-way data binding. So if you look at the one-way data binding, so this one-way data binding will bind the data from the component to the view. So this one-way data binding is unidirectional. So you can only bind the data from the component to the view. Let me show you a quick example for this. Create another input tag after this input and hit enter. Input type will be text. Now I want to add value to this input. How do we do that normally? We set the value property to this input field and we'll add the value inside the quotes. Value will be something one-way data binding. So save this and back to the browser. Look at this. We got this two-way data binding inside this text field. So this is how we doing this in normal HTML. But I want to make this dynamic. So I will create a variable inside the component TS file, something text value. This V is capital. This variable's data type is string. So after this, assign a value for this. Inside quotes, something value is coming from the component. So save this now. Go to the app component HTML file. Now I want to pass the text value variable to this input. How do we do that? If you can remember, we learned earlier how to show a variable inside of this HTML view using string interpolation and property binding. Now we are dealing with this value property. So let's use the property binding method. So let's make this value property as a property binding by wrapping this inside of a square brackets. Now we are getting the value from the component. So remove this hand-coded value and add the variable name, text value. Now save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we got this value inside this input field. Now think if we want to capture this value when we press the enter key, like previous video example. For that, first bind the event with the event filtering for enter key. Assign it to this same onKeyApp method. Save this. Now go to the component TS file and remove this previous log and add this new log. This time log this text value variable. Save this all and back to the browser. Now we got this value inside this text field. So hit enter. Look at the browser console. In here we got this log saying value coming from the component, which is same as this. Now let's change this value to value coming from view. Now hit enter. Look at the console. This time also we got this same previous message. Again change this to something else. Still we are getting the same message. What is happening here? If you look at the code, this is passing this text value variable's value to this input with property binding. But this cannot modify this changed value and assign it to this component text value variable. That's why we are getting this same value from this log. So this is what we called one-way data binding. With this, we can only bind data from component to view. We cannot change this variable's value from inside of this view or with this HTML page. But with the two-way data binding, we can pass data from component to view and also we can send data from view to component. Let's see this in action. Again create another input field. Input type is text. Now bind this text value variable to this In previous example, we did this using the property binding. This time, let's do this with the two-way data binding. We learned about this in the previous video. So open and close square brackets. Inside this again simple brackets. Inside this type ng model. So this is the special Angular syntax for two-way data binding. So after this equal sign, now pass the variable name inside quotes, text value. After this, add this same keyup function. Copy and paste it here. Save this all and back to the browser. We got this value inside this second input as well. Now change this value to value coming from the View and hit enter. Look at the console. This time this value changed to this value. Again type something else and hit enter. Perfect, right? We got this value log inside the browser console. So this is the usage of two-way data binding. If we quickly recap this, with one-way data binding, we can only set data from component to View. We cannot modify or add changes to that data from View and send it back to the component. But in two-way data binding, we can pass data from component to View, and also we can modify that data and send it back to the component from the View. This string interpolation, property binding, class binding, and the style binding, all these data bindings are included into the one-way data binding category. We can only do two-way data binding using only this ng model syntax. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, let's do a small task. This is going to be a very quick small task. All you have to do is create this simple form and display the input fields typed value down here. We have this simple form which includes these fields, a text field for the post title, next a text area for post details, after that another text field for post image URL. After this we have this text field for post URL. And at last we got this checkbox to highlight the background color of this post title. If I type a post title inside this will show the post title real time down here. Like that. If I add a post details, this also rendered down here. Next, if I add an image URL which I got from Google, this image also rendered down here. If I add a post URL which also a dummy URL which I got from Google, this will show us this more detailed link. And if I click this link, which will open this added website link inside of another browser tab. At last, if I check this checkbox, this will give us this nice yellow background color for this post title. If I uncheck this checkbox, this will remove the background color. That's it, nothing fancy, very simple task. All you have to do is first design the form, then use the two-way data binding approach to capture these form values. After that, using the string interpolation, property binding, class binding and event binding, create this preview area. Don't worry, nothing fancy here, very simple task. All you have to do is just think and apply one of the data binding approaches to generate this preview area. As always, try to do this task on your own. If you forget anything, just go through on this section again and learn it again. Don't give up. Take your own time and complete this task. Once you have completed the task, continue with the next lecture. All the best. Hope you guys did the task well. If any of you missed to complete the task, don't worry. Let's continue the task with me. Alright, inside the app component HTML file, let's create the HTML form. So create a div with form-area CSS class. Inside this, first we have the heading, so h1 tag. Inside this, post form. After this, create an input field, input, hit enter. The type is text and the placeholder post title. Next, the text area, so type text area and hit enter. We don't need this name attribute, so remove it. And a placeholder post details. Next again, two input fields, one for the post image URL and another one for the post URL. At last, create a checkbox. Input, hit enter. Input type will be a checkbox. Add text after this input, add this text after this input, add background. So now save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, all these input fields are in one row. I don't want this. Make this form vertical. Back to the VS Code. We can do this using CSS, but I'm not going to do that. Just simply add BR tags to achieve the vertical layout. After this h1 tag, add two BR tags. Copy these BR tags and paste it after these all input fields. Now again save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this beautiful vertical form. Now let's make this form center. So again back to the VS Code. Let's add the style to this form dash area. Inside app component CSS file, CSS selector is this class form dash area and the CSS scope. Inside this, add these CSS styles. So set margin dash top to 50 pixels and set text dash align to center. Save this and back to the browser. Now this form looks perfect, right? Alright, now let's create TypeScript variables for two-way data binding. So inside the post component TS file, the first variable is for the post title. So the variable name is post title. Use the camel casing naming convention. The data type is string. Next for the post details. So variable name is post details. This D is capital. This data type also string. Next we need a variable for this image URL. So variable name is image URL. This URL all capital. Data type will be as always string. Next for the post URL, this also same as previous variable. Data type is string. At last we need a boolean value for this checkbox. As you know, checkbox will return boolean values. If this checkbox is selected, the value is true. If this checkbox is unselected, the value is false. So to bind this checkbox value, we have to create a boolean variable. The variable name is addBackground. Make this be capital. This time data type is boolean. Alright, we have successfully created variables for all these form values. Now let's do the two-way data binding. As you know, to create a two-way data binding, inside this input tag, first square brackets. Inside this square brackets, add a pair of normal brackets. So inside these brackets, NgModel. After this, equal sign. Inside quotes, pass the variable name that we want to bind to this input field. This input field is for the post title, so the variable name is post title. If you can remember, this is how we bind data to a TypeScript variable using the two-way data binding approach. Likewise, bind these all inputs to the relevant variable using the two-way data binding. So next one is this text area. So copy this previous NgModel and paste it here. This time variable name is post details. Again paste the NgModel for this image URL field. Change the variable name to image URL. Again paste this inside this post URL input. This time variable name is post URL. At last, paste the NgModel for this checkbox input and change the variable name to addBackground. That's it. We successfully completed the two-way data binding. Simple, right? Alright, now let's show these input fields value inside the browser using the string interpolation. So after this form area, create another div, preview area div. So div.preview-area and hit enter. This is also going to be the same as this form area style. So inside the CSS file, add the preview-area class after this form-area. So now save this and back to the HTML file. Now inside of an h1 tag, let's render the post title using the string interpolation. How do we do string interpolation? Open and close two curly braces. Inside this, add the post title variable. Next, let's add the post details inside of a p tag. So p, hit enter. Inside this, open and close two curly brackets. Inside these brackets, pass the post details variable. Let's see how this looks like. Save this and back to the browser. Type something inside the post title. Look at this. When I type inside this text field, this is automatically rendered here in real time. So this is the beauty of this two-way data binding. Again, type something inside this post details. Perfect. We got the post details down here. Beautiful. Alright, get back to the work. Next, let's show the image when we type the image URL inside this input field. So back to the VS Code. Let's render the image at the top of this preview area. So img, hit enter. This time we are going to add this image tags src. This is a property of this image tag. So this time we're going to use the property binding approach. So wrap this src inside of square brackets. Now pass the image URL variable to this property binding. Save this and back to the browser. Add an image URL inside this. Let's get an image URL from Google. Search for small images. Go to the image tab and select any of this image and copy the image address. Now go to the Angular and paste the image URL inside this input. Perfect, right? As you can see here, we got this image rendered inside this preview. Beautiful. Alright, next let's add link tag and bind this post URL. So A and hit enter. Let's bind the post URL to this href property. To make this property binding, put this href inside of a square brackets and bind this property to post URL variable. Next, I want to load this URL inside of another new browser tab when someone clicks this anchor tag. So add this target blank. After this, add this anchor tag text more details. Save this and back to the browser. Just simply add a simple URL. I add www.google.com. Now click this more details. As you can see here, this opened the google.com inside of another browser tab. Perfect, right? If you noticed here, this more details anchor tag is showing here even when this post URL field is empty. I don't want that. I want to show this more details anchor tag when this field has a value. Otherwise, I want to hide this link. So let's do that. For this, I'm going to use the style binding approach. What I'm going to do is, if this post URL variable is empty, I'm going to set this anchor tag display none. If this is not empty, I will set this anchor tag display block. So we're going to use the style binding. So inside this anchor tag, square brackets, inside this style dot, then the style DOM object property is display. After this equal sign, now let's pass the condition. Inside double quotes, the variable name is post URL. So please carefully follow this capital simple letters, otherwise you will get errors. Post URL. After this question mark, which means if this is true, set the display value to block. Inside single quotes, pass the block. Else, semicolon. So we define else part with this semicolon. Set this to display none. So inside single quotes, none. So now save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, now we cannot see the more details link. If I type a link inside this post URL, we got this more details link. If I again remove this URL, look at this. Now we can see the more details link. Perfect, right? So, alright, next let's do the background effect. For this, I want to apply a background color to the post title when this checkbox selected. Let's do that. This is also very simple. For this, let's use the class binding approach. Before that, let's add a style. Go to the app CSS file. For the CSS selector, we're going to use a CSS class because now we are going to deal with class binding. Let's name this CSS class something add-background. After this, CSS scope. Inside this, set the background color to yellow and set the padding to 10 pixels. Perfect. Now our add background CSS class is ready. Alright, let's do the class binding. Inside this h1 starting tag, open and close a square bracket. Inside this, we are doing the class binding. So class, after this, dot, next, the CSS class name that we want to add background. Next equal sign, and after this, inside quotes, pass this variable add background, which is bounded to this checkbox. That's it. Very easy, right? When someone checks this checkbox, this add background variable will set to true. If this is not checked, this will set to false. So save this all and back to the browser. Type something inside this post title. Now check this checkbox. We got this background yellow color. But this is applied to this full row. I don't want that. I just need to apply the background color only to this title, not to this whole row. To solve this, back to the VS Code. Inside this post title h1 tag, create a span. Put this string interpolation inside the span tags. At last, remove this binding from h1 tag and put it inside this span tag. That's it. Now save this and back to the browser. Add the post title. Check this add background checkbox. Look at this. We got this beautiful yellow background. Now uncheck this. This time this removed the background color. Perfect. So this is the end of this task. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, this is the end of this section. So far in this section, we learned about how to handle data and display data in Angular. We learned about string interpolation, property binding, class binding, style binding, and at last we learned about two-way data binding, and also we learned how to use this two-way data binding by doing a small task. If any of you did not get any of the parts of this section, go back and learn it again. If you still don't get it, learn it again. Never give up. And also, as always, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask in the Q&A area. Alright, we'll meet you in the next section. So in this section, we're going to learn about Angular directives in detail. At the end of this section, you will know what is Angular directive and how to use that. Types of Angular directives, about ngIf directive, ngTemplate directive, ngSwitch cases directive, ng4 directive, and also we will learn about the ngClass and ngStyle directive. At last, we will learn about the difference between structural and attribute directives. So this section is going to be awesome. Let's get started. An Angular directive is basically a special type of technology that can manipulate the DOM object, like adding HTML elements, removing HTML elements from DOM dynamically. Directives are one of the very important feature in Angular. In the previous video, we learned about Angular components, right? So this Angular component also including to this Angular directive category. Directives are components without a view. They are components without a template. Or, to put it another way, components are directives with a view. Everything you can do with a directive, you can also do with the component. But not everything you can do with the component, you can do with a directive. Alright, in Angular we have 4 types of directives: component directive, structural directive, attribute directive, and custom directives. So this first type of component directive, which is an Angular directive with a template view. So we already know about this. An Angular component as this template view HTML page. So this Angular component also one of the directive types in Angular. Alright, the next one is structural directive. Using this type of Angular directive, we can change the DOM layout by adding and removing DOM elements. With this, we can change the appearance or behavior of an element, component, or another directive. At last, we got this custom directive. With this, we can create our own custom directive from scratch. Yeah, I know these definitions may got confused you, but don't worry, we will learn about these all types of directives one by one. Alright, in this video let's look at the first directive ng4. We use this ng4 Angular directive to render an array object inside of the HTML view. This ng4 is a structural directive because using this ng4 we do DOM manipulation such as adding, removing HTML elements to the DOM. Let's see this in action. So inside the app component TS file, create a simple array for a list of posts. The array name is post array. Make this A capital. The type is array and the array type is string. Now assign this to simple array values inside of square brackets. The first value is post1. Put this inside of quotes because we are creating a string data type array. The second value is post2. Likewise, post3, post4 and post5. Now I want to show this post array inside the browser. As previous, we can use the string interpolation for this. Let's do that and see how it looks like. Inside the HTML view page, inside of a p tag, let's add this string interpolation, double curly brackets. Inside this array name is post array. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this array printed here. But this is actually not looking good, right? All array values stacked in one line. So now I want to render these array values one by one inside of an unordered list. How do we going to do that? Now we know inside this array, we got these 5 values because we hand coded this array. So we can render this one by one, something like this. Create a UL tag with 5 li tags. Inside this first li tag, we can use the same approach as previous string interpolation. This time I'm going to print the first value of this array rather printing all values like previous. So from an array, we capture single data using the array index number. So first the array name post array inside square brackets. To print this first array value, inside this li tag, we have to pass the array index number which is 0. Hope you guys already know about the array. Array index start with 0, not with 1. So the index of this first value is 0. After this, inside the second li tag, this time the index number is 1. Next 2, likewise 3 and 4. Now save this and back to the browser. This time we got this beautiful list instead of previous ugly stacked array values. Alright, now this is okay, but this is not the best approach to fetch a list of array values. We did this string interpolation approach because we know the array value count, because we hand coded this array. Think if there is a situation we are getting this array from the database and we don't know the length of this array. In that case, we cannot use this string interpolation approach directly. In that case, we don't know exactly how many values are inside the array. As a solution for this situation, we can use the ng directive. Normally we use for loop to fetch an array in JavaScript, something like this. So inside the constructor method, for loop keyword, then the logic, inside the brackets, let I assign 0 because array starts with 0, semicolon. Next we will define the for loop condition. This I variable smaller than this dot post array dot length. With this condition we are telling to this loop, run this loop until this I variable is less than this array's length. After this, semicolon, and add an increment to this variable I++. Alright, inside this for loop, log the array values, log, hit enter, inside brackets, post array, inside square brackets, the array index we represent with this I variable. Save this and back to the browser. Look at the browser console. We got these array values printed one by one. So this is the JavaScript way. But in order to render these array values inside the Vue template, we use Angular ng directive. So let's see this in action. Inside the HTML file, we're gonna render this inside of an unordered list like previous. So after this, create another UL tag. This time we need only one li tag. Now inside this li tag, asterisk or the star symbol, ng4. This F is capital. After this, assign inside quotes let post of post array. After this, inside this li tag, now we can use the string interpolation to show these array values. Open and close two curly braces. Inside this post, which is this post variable, save this and back to the browser. Look at this, we got this list of posts which is fetched using the ng4 directive. In previous we fetched this string array using the ng4 directive. Now let's look at how to fetch an object array using the ng4 directive. This also the same as the previous string array. First, let's create an object array inside the component.ts file. The array variable name is obj array. This A is capital. The data type is array and the array type is object. Now assign this to a list of array objects, square brackets for define array. Inside this, let's create an object. We create object using the curly brackets. So open and close curly bracket. Inside this, let's pass the object key and value. So as a first object key value pair, add this. The key is id and value is 1. After this, comma, next object key value pair is post title and value is post 1. Put this inside quotes because this value is a string. Like this, create 4 more objects, copy and paste this and add comma after this. The id is 2 and the post title is post 2. id 3, post 3, id 4, post 4. At last, id 5 and post 5. Now let's fetch this inside the browser using the ng4 directive. Back to the HTML file and create a UL tag with one li tag. Inside this li tag, asterisk ng4 assign inside quotes let post of obj array. So this is the new variable and this is the object array variable that we created inside the component TypeScript file. So inside this li tag, let's print this using the string interpolation. Open and close two curly brackets and the variable name is post. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this object printed here. What's going on here? In order to show an object inside of the HTML view, we have to convert this to a JSON value. We cannot directly show an object inside the browser view. That's why we are getting this object printed here. To solve this, we have to convert this to a JSON format data. So we can use the Angular JSON pipe. Just add the pipe operator after this inside this string interpolation and the pipe name is JSON. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. We got this object values printed here with JSON data format. Guys, don't worry about this Angular pipe thing. We have a whole separate section for these Angular pipes. So in that section, you will learn about these pipes in detail. Alright, back to the work. Now we got this object array values printed here. But we don't show data inside the browser like this, right? Let's fetch only this post title value inside this li tag. For that, back to the VS Code. Remove this pipe. We don't need that anymore. We are going to print only the post title. With this post variable, we got all the object key value pairs. So after this, dot post title, which is the object key for post title. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, right? Now we got this post title printed with this unordered list. Before the end of this video, one more thing. You guys maybe noticed this already. We are getting an error here saying that this post title is not defined and there is no this value inside the object. Actually, this is not a compile error. Because if this is a compile error, we will get that error inside the terminal and also this code will not work. As you know, we successfully rendered this post title inside the browser without any problem. So what is wrong with this? Actually, this is a kind of a bug in ESLint plugin. In order to solve this problem, we have few solutions, but I recommend you guys to do this. Just change this array type object to any. Now save this and back to the HTML file. Look at this. This time we are not getting this error. So this is just a small bug in my opinion. Hope the ESLint team may fix this soon. Alright, so this is how we fetch data of an array object using the ng4 directive. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, let's add a new data object to this array when we click a button. So create a button before this UL tag button, hit enter. The button text will be add new data. Now I'm going to bind a click event to this button. Inside this button tag, brackets, inside brackets, click. Now assign this to a method something add new and parentheses. We are getting this compile error because this method is still not created. So go to the component TS file and create this method. Add new, this n is capital, then parentheses and the method scope. Inside this, let's add a new object to this array. This dot obj array dot push. We add new values to an array using the push method. This is just JavaScript. So inside parentheses, push the new object. Curly brackets. Inside this, ID 6 and the post title is post 6. Now save this and back to the browser. Click this button. As you can see here, we got this new post value rendered here without reloading the page, and this happened in real time. How this happened? In Angular, we have this change detection mechanism. When we click a button or if we do any DOM events, AJAX request or any timer function, Angular will perform this change detection mechanism and apply all the changes to the DOM in real time. So in our case, when we click this button, add new data button, Angular will perform this change detection and check whether there are any changes in the DOM. So with this mouse click, we added a new object to this array. So in this case, Angular change detection will detect these changes and apply it to the DOM. That's why we got this newly created post object rendered inside this list. Let's remove an object from the array and see what's happening here. To delete a value, we need a delete button. So add the delete button inside this list button, hit enter, button value is delete. Now bind a click event for this button inside brackets, click and assign it to a method something on delete. Create this method inside the TS file. Method name is onDelete, parentheses, and the method scope. So in order to remove an array object from an array, first we need the index of the array, then only we can remove an object from an array using that index number. So in order to get the array index number, we have to pass that array value to this method. So back to the HTML file and so pass this post object to this onDelete method as a parameter. Save this and back to the TS file. From here, capture that parameter from this method onDelete. Create a parameter variable post. Now let's get the index number. Let index assign this dot. The array name is obj array dot index of this O is capital and pass the parameter array value to this inside of the bracket. So with this we are getting the index number of this passed array value. Now let's remove that array object from this array. This dot array name is obj array dot splice. We can use this splice method to remove an array value from an object. Alright, next inside brackets, pass the index number that we want to remove and then pass the number of object that we want to delete. In our case, this is 1. Save this and back to the browser. Click on this delete button. So this will remove this post 4. Click it. Perfect, right? This post 4 is removed. If you noticed, this also happened in real time. So this is the beauty of Angular. Every time we performed some changes on our app, the Angular change detector will detect the changes and render it to the view in real time. In previous, we learned how to remove an array object value from an object array when we click this button. And also I said that in order to remove an object from an array, we need the index number of that removing object value. Then only we can remove that object value from the array. So for that, we use the traditional JavaScript approach to get the array index. We pass the target array object to this onDelete method as a parameter. And inside that method, we captured that target object and we got that array object values index using this index of method. After that, we removed that object from the main array using the splice method. To get the target array index, we have a very simple and cleaner way in Angular. With this ng4 attribute, we can fetch the index number as well. Let's see this in action. After this ng4, add a semicolon and add this index as I. So what is happening here? I just assigned this array index to this I variable. This variable name can be any name. Now we can use that index number on this view. Let's render this index number inside the view. Before this, just add the I variable, which is assigned to the index. Save this and back to the browser. Look at this. We got this array index in front of this post title, starting from 0. Because you guys already know array starts from 0. Alright, now all we have to do is just pass this I variable instead of this full post object to this onDelete method. So remove this post parameter and pass the index variable I. Save this and go to the component.ts file. Inside onDelete parentheses, this time we are not getting the post object. So remove this and create a new parameter variable to capture the index number. So I will define this as index. Now we don't need this index of method. Remove it. That's it. This time this index is this parameter which is coming from the HTML view. Save this all and look back to the browser. Click one of these delete button. As you can see here, this removed this array object. So this is how we use the index of an array using the ng4 directive. Think if there is no data inside of this array, this is empty. So in that case, if we render this inside the browser, we are not getting anything because we don't have anything inside the array. Now what I want to do is, instead of this empty view, I want to show a message here something. There is no data to fetch. If there is any data inside the array, I want to fetch them here. If there is no data, I want to show the message there is no data to fetch. Clear, right? To do this, we're going to use another directive in Angular, which is ngIf. This is something like if else in JavaScript. We use this ngIf directive to show something conditionally inside the view. So let's see this in action. Once again, what I want to do is, I want to fetch this list if there is data inside the array. If there is no data, I want to fetch a message instead of this empty list. So before this, let's create a div and put this unordered list inside this div. Now I want to fetch this unordered list when there is data. So inside this div tag, let's add the ngIf directive. This is also structural directive. So asterisk ngIf. This I is capital. After this, equal sign. Now pass the condition inside quotes. Pass the array name, which is obj array, then dot length. After this, greater than sign and 0. So some of you may wonder what is happening with this condition. With this condition, I am checking that is this array's length is greater than 0. If there is data inside of this array, the length of this array will be greater than 0. So in that case, this statement becomes true. If this is true, this div will show inside the browser. Very simple, right? Next, I want to show a message when there is no data. So down here, create another div. Inside this div, create a p tag and add this message. There is no data to fetch. Now let's add the ngIf directive to this second div. Inside this div tag, asterisk icon, ngIf, equal sign. Inside this, the condition. This time, the condition is obj array dot length equals 0. With this condition, we are checking the length of this array is equals to 0 or not. If there is no data in the array, the length of this array becomes 0 and this statement will be true. So in this case, this div will show inside the browser. Very simple logic. Hope you guys got the idea. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this message. There is no data to fetch because there is no data inside the array. Now click this button, add new data. This added the new data to the array. Now look at this. This time we got this unordered list because now inside our array we have this new data. If I click this again, we got the second value printed here. Now remove one of this value using the delete button. Now we have only one data. Also, if I removed this last array value, can you guys guess what will happen here? Yes, you are correct. If I remove this last data from the array becomes empty. This ngIf statement will return false because there is no data. And this second statement becomes true. So this ngIf will remove this unordered list from the DOM and this will show this message p tag inside the DOM. So let's see this in action. Click this delete. We got this message. Beautiful, right? So this is how we use ngIf directive in Angular. Alright, in the previous video we learned how to use ngIf directive. We used ngIf directive to show this array data conditionally. If you look at this, you can notice that we used two ngIf directives to do this. In JavaScript, we have this if else. We add the condition in if this condition is false, then else part will execute. We can implement the same thing if and else approach using this Angular ngIf directive rather than adding these two ngIf directives. Let's see this in action. We can add else after this condition. So add a semicolon, else. Now we have to tell this to show this no data message. How do we going to do that? In Angular View, we can identify an HTML element using template variables. If you can remember, we learned about this in the previous section. So give an identifier to this div. Now we don't need this ngIf, so remove it and give an identifier to this. Hashtag template variable name something no data. This name can be any name. Now pass this template variable to this else. After this else, template variable name is no data. Pass this here without the hash sign. Save this and back to the browser. We got this no data message because we don't have any data inside the array. So let's add the new data using the button. As you can see here, we got this new data here. But we have a problem here. Still, we can see this no data message. What's going on here? When we're using a structural directive, if we use a div tag to show data conditionally using template variable, something like this condition won't work. That's why we are seeing this message even when there is data inside the array. To solve this problem, we have a special type of tag called ngTemplate. With this ngTemplate, we can load data to the browser conditionally using the structural directives. So change this div tag to ng-template. Now save this and back to the browser. Now we're seeing this no data message, add a new data. As you can see here, this time we are not getting the no data message. So delete this data. Perfect. We got the no data message, which means now this else statement is working perfectly. And one more thing, we cannot use this ngTemplate tag as a normal HTML tag. If I create another ngTemplate tag and add something ngTemplate message, save this and back to the browser. we cannot see this ngTemplate tag here because we cannot use this as a simple HTML tag. We can only use this ngTemplate with the structural directive, something like this. If not, this will not display inside the HTML view. Alright, we have another approach for this. We can use ngTemplate for both these truthy and falsy conditions. Let's do that. Create another ngTemplate tag inside this. Cut this unordered list and paste it here inside this ngTemplate. Give a name for this ngTemplate to identify this hashtag post list. Now I want to show this ngTemplate when this condition is true. So after this condition, then keyword and pass the template variable name post list. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. This is working as we planned. So this is just an approach. If you don't like it, you can use the previous approach, no problem. So this is how we use ngTemplate in Angular. In this video, let's look at another Angular directive, ng-switch cases. This is also the same as JavaScript or any other programming languages switch cases. Let's see an example for this. Let's create a simple step form. First, let's create 3 buttons for 3 steps. Create a div. Inside this div, create 3 button tags. Button values will be step 1, step 2 and step 3. After this, create another 3 div tags. Inside the first div, step 1 form. Second div, step 2 form. Third div, step 3 form. Now I want to show one of this div when I click the relevant button. For example, if I click this first button, I want to show this step 1 div. If I press the step 2 button, I want to show this step 2 button. Let's do that. Inside the TypeScript file, create a variable, something step form. The variable type will be string. Now what I want to do is, I want to change this variable's value when clicking the button. For example, if I click the step 1 button, I want to change this variable value to step 1. So let's do that. We can do that simply using the click event. So create a click event inside this step button, brackets, click, equal sign. The method name is onClick. Pass step 1 as parameter because I am dealing with the step 1 button. Now inside the TypeScript file, create the onClick method. Inside this class scope, onClick, this C is capital, parenthesis, and the method scope. We are getting a parameter with this, so capture that parameter, create a parameter variable inside this parenthesis, status. Inside this method, assign this status to this step form variable. This dot step form assign this parameter variable is status. Alright, now we can show this step 1 div using the ngIf directive. Inside this first div, let's add the ngIf directive asterisk ngIf equal sign inside quotes. The statement is if this step form equals step 1. If you noticed, I passed this as a string inside single quotes. I used double quotes for this whole statement, and for this I used the single quotes. With this condition, I am checking that is this step form variable value is equals to form 1 or not. If this is form 1, the statement will become true and this div will appear on the browser. So let's do this to all of these divs. So first add the click event for the button. Change the parameter values to step 2 and step 3. After this, copy and paste this ngIf to other divs and change the condition. This one is to step 2 because I want to show this div when click this step 2 button. Likewise, this last div statement is step 3. Alright, save this all and go to the browser. we can see these buttons. Click this step 1 button, we got this message, step 1 form. Click this button step 2, we got this step 2 form message. Again click this last step 3 button, we got this step 3 message. So this is working as we planned. But if we look at this code, we are using the ngIf directive several times. So rather using this ngIf directive, we can use a switch case. So let's see how to do that. Put these divs inside of another div. Now add the ng switch to this div. For this we're gonna use the property binding approach. So inside square brackets, ng switch. Keep this in your mind. This is not an actual property in the DOM. This is just a property for this switch case directive. Now bind this to the variable step form, which is declared in the component TypeScript file. Now remove this all ngIf directives, because this time we are going to use the ng switch case directive. So let's add the ng switch case directive to these divs. This is a structural div, so asterisk then ng switch case. This S and C uppercase. After this equal sign, inside double quotes, now pass the condition. I want to show this step 1 form div if this variable value is equals to step 1. So pass this as a string. Inside this double quotes, single quote. Now inside this single quotes, step 1. Like this, add this ng switch case directive to these divs as well. Copy and paste it. This one is for step 2. This one is for step 3. Save this and back to the browser. This is now empty. So click this step 1. We got this message from step 1. Click this step 2. We got this message. Step 3. We got this step 3 form message. So this is working as previous without any problem. So in this switch case directive, we have another option to show when this variable value is something different from these values. Let's assign a different value to this variable, something else. Inside the HTML file, create another div after this. Inside this asterisk ng switch default. So with this, we are telling this switch case to show this div when there is this variable value is something different than this. So inside this div, add this text, something else. Save this and back to the browser. Look at this. This time we got this something else message here. Why is that? At the first time this component loads inside the browser, the value of this variable is different than these switch cases. So in that case, this will show this div something else. Hope you guys got the idea. So this is how we deal with ng switch case directive in an Angular app. I have this h1 tag and this has these inline styles for text color and this text transform style. This will look like something this in the browser. Think if you want to show these styles with a condition, how are we going to do that? In previous, we used this style binding approach for this, something like this. Inside this h1 div, square brackets. So we are doing a style binding. So style dot and the CSS property color. Assign this to the condition variable that I already defined in the TypeScript file is active variable. So pass that variable to this is active. If this is true, this will set this h1 tag's color to red, otherwise set this to black. In here we have another style to make this uppercase. Let's add that also using this style binding. After this, another style binding. I'm going to break this to next line so we can see this clearly. Inside quotes, style dot text transform. So this is the DOM style object. So this T is capital. If this is active variable is true, set this to uppercase. If not, set this to lowercase. That's it. Now we don't need this inline style, so remove it. Save this and back to the browser. We got this uppercase red color h1 text. If I change this to false, now this h1 is in lowercase and black color. If we look at this code, we are repeating the same style binding syntax several times. This is no looking nice, right? In Angular, we have a better and cleaner solution for these kinds of multiple style binding approaches, which is NgStyle directive. We can do the same multiple style binding using this NgStyle binding. Let's see this in action. This is an attribute directive, so inside the square brackets, NgStyle, this S must be capital. Equal sign, double quotes. Inside these quotes, we're gonna pass the all style bindings as an object. So open and close square brackets. Now add the style binding using the key value pair. As a key, we pass the style property, and as the value, we will pass the conditional CSS value. Pass the CSS property as the key. First, I want to set this h1 tag text color, so CSS property is color, colon. Now the condition is active. If this is true, we represent that using the question mark. Set this to red color inside single quotes. CSS value is red. That's it. Like this, let's add the second style. After this, comma, key is text transform. This T must be capital, colon, condition is active. If this is true, set text to uppercase. Otherwise, set this value to lowercase. That's it. Look at this code. Now this is more clean and readable than the previous code. Now save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, now this h1 text is in lowercase and black color. Because now this condition is false. Set this to true. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we got this red uppercase h1 text. Beautiful, isn't it? So this is how we use NgStyle directive in Angular. Always doing this multiple inline style binding is not a good practice. Usually in CSS, if we have something multiple CSS like this, we put this all style inside of a CSS class and we'll add that class to this h1 tag, right? So I'm removing this NgStyle directive. In case if we want to show this class conditionally, we can use the class binding, something like this, right? Think if we have another separate CSS class for font weight and we want to add that class also using the class binding conditionally. How do we going to do that? Very simple. We have to nest another class binding here like this. Save this and back to the browser. When this variable is active is true, we got this. If I set this variable to false, save this and back to the browser. So this is what we got. Alright, as I said earlier, we have a better approach rather than nesting these class bindings. Like the previous NgStyle binding, we got another directive for bind CSS classes called ngClass directive. Very similar to the previous NgStyle directive. So let's see this in action. Inside this h1 tag, open and close square brackets. Inside this ngClass, this C must be capital. After this equal, now we have to pass the CSS classes that we want to bind to this h1 tag as an object. So inside double quotes, open and close a square bracket. Now inside this object, pass the target CSS class as a key. So inside single quotes, the first CSS class is this main CSS class, colon. Now pass the condition as a value for this is active. That's it. Do the same for the second text weight CSS class as well. The key is this CSS class inside single quotes text dash weight, and value is the condition is active. Don't forget to add the comma after this first condition. So with this we are saying if this condition is true, bind this CSS class to this h1 tag. Very simple, right? Look at this code. Very clean, right? Save this and go to the browser. We got this black color lowercase h1 text because this condition is now false. So make this to true. Save and back to the browser. Perfect. We got this red uppercase boldly look h1 text. So this is how we deal with ng class directive in Angular. Alright. Now you guys have an idea about Angular directive. In the first lecture of this section, if you can remember, I said that we have 4 main directive types in Angular. The first one is component directive, which is the Angular component. The second one is structural directive. Third one is attribute directive. And the last one is custom directive. So in this section, let's look at what is structural and attribute directive. The first, what are the structural directives? Structural directives are responsible for the HTML layout. This structural directive shape or reshape the DOM's structure, typically by adding, removing or manipulating the DOM elements. Structural directives are easy to recognize with the leading asterisk symbol. So we learned several directives in this section. So we have few directives with the leading asterisk or the star symbol, which are ng-for, ng-if and the ng-switch cases. So these are the structural directives. Let's look at some examples. I have created just a few examples for this. The first one, the ng-if directive. So what is happening here? With this ng-if directive, we're showing this div when this statement is true. So this will add this div to the DOM when this is true. If this is not true, this will remove this div and this will add this ng template inside the DOM. So with this ng-if directive, we are manipulating the DOM's structure by adding and removing elements to the DOM. So this is why we called this ng-if directive as a structural directive. If you look at the second directive, ng-for, this also adds this list element to the DOM by fetching an array. If there is a data inside the array, this will add list elements to the DOM. If there is no data, this will remove the list element from the DOM. The switch case also the same. If this condition is true, this will add this to the DOM. If the statement is false, this will remove this from the DOM. So this is what we called structural directive. So here is the lesson. With this structural directive, we can manipulate the DOM by adding and removing DOM elements dynamically. So for a structural directive, we use this leading asterisk symbol. So we can easily identify a structural directive with this leading asterisk. So let's look at the attribute directive. So what is attribute directive? An attribute directive changes the appearance or behavior of a DOM element. We can name ng-style and ng-class directives as attribute directives. You guys already knew, with these attributes, we applied styles to an element conditionally. If the statement is true, this will add this style to the DOM. If the statement is false, this will remove the styles from the DOM. So simply, this is what we can do with attribute directives. We use these attribute directives as like property binding inside of a square brackets. We are not adding any leading asterisks because this is not a structural directive. So here is the lesson. With the structural directive, we can manipulate the DOM by adding and removing elements to the DOM's structure. But with the attribute directive, we can only change the appearance of a DOM element. We cannot manipulate the DOM using these attribute directives. So hope you guys got the idea. Alright, let's do a small task to recap what we learned in this section. So this is the task. Create a simple form like this. This form has 3 fields: name, email and address. For the address, use a text area. Down here we have a button called Save Data. So after this form, we got a table with these th heads. The first column is for the number, second column is for name, email, address, and the last column is for action. So fill this form and click this button to get the table. This will load this form's data. Again, type something and hit the save button. This time also data loaded inside the table. Inside the table, every row got this delete button inside the action column. If I click this delete button, this will delete this data from the array. Again, click this delete button. This is removed from the table. So create this simple app using the help of Angular directive, methods and data binding. Very simple. As always, try to do this on your own. Once you completed the task, continue with the next lecture. See you soon. Alright, hope you guys did the task well. In case if you missed anything, continue the task with me. First, let's start with the form. So create a div with class form dash area. So inside this form, h3 tag with text user details. The first input field is for the name. Second field is for email. At last, text area for address. After this, a simple button for save data, and don't forget to add br tags to get a nice vertical form layout. Save this and back to the browser. Let's make this form center to the page. Add a CSS style to this class form dash area inside the CSS file. Dot form dash area and the CSS scope. Inside this, add these styles: margin dash top 50 pixels, text dash align center. Now save this and back to the browser. Perfect. We got this nice looking form. Next, we have to do the two-way data binding to get these inputs values. So create 3 variables inside the component ts file. First one is name and the data type is string. The second variable is email and the data type is string. The last one is for the address field, so this also a string. Alright, now let's bind the data to these input fields using two-way data binding. Inside this first input, open and close square brackets. Inside this, open and close another simple bracket. So inside this ng model. Now bind this to this name variable. Simple, right? After this, copy and paste this ng model to the second input and change the variable name to email. Again, paste the ng model for this text area as well and change the variable to address. Alright, now we have successfully bound all the input fields to these variables. Next, let's make this save data logic. So here's the logic. If someone clicks this button, I want to save this text field's value to an object array. So let's do that. First, let's add the click event to this button. Inside the button tag, open and close a bracket. Inside the brackets, the event is click. Equal sign. Inside quotes, method name is onClick. After this, parentheses. Still, we don't have this onClick method, that's why we are getting this error. Let's create this method inside the TypeScript file. Method name is onClick, parentheses, and the method scope. Let's declare an empty array variable. User array, the data type is array, and array type is any. Now assign this to an empty array, then only we can push data to this array. Now let's push the data to this array using this onClick method. This dot array name is user array dot push after this parenthesis. Now let's pass the object here. So open and close the curly brackets. Inside this, first key value pair is for this input name. So the key is name and value is this variable name. So this dot name. After this comma, the next one is for the email field. The key is email and the value is this dot email. After this again comma, the last one is for the address. So the key is address and value is this variable address. This dot address. That's it. For now, let's log this array to see whether this is working or not. So save this all and back to the browser. Fill this form. Just fill it with random text. Click the save button. Look at the console. Awesome. We got this array log with this object. So click this button again. Perfect, right? We got all the data pushed inside the array. Next, we have to render this array inside of an HTML table. Let's create the HTML table down here inside the HTML file. After this, create a div with class table-area. Inside this div, let's create the table, hit enter. Inside this t-head, hit enter. Inside this t-head, 5 columns, so create 5 th tags. The first one is for the number, so add the hash symbol. The second column is for the name, next email, next address, at last action column for the delete button. After this t-head, tr tag, inside this we need 5 td for these 5 columns. Alright, now let's render the arrays data inside this tr tag. For this we're gonna use the ng directive. So this is a structural directive. So asterisk symbol, ng assign. Next inside the codes, let user of array name is user array. So this a must be capital. After this semicolon, we need the index as well. So let index assign index. So this index variable is created now. This name can be any name and this index is coming from the ng directive. Okay, now let's show this ng data using the string interpolation. For the first tag, want to show the numbers. So for that, let's use this index. Inside string interpolation, index. For the second td, show the name, next email, after the email, address, and for this last td, let's add a delete button. Inside this tr, create the button tag. Button text will be delete. Now let's add the width attribute to this table to get a nice looking table. So set the table width to around 500. Save this all and back to the browser. fill this form and click this save data button. Look at this, we got this data inside the table. Again click this button, we got this again. So this is happening real time without refreshing the browser. This is the beauty of Angular change detection mechanism. So alright, if we look at this number, this is started from 0. Why is that? Because array index is starting from 0. So I want to make this start from number 1. So back to the VS Code, increase this index value by 1. Save this and back to the browser, fill this form, hit the save button. Perfect. Now we are getting these numbers starting from number 1. Alright, let's do the delete button logic. The logic is when someone clicks one of these delete button, I want to delete that relevant data from our user array. So let's do that. First, let's add the click event binding to this button. Inside brackets, click, bind this to method name called onDelete. After this, don't forget to put the parentheses because we are calling a method, not a variable. Now go to the component.ts file and create this onDelete method. Inside this, let's remove the data from the array. For that we use array slice method. So this dot user array dot slice. After this parentheses, this required two parameters. First one is the array index number. Let's pass the index number to this method from this click event binding. We are getting the index from this variable, so pass it here, index. Alright, next let's capture that parameter from the method. Create a parameter variable, index. Now we have the index number with this parameter variable. So pass it to this slice method. After this, as a second parameter, pass number 1 because we want to delete only one data from the array. That's it. Alright, save this and back to the browser. Add new data. Now click this delete button. This will remove this data. Perfect. Everything working as we planned. At last, let's show a no data message when there is no data instead of showing this empty table. Back to the VS Code. Let's create a div and put this table inside this div. Now let's add the ngIf directive. Asterisk ngIf, the statement is, we learned about this earlier, user array dot length greater than 0. If user array length is greater than 0, show this table. If not, semicolon, else show this ng template no data. We are getting this error because still we don't have created this ng template. So after this ngIf div, create the ng template. This template identification template variable is this no data. Hashtag no data. Inside this create h4 tag with this message no data to show. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, this time we got this message instead of the empty table. Fill the form and click the save button. Now the no data message is disappeared and now we can see this user table. Beautiful, isn't it? So this is the end of this task. Hope you guys understand this task well. Alright, this is it for this section. In this section we learned about Angular inbuilt directives in detail. We learned about structural directives such as ng-for, ng-if, ng-switch cases. We learned about attribute directives, ng-class and ng-style. At last, we learned about what is the difference between structural and attribute directives. So guys, don't stop this from here. If you guys have any problem with any part of this section, try to learn it again. If you still don't get it, feel free to ask your question in the Q&A area. Alright, let's continue to the next section. In this section, we're going to be looking at Angular pipes and how to use them with our Angular app. At the end of this section, you will know what is an Angular pipe and how to use them. What are the inbuilt types of Angular pipes? how to use parameters to an Angular pipe. At last, you will learn how to create a custom pipe for a few different requirements from scratch. Let's get started. So what is Angular pipe? Pipes are used to transforming data into a particular format when we only need that data transformed in a template or the HTML view. For example, think we have something total value of an invoice 100,000 saved inside of a database. When we're showing this to the user, we can show this something like this with this comma separate using the Angular number pipe. And also we can display the currency symbol using the currency pipe. We will learn about this in detail with upcoming lectures. So in Angular, we have few inbuilt pipes, which are uppercase and lowercase pipe, decimal pipe or the number pipe, currency pipe, date pipe, JSON pipe, present pipe and slice pipe. So total we got 9 inbuilt pipes in Angular. So from the next lectures, we're gonna learn these pipes one by one in detail. I have a variable inside the app component TS file, title, which data type is string and value will be something Angular course. Now I will render this variable inside the view using the string interpolation. So h1 tag, inside these two curly brackets, inside these brackets, the variable name is title. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, we got this title Angular course. Now I want to make these all letters capital. How are we going to do that? We can simply do that using the CSS. Just go to the app component CSS file. CSS selector is h1. CSS property is text-transform. Value is uppercase. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, now this turned into uppercase letters. So we did this using the CSS, but now we have a better way for this in Angular, which is Angular pipes. So we have different types of pipes for different types of data. The first one is the uppercase pipe. So this pipe will convert the letters to uppercase. Let's see how to do that. Now we don't need this CSS, so remove it. Back to the browser. Now all set as previous. Let's add the uppercase pipe. For this, first add this pipe operator after this inside this string interpolation. Pipe operator is this vertical line located before the keyboard enter key. After this, add the pipe name uppercase, all simple letters. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we got these all letters uppercase. And also we can make these letters lowercase using the lowercase pipe. Remove this uppercase pipe and add lowercase. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, this time this is in lowercase letters. So this is the usage of Angular uppercase and lowercase pipes. Alright, next we have the number or the decimal pipes. So let's see this in action. Let's declare a number value inside the component TS file, something count, and the type will be number. Assign this to a number value 285645. Save this. Now render this count value inside the view using string interpolation. Another h1 tag, inside that two curly brackets. Inside that, variable name is count. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, we got this number. Now we can make this number value more readable using the number pipe. So back to the VS Code and add the pipe symbol. Then the pipe name is number. Save this and back to the browser. Now this number is more readable with this comma symbol which comes from the pipe number. So we can use this number pipe to decimal values as well. Let's declare a decimal value, something DEC value, type will be number, and assign a decimal value something 3.85674. Save this and back to the HTML file. and load the decimal value here using the string interpolation. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, we got this decimal value. Alright, in here we have 5 digits of decimal values. Think if we want to reduce this to 2 decimal values, we have a solution for this. We can do that using the number pipe. So let's see how to do that. Back to the VS Code, inside this app component HTML file, simply add the number pipe symbol and the number. Now we can pass an argument for this number pipe to control this integer value and for this decimal values. Let's see that. Colon. Now inside quotes, first we have to pass the integer value control. With this, we can specify exactly how many integer number digits that we want. In our case, we have one integer digit value here, so put number 1. After this, we have the decimal digits control. With this, we are separating the integer value and the decimal value. So now we have to pass the decimal digit control values. As I mentioned earlier, we want to reduce these 5 decimal digits to 2 digits. So now we have to mention minimum and maximum digits count after the decimal point. In our case, we needed only 2 digits. So pass the minimum digit count is 2, then dash. After this maximum decimal digits, it also 2. Now save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, this decimal digits count reduced to 2 digits. Perfect, right? So with the number pipe, we can control digit numbers of this integer value as well as the decimal digits. If I add 2 for this integer digit count, look at this. This added 0 before this integer value to make this digits count 2. And also if I make this decimal digits count to 1, look at this. This is rounded this 3.8 to 3.9. If I make this decimal digits count to 0, look at this. This number is now rounded to the nearest integer value, number 4. Beautiful, right? So this is how we use the number or the decimal pipe in Angular. Next, let's look at the currency pipe. Alright, just create a price variable and assign a value something 99.99. Save this and go to the HTML view and add this, another h1 tag. Inside this, place this string interpolation to show this price value. Save this and back to the browser. We got this price. Now we can add the currency symbol for this using the currency pipe. Back to the VS Code, add the currency pipe after this pipe symbol and the pipe name is currency. Save this and back to the browser. Look at this. We got this US dollar symbol before this price. Perfect, right? By default in Angular, we got this US dollar symbol. But if we want something else, for example, Canadian dollars, how are we going to do that? Very simple. Like this number pipe, we can pass an argument for this currency pipe to define the currency type. After this colon, then inside quotes, define the currency type that we want. In our case, we want to show Canadian dollars. In here, we have to pass the currency code. So the Canadian dollar currency code is CAD, all capital. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, now we got this Canadian dollar symbol. Let's look at another example. If we want to define a Japanese yen currency, for that we have to pass here the Japanese currency code, JPY. Save this and back to the browser. Awesome, right? We got this Japanese yen currency symbol. In case if you're wondering how to get the currency code, just Google it, currency codes. In the first result, you guys will get all the currency codes in the world. Alright, back to the work. Reset this to USD. Save this and back to the browser. We got this dollar sign. Okay, in any case, if you want to show the currency code instead of this currency symbol, how do you going to do that? Very simple. Pass another argument here. This is going to be a boolean value, true or false. If we pass true, this will show the currency symbol. If we pass false, this will show the currency code. So in our case, we are planning to show the currency code. So pass false here. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we got this USD currency code instead of the previous currency symbol. And also, like number pipe, we can control the digits counts. Just simply pass another argument. Inside quotes as a first value, we can pass the integer digits count. We have 2 digits, so I pass 2 digits. For decimals, I will add the minimum and maximum digits count as 1. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. Now this price is rounded to the nearest value 100, and this decimal digit count is set to 1 digit. So this is how we deal with currency pipe in Angular. Alright, next we have the date pipe. Let's see this in action. Create a date variable and assign a date value. The variable name is today. Data type is date. This D is capital. Assign this to new date object, new date, and the parentheses. This will give us the current time and date. This is not a TypeScript or Angular thing. This is just a simple plain JavaScript date object. Okay, back to the HTML file and load this inside of an h1 tag using the string interpolation method. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this date and time value. This date value is not clearly human readable, so we can make this more readable using the date pipe. So back in the VS Code, pipe symbol, and the pipe name is date. After this, we have to pass an argument inside quotes short. Save this and back to the browser. Awesome, right? Now we got this readable date and time. Think if you want only the date, not the time, we can do that simply by passing the short date argument for this. Save this and again back to the browser. Beautiful, right? This time we got this date without the time. So if you may wonder where to get these arguments for this date pipe, so just simply search for date pipe Angular with this first result, which is the Angular official website. We can find all the argument for this date pipe. If we need only the time without the date, we can use one of these time argument. So this is how we use date pipe in Angular. Hope you guys got the idea, right? Alright, in this lecture, let's look at another Angular pipe, the JSON pipe. We use this JSON pipe to show an object inside of a view. Let's see this in action. First, let's create a simple object inside the component TS file. Object variable is something post object, and assign this to a simple object inside curly brackets. First key value pair is ID and the value is 1. Next, the key is post title and value is post 1. Save this. Now back to the HTML file and let's show the object inside the browser using the string interpolation. So create a p tag inside this string interpolation. Object variable name is post object. Save this and back to the browser. Look at this, we got this object printed here instead of the object key value pairs. So inside of the browser view, we cannot show an object directly. In order to show this inside the browser, we have to convert this object to a string JSON format data. For that, we can use JSON pipe. So let's do that. Pipe operator and the pipe name is JSON. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, this time we got this object values printed here instead of the previous object. So this is the usage of this JSON pipe. Next we have the percentage pipe. With this we can show a percentage string. Let's see this in action. Inside of an h3 tag, add a string interpolation. Type a decimal number something 0.567 and add the present pipe. So pipe operator and the pipe name is present. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this 57%. So this present pipe will multiply this given value in 100 and give us the percentage value. If I change this to the integer value 5, as you can see here, we got 500%. Because this present pipe is multiplied this given value in 100. That's why we are getting this value. This also has format string like decimal pipes. We can control the digit counts, decimal digits, and the integer digits like this. So this is how we use the present pipe. Next we have the slice pipe. So with this we can slice an array. Let's see this in action. Create a simple array inside the component ts file. Post array. The array type is a string. Now assign a simple array to this inside square bracket. Post 1. Put this inside quotes because this array type is a string. Post 2, post 3, post 4, post 5 and so on. Save this and back to the component HTML file. Now let's show this array inside the browser using the string interpolation. Inside of an h3 tag, string interpolation, array variable name is post array. Now save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this array values printed here. Now think if you want to show only these first 3 values of this array inside the browser, how are we going to do that? For this we can use the Angular slice pipe. Back to the VS Code. After this pipe operator and the pipe name is slice. Now we have to pass the start index and the end index that we want to slice. So now I want to show these first 3 values. So the start index is 0 and this end index is 3. Save this and back to the browser. Beautiful. This time we only got these first 3 values from the array. Think if I want to show these middle 2 values, post 3 and post 4. For that change these index values. This time the start index is 2 and this end index is 4. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. So this is the usage of the Angular slice pipe. Hope you guys got the idea. So until now we learned Angular built-in pipes. Somehow Angular built-in pipes are limited to some particular situations. Think if we have a requirement to format the data inside the view, but for that particular situation we don't have any built-in pipes. So in this situation we can create our own custom pipes. So in this video let's look at how to create a custom pipe that fits our requirement. So to create a custom pipe, we can generate a custom pipe file using the Angular CLI. But first let's look at how to create a custom pipe from scratch. Then we'll see how to generate a custom pipe using the Angular CLI. Alright, let's create custom pipe for a situation something to prefix a string value. Let's create a simple object inside the components file. Object variable is user details. Now assign this to a simple object, name user1, and the city is New York and country code is US. Now let's show this inside the browser. Save this and back to the HTML file and show this city using the string interpolation. Object name is user details dot city. Save this and back to the browser. We got this New York printed here. Now what I want to do is prefix this city with city name, something like this. This time I did this by hand coding, but I want to do this using an Angular custom pipe. So let's do that. First we have to create a file. I'm going to create this file inside of a folder called pipes. Inside this app folder, we do all the stuff inside this app folder, right? So let's create the folder inside the app folder. The folder name is pipes. Now inside this folder, create a file name something append.pipe.ts. Look at the naming convention. This is also same as components naming convention. First the pipe name, then pipe keyword and the file extension. Follow this naming convention for best practice. Now inside this append pipe file, let's create our custom pipe. First thing first, we need to import two modules, pipe and the pipe transform, which is coming from the Angular core. First, let's import the pipe module. Import pipe and the path is @angular/core. Next, we have to define the name for this pipe. For that, we will use this imported pipe as a decorator class. So @pipe brackets. Inside this, we have to pass the pipe name as an object. So inside curly brackets, the key is name and the value is append. If you can remember, we do the same when we learning the components. This is also same like Angular components. So this name is the identifier to this Angular custom pipe. This can be any name, but we are doing the custom appending pipe. That's why I used the name as append. Now we have to create the TypeScript class. So first add the export keyword because we will use this from other files. After this class, and the class name is append pipe, this A and P capital. After this class scope. Now in order to make this class as a pipe, we need to implement this class to an interface called pipe transform. So first import the pipe transform interface. Inside this import statement, pipe transform, this is also coming from this same core module. Next, implement this pipe transform to this class. With this implementation, we are telling the Angular compiler that this append pipe class also getting exactly the same shape of pipe transform interface. So this pipe transform has a method called transform. So we have to create the same method in this pipe class as well. So that's why we are getting this error. To get rid of this compile error, create the transform method here. Method name is transform. This name must be exactly as this. Don't mistake the spelling mistake or capital simple letters mistake. Otherwise you guys will get compile errors. Next, parenthesis and the method scope. This transform required two parameters. First one is the value parameter. This value can be any. Next we have the args parameter, which also can be any. This args parameter is optional, so we can define an optional parameter with this question mark. That's it. This is the process of creating a custom pipe. Now all we have to do is the logic inside this transform method. So I just want to append this city name before this value. Just return this value inside quotes, city name, colon, and add a space. After this value parameter variable value, that's it. Now we have successfully created our custom pipe. Let's add this custom pipe to this string interpolation. After this pipe operator, this time the pipe name is this append. Wait, we are getting a compile error saying that this append pipe cannot be identified as a valid pipe. What's going on here? We just created this pipe, but in order to work with this custom pipe, we have to register this pipe in our Angular app. Otherwise, Angular doesn't know about this pipe. This is also the same as components. When we're creating a new component, we have to register that component in Angular modules. Otherwise, that component will not work. The same thing applies here. To solve this compile error, register this custom pipe. Go to the app module.ts file and register this under this declaration modules. We add all the components and pipes under this module. So the pipe class name is append pipe. Look at the VS Code IntelliSense. We got this autocomplete. Select that. This will automatically import the path of this pipe to this app modules file. This is the beauty of VS Code IntelliSense. We don't need to always handcode the import statement. We can simply use the autocomplete VS Code IntelliSense to import the relevant module. That's it, we have successfully registered our custom pipe. Look at this, now we are not getting any compilation errors. Save this all and back to the browser. Perfect, now we got this city name prefix before the city. Beautiful. So this is the simple use case of Angular custom pipe. So now we know how to create a custom pipe from scratch. In the next lecture, we'll look at some custom pipes examples for different situations. In previous, we learned how to create a custom pipe from scratch. In this video, let's look at how to generate a custom Angular pipe using the Angular CLI. This is very simple comparing to the previous method. Let's do that. Inside the integrated terminal, type this command NgOnInit. This time we are generating a pipe. So pipe and the pipe name, something append CLI. I want to generate this also inside the pipes folder. So add the pipes folder before the custom pipe name. That's it. Hit the enter key. Alright, as you can see here, this generated the custom pipe file inside the pipes folder, as well as this created this another spec file for unit testing. Don't worry about that, we are not going to deal with unit testing. After this, as you can see here, this automatically registered this custom pipe inside the Angular module. And this is the beauty of this Angular CLI. If we look at inside this append CLI custom pipe file, we got all the markups. So all we have to do is add the logic inside this transform method. Just copy this previous logic and paste it here. Change this append text city name CLI. Save this and back to the HTML file and change the pipe. This time pipe name is this. Save this all and back to the browser. Perfect, we got this city name CLI appended with this city. Beautiful. So this is how we generate custom pipes using the Angular CLI. So now we know how to create a custom pipes. In this lecture, let's create a custom pipe that gets arguments. Inside of the component.ts file, create a variable for dummy text, something dummy text, and assign it to a dummy text. Now I want to show this inside the browser. So do this using the string interpolation. Save this all and back to the browser. We got this dummy text paragraph. Now what I want to do is, I want to reduce this paragraph's length to 20 characters. So let's see how to do this using a custom pipe. First, let's generate a custom pipe using the Angular CLI. Inside the integrated terminal, run this command ng. This G stands for generate. We are planning to generate a custom pipe, so pipe. After this, pass the custom pipe's path and the pipe name. The path is pipes slash and the pipe name is summary. Hit enter. Perfect, we got this summary pipe. Open it. Inside this, let's do the summary logic inside this transform method. Change this type to string. Now let's do the logic. Return value dot. We can reduce the length of a string value using the substring method. This is not an Angular thing. This is just a JavaScript string methods. So after this substring, pass the minimum and the maximum value. The minimum is 0 and the maximum length is 20. That's it. Save this and back to the HTML file and add this summary pipe to this dummy text paragraph. Pipe operator and the custom pipe name is summary. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. This time we got this summarized dummy text with 20 characters. Now what I want to do is I want to make these letters length 20 dynamic. As you know, we can pass arguments with pipes. So I want to pass these letters count from this pipe dynamically. Let's see this in action. This is very simple. Just modify these args. Remove this and add the argument variable as length. This can be any name and this type will be number. Now pass this length value as the second maximum length value. Save this and go to the HTML file. Now we can pass an argument to this colon and the pass a length value around 10. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, we got this short dummy text. Change this length to 50. As you can see here, this is working as we planned. If I remove this argument, what will happen? Save this and back to the browser. Now we get the full width of dummy text. Cause now we don't have any argument. So let's set a default summary length to this. For this we can use a simple if and else. If this length is not set, set the length default value to 20. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. This time we got this summarized dummy text. When there is no argument, this will automatically set this dummy text character limit to 20. In case if we want to pass more argument to this, we can simply pass them to this transform method as parameters. Perfect. So this is how to pass argument to a custom pipe. So in this section, we're going to be learn about Angular service and how to use an Angular service. By the end of this section, you will know about Angular services and how to use them, how to create an Angular service from scratch, how to generate an Angular service using Angular CLI, what is dependency injection and how to use dependency injection with Angular services. At last, we will learn about data modeling and interfaces in detail. Let's get started. Alright, in previous we learned about sharing data between components when there is a parent-child relationship. But think if there is a component that is not related to any other component and I want to share data to that component from another component. In that case, we cannot actually share the data using any of previous relationship methods. For this, we have a solution. We can share data or methods between all other components using the Angular service, whether there is a relationship between components or not. So simply, we use Angular services to share data and common methods among components. For example, think we have an array object for a list of posts inside this post component. And we have another component which is not related to this and I want to render this post array inside that component. In this situation, we cannot use any input or output decorators and share data between these two components, because these two components don't have any relationship. So in this case, we can create an Angular service and we can declare this post array inside this Angular service and import this service to these both components. Then we can access this array from this both component. This is not only applicable for variables, we can share methods as well. Think there are two buttons located inside these two components, and both buttons click event is performing the same logic. So in that case, we can create a one onClick method inside the Angular service rather than creating two same methods with the same logic inside these two components. So with this Angular service, we can access this onClick method from these two components. This will help us to reduce code repeating and this will save lots of time. So this is the simple idea about Angular service. With the next lectures, we will understand exactly how these Angular services work and when to use them. Let's create an Angular service manual, which is very easy. Just create a file inside the app folder. Wait, let's put all the services inside of a folder called service. So create a folder inside the app folder. The folder name is services. Now inside the services folder, create a new file. The file name is post dot and we are creating a service, so service dot and the file extension is .ts. Nothing fancy, this is just a naming convention. If you can remember, we named components and custom pipes like this. Alright, now open the service file. Inside this, let's create a TypeScript class. Export. So we're going to access this class from outside of this service. So we have to export this class. So the export and class. The class name is post service. This first letter P and this S capital letters. After this, class scope. This is it. We have successfully created the Angular service. So like components and others, there is no fancy code for service. Angular service is just a simple TypeScript class. Now inside this, we can create the method or data that we want to share with components. So let's create a simple array of objects for post. This time name, this post list, and this type is array, and set the array type to any. Now let's assign some data to this. The first object key value pair is id, value is 1. Next, the post title and the value is post 1. Copy and paste this object a few times. Change the id and the post title. So now we have created the data. Let's see how to access this data from another component. In previous, we have created this post service and this post list array. Now let's see how to access this post list inside this component and show this inside the post component view. As you know, we have created a TypeScript class inside this post service. So in order to access this class from this component, we have to create a new instance of this class. So inside the component constructor, let's create the instance of this service class. So first import the service class to this component. We already exported this service class. So inside the component import, inside curly brackets, service class is post service. Follow the capital simple letters carefully. So after this, from and give the path of this service class. Go one folder back, // inside the services folder, post.service. That's it. Now let's create the new instance inside this constructor. New and the service class is post service and parentheses. Assign this new instance to a variable let post service. Note this, we created this variable, first letter is simple and this L is capital. Not same like this service class name. Now we can access this service class variable and methods from this component. So post service, which is this new instance variable, and dot. Now look at this IntelliSense. We got this post list array variable, which means now we can access that variable from this post component. So select this post list variable. Now assign this to a global variable. So we can access this from the component HTML file and render this array to a view. So inside the class scope, the variable name is post and data type is array and array type is any. Now assign this to this post, this dot post assign. Now inside the HTML view, create a UL tag with li tag. Inside this li tag, this post is an array. So in order to show this array data inside the view, we have to use ng4 directive. So asterisk and ng4 equal sign inside quotes let post of posts. Inside this li tag, let's show the post title using the string interpolation. So open and close two curly braces inside this post, which is this variable, dot post title, which is the object key for the post title. So in order to see this inside the browser, we have to add this post component selector inside the app component. Inside the app component HTML file, add this component selector app-post and hit enter. Now save this all and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this list of posts here. So this is the normal traditional way of using services. But we have another cleaner way to implement this, which is Angular dependency injection. When we're creating this new class instance, this will become dependent on this component. So Angular giving us another design pattern framework called dependency injection for us to manage dependencies. This is a kind of framework inside of a framework. So this is very simple. All we have to do is inject the service class into this constructor. So let's do that. First, remove this new class instance. We don't need that anymore. Inside the constructor parentheses, private post service. This is just a variable name. This can be any name. After this, set this variable data type to this imported post service class. That's it. So this will inject all the post service class properties and methods to this constructor, which also like creating the new instance. Nothing fancy, but cleaner and more maintainable code style. This time this post service is this injected post service. So save this and back to the browser. We got this empty view. Open the browser console. Inside this we got this null injector error. What is this error? We injected this to this component, but Angular doesn't know that this data service class as an injectable class. So all we have to do is we have to provide this service class as a provider. In the previous work, like component custom pipes register, we have to register this data service class as a provider. Then only Angular understand this data service class as an injectable service class. So we can do that by passing the provider parameter to this component decorator. So after this, just pass the provider and this required an array. So square brackets, inside this pass the service class that we want to inject to this component class constructor, post service. So please don't forget to follow the capital simple letters correctly. Otherwise this can lead to unnecessary bugs and errors. So that's it. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. We got this list of posts, which means everything working as we expected. So in previous we did this dependency injection. In order to work this dependency injection, we have to tell Angular to this service class is an injectable class. So we did that using the providers parameter for this component decorator. So with this we are creating a new instance of this data service class which can be accessed only from this component class. Think if there is another component and I want to access the same post list array from that component also, how we can do that? So first let's create a component inside the terminal ngc post list and hit enter. Now I want to access the service post list array from this component. So first we have to inject the service class to this component. So private post service, and this variable type is service class post service. Now select this from the autocomplete, which will automatically import the path of this service class. Let's create a global variable post list and set this data type to an array and array type to any. Inside the constructor method, get the post list from the service post service dot post list. Assign this to this global variable post list. Now save this. Now go to the post list HTML file. Let's render this array to the view. UL with li tag. Inside the li tag, ng directive. The statement is let post of post list. Inside the li tag, show the post title. In order to show this inside the browser, add this to the app component. Inside the app component HTML file, add this app-post-list. Save this and back to the browser. This time also we got this null injector error. Why is that? Because we did only the injection. We didn't provide the injector class. So we have to provide the injector class to this component as well. So inside the component decorator provider, and the service class is post service. Save this and back to the browser. We got this post list. One is from the post component and another one is from the post list component. So let's see what is happening with this provider. By passing this to this component decorator class, we are telling that to Angular to create this class new instance only for this component. So that's why we got an error when we accessing the service class from this second component post list. So we add another provider to this component decorator as well. So with these two providers, we created two new class instance of the same post service class. And this time we got only two components, that injecting the service class to components constructor. So for this situation, this is okay, but think in real words, we may have hundreds of components that injecting the same post service class. So in that case, if we use the provider in each and every component's decorator, this will create hundreds of same new class instance for the data service class in the memory. So this will reduce our app speed and this may reduce the entire computer speed. So this is not a good practice. If we're using this post service only for one or two components, this is okay, but in a real world app, we use Angular service as the main data repository for all our components, no matter how many components are there. To solve this, we have two solutions. One is we can provide this service class inside the app modules. So let's see this in action. Remove this both providers inside the component decorator. Inside the app modules file, we can find this provider parameter inside this ng module decorator. So inside this provider array, pass the service class name that we want to inject to the components. Post service. Select the auto import. This will import the service class path to this app module file. Now save this all and back to the browser. Nothing has changed, which means everything working as we expected without any problem. So with this app module provider, this will create only the one class service instance inside the memory. And every time we inject the service class to a component constructor, this will only access this already created new instance, no matter how many times you are injecting this service to many components. This will only create the service new class instance in the memory once. So this will make our Angular app more efficient. Alright, the second method is, in Angular we have an injector decorator for service classes, like this component decorator. So with this injector decorator class, we can make this service class injectable for all components. So let's see this in action. First import the injectable to the service class. This I is capital and this decorator is coming from the Angular core. After this, like this component decorator, add injector parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis, pass an object parameter. The key is provide in and value is root inside quotes. With this, we are providing the service class as an injectable for root app, which means we can inject this service class to any components in our app without creating a new instance for each and every new component. So this is what happens behind the scenes when we creating the provider. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, we have successfully completed the hard part. Now let's do the easy part, which is creating an Angular service using the Angular CLI. So let's see this in action. Inside the integrated terminal, run this command ng. This ng is for Angular CLI. G, this is for the generate, and S, this is for the service. We will put all the Angular services inside of one folder. So folder name is services slash, and the service name is, this time let's create service for user service. So service name is user. Note this, I just only add this service name, not the naming convention like this user.service. Angular CLI will automatically add the .service. So that's it. Hit the enter to execute this code. Perfect. Angular CLI generated these two service files for us. The service test file and this spec file, which is for the unit testing. Inside the service folder, we got this user service file. Open it. Look at this. In this service, this automatically added this injectable decorator. So we don't have to do this again. So this is the beauty of Angular CLI. So this is how we generate Angular service by using the Angular CLI. So throughout this course, we will use this Angular CLI method to generate services. So in here we got this post array, and inside this we got this object list for post. In this object we have these two key value pairs, id and this post title. So let's push a new data object to this array when clicking a button. If you can remember, we did this when we learning Angular directives, right? So let's do that again. So inside the post component file, create a button. Before this, you will tag button and hit enter. Button text will be add new. Now I want to call to a method when clicking this button something add new data. Don't forget to add the parentheses after this. So now create this method inside the post component is file, add new data. Inside this, create the new object. So let new post assign and the object scope. So first key value pair is id, and we already got 6 posts inside the array. So set the id value to 7. Next key value pair is post title and value is post 7. Now I want to push this object to this post list array, which is inside this service file. In order to push this data to this array, we have to pass this new post object to this service. So very simple. Create a simple method inside this service file, add post and parentheses. With this parentheses, capture the new post object as a parameter for this method. So I declared the parameter name as data because we're going to receive data from this. At last, don't forget to add this method scope. Alright, now from the post component, pass this new post to this add post service method. We already injected this service to this component, which means we can access all the methods and properties of the service from this component. So post service dot inside this VS Code IntelliSense, we can find this add post method. So select it. This required a parameter. So pass this new post object as a parameter for this add post method. So now we are passing the data to the service from this service method. So now let's push this data to this post list array. This dot post list dot push inside brackets pass this data parameter variable which is coming from the post component. That's it. Save this all and back to the browser. Click this add new button. Perfect. As you can see here, we got this new post inside this unordered list, which means this data is successfully pushed into the post list array, which declared inside the service file. So this is how we manipulate data using this service file. Usually we do all the data manipulating such as loading data, save data, delete data inside one place, which is inside the Angular service file. So this will give us the more cleaner and bug-free coding experience. So we added this data to the service post list array when we click this button. Think if somehow I misspelled this post title key to something like this, post title with one T character. These kinds of human errors can happen more often, right? So save this and back to the browser. Click this add new button. Look at this. This time we got an empty list. So click this button again. We got this empty list again. Why is that? Because we know already we made a spelling mistake here. So with this add new, we pushing invalid data to this post list. Wait, let's log this array. So inside this post service, after this push method, console.log this dot post list. Save this and back to the browser. Click this add new button. As you can see here, we got this empty list. Now open the browser console. Look at this last object. This object post title key is not spelled correctly. So we rendered this list of posts using the Angular ng4 directive, and we rendered this post using the string interpolation. So with this string interpolation, we are showing this post title key's value which has 2 T letters middle of the key, not this spell mistake key. So in this case, there is no valid key post title. Therefore, this string interpolation left this empty. That's why we are getting this empty list. For this example, we know the error because we intentionally did this spelling mistake. Think in a real world app, we don't push data to the arrays. We save data inside the database. Somehow if we missed anything at the beginning, can't even imagine, right? To solve these kinds of problems, we can create a blueprint of this array object by defining the shape type of the object, and we can set that blueprint to this new post object's data type. Then if I mistake anything, this will show me an error. From that I can identify the error before anything goes wrong. Alright, let's see this in action. To create the blueprint of this object, we will use a TypeScript interface. We can generate an interface using the Angular CLI. So inside the terminal, type this command ng. You guys already know, and this G stands for generate, and I, this stands for interface. I will put all interface inside of a folder called models. So the interface path will be models / interface name post. That's it. Hit enter to run this command. Perfect, we generated the interface successfully. So inside the app folder, we can find this models folder. Inside that we can see this newly created interface post. Now open it. So inside this we can find a simple markup for TypeScript interface. Interface keyword and the interface name. So we're going to access this interface from outside of this file. That's why we use this export keyword. This is just a simple TypeScript interface. Inside this we can create our post object's blueprint. So first we have the ID. After this we got the post title. Save this. Now go to the post component TS file and make this new post data type as this post interface. So let's do that. First we have to import the post interface to this post component. At the top of this page, import. Inside curly brackets, the interface name is post. After this, from, and the path inside quotes, go back one folder, // models, and this select this interface post. Now add this post interface as this new post data type. Perfect. If you see this carefully, now we are getting this compilation error saying that this spelled wrong. Post title does not exist in the interface post. So this is the beauty of this interface blueprint. If we make any mistake on these object keys, this will give us the error on the compile time. So we can debug this mistake before the runtime. Like this object key name, we can define the types of all the values as well. Let's see this in action. Inside the post interface, after this ID, colon, and the ID type is number. Likewise, this post title type is, yes, you are correct, the type is string. Save this and go to the post component TS file. If I passed a string value to this ID, as you can see here, we are getting a compile error saying that type string cannot assign to type number. Because in the blueprint, we defined this ID keys values data type as number. So we must provide the correct data to this object value, otherwise we will get a compile error. Wait, not only that, if we forget to add the second value, post title, at this point also we are getting an error. Property post title is missing and this post title is required. Perfect, right? With this simple interface technique, we can reduce almost every human errors when creating new object. And at last, one more thing. If we define the interface like this, these keys become required fields. Think there is a key for a date value and this is optional. How do we going to define that? Very simple. First define the key date and the date type is date. If I go to the component file, now we are getting the error saying that date field is missing because this is required now. Let's make this date key optional. Very simple. After this key name, before the colon symbol, add a question mark, which makes this key or the field optional. So save this and go to the post component. Beautiful. Now we are not getting any compile errors. So this is the usage of TypeScript interface. So this is very useful when we're dealing with a database. We can reduce lots of errors with this. Alright, this is it for this Angular service section. In this section we learned all about Angular services and how to use Angular service with our Angular app. If you guys have any question, please feel free to ask your question in the Q&A area. Alright, let's continue. We'll meet you in the next section. In this section, we're gonna look at Angular template driven form. By the end of this section, you will get to know what are the types of forms available in Angular, what is template driven form and how to use that, how to validate forms using the template driven method, and also we'll learn how to control the disable enable state of a button when the form state is valid or invalid. Let's get started. In previous we created this simple form and we did the simple data manipulation, just adding and removing data to an array. For this we used the two-way data binding approach. We not even used the HTML form tag. Actually this is not a good practice and we don't have any control to add validation for this input data. For example, if I click this add new button by keeping this form empty, look at this. This is pushing this empty invalid data to this array. That's why we are getting this empty data inside this table. For a simple example like this is okay, but when it comes to a real world application, this is not a good practice. And also this is not good for the security as well. So we cannot do this form validation part by using only this two-way data binding approach. So for this, Angular has two approaches. The first one is template driven form approach and the second one is the reactive form approach. So in this section we're gonna learn the first approach, template driven forms. With this template driven form, we can get the full control of the form and we can validate the input data as we want. In the next few lectures, we will create a form and we're gonna make that form as a template driven form. And also we will learn how to do form validation using this template driven form architecture. This is very easy. So we'll meet you in the next lecture. First, let's create a simple HTML form. Inside the app component HTML file, create a div with class name form-area. Inside this div, when creating a form, we must put all the input fields inside of a form tag. So form and hit enter. In Angular, we don't need this action, so remove it. Inside this form, let's add an input field, input and hit enter. The input type will be text. This input is for full name, so add a placeholder for this full name. After this, another input field which is for email, so this input type will be email and add the placeholder email. After this, add the text area for address, text area and hit enter, and don't forget to add the placeholder address. After this, the submit button, type button and hit enter. The button type will be submit. Alright, save this and go to the browser. This is not looking perfect. So let's add some style to this form. For this, let's use the Bootstrap CSS framework. If you can remember, we learned about this in one of the previous section. So in this section, let's make this ugly looking HTML form looks better by bootstrapping this form. First, in order to use Bootstrap in this Angular app, first we have to import Bootstrap into this Angular app. For this we have few methods. We'll learn about this. For now, let's simply import the Bootstrap CDN link to this Angular app. As you know, we can get the Bootstrap CDN link from the official Bootstrap website. So go to the getbootstrap.com and click this download. And go to this CDN area. In here we can find this CDN link for Bootstrap CSS. Copy this CDN link. Now go to the VS Code and open the index.html file. This is the main entry point of our Angular app. So inside this head tag, paste this copied CDN link. So keep only this Bootstrap CSS CDN by removing the script tag of the Bootstrap JavaScript file. We are not going to use any Bootstrap JavaScript functions with this. So remove it. Now go to the app component HTML file and let's bootstrap this form. First let's create a div with bootstrap class form-group. Inside this form-group div, put this first input field. After this, add this bootstrap class to this input field form-control. This is not anything new. We learned about these bootstrap classes when we learning Bootstrap, right? So alright, let's add a label for this input field. Label, hit enter. So we don't need this for attribute, remove it. This input label's text is the first name. Okay, next do the same for this both input fields as well. Inside of a div with form group, create a label. Label text is email. Put this field inside this div. And last add the form control bootstrap class to this email input field. Next do the same thing to this text area as well. Alright, now add the bootstrap btn class to this submit button. So class btn -primary. That's it. At last, let's put this inside of a bootstrap container. So create a div with these classes, container and empty-5. This container class will make this form center of the page, and this utility class will add a 5rem margin top to this form. Hope you guys remember this. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. As you can see here, we got this beautiful bootstrap form inside the browser. In the previous lecture, we designed this bootstrap form. So in this lecture, let's see how to make this simple HTML form into an Angular template driven form. So first thing first, in order to work with template driven forms in Angular, we have to import the forms module in app modules file. Otherwise, we cannot use this template driven form. This template driven form architecture is built inside the Angular forms module. So import this in app modules ts file. Wait, if you can remember, we imported this forms module when we doing two-way data binding. That's why I got this form module import here. If any of you missing this forms module, import it now. This is must. In order to work with Angular forms, we need this forms module. Alright, after this import, go to the app component HTML file. Now inside this form tag, in order to make this form template driven, we have to add a special type of directive to this form tag, which is ngForm. So let's do that. First, create a template variable. You know already about this template variables. So hashtag and a variable name, which can be any name. I just add f as this template variable. Once again, keep this in your mind. This template variable can be any name. I just added the f letter because f represent the form, right? Alright, after this, bind this template variable to ngForm directive inside quotes. Alright, now we have successfully made this form as an Angular template driven form by using this ngForm directive. Some of you may wonder, when we learning directives, we didn't learn about this ngForm. Actually, this is a directive, but this is a special type of directive coming with the forms module. As soon as you import forms module, this directive becomes active by default on all form tags. Let's see what is happening with this ngForm directive. First, let's log this ngForm, then we can discuss what is happening behind the scenes. First, bind submit event for this form. Inside brackets, submit. Point the submit event to a method called onSubmit. So inside quotes, onSubmit and the parentheses. In order to log this ngForm, we have to pass this to this method. So this ngForm is bound to this template variable f. So pass this f as a parameter to this onSubmit method. Please note this, we use this hashtag sign only when declaring the template variable. When we use this template variable, we don't need to add the hashtag sign. So now as you can see here, we are now getting a compilation error because this method is not exist. So let's create this method inside the app component ts file. onSubmit, we are getting a parameter. So add the parameter variable inside this parenthesis. I declare this variable also f and make this variable type ngForm. Select this autocomplete. This will import this ngForm to this app component ts file. With this, we making this variable type is to ngForm type. Because of this, we can send only the ngForm data to this onSubmit method. If I send any string value as a parameter for this onSubmit, as you can see here, we are getting a compilation error. If you can remember, when learning service, we learned how to make a blueprint for object using the interface. The same thing applied here as well. Alright, now let's log this ngForm f inside the browser console. Save this and back to the browser. Now click this submit button. Look inside the browser console. We got this ngForm object printed here. Expand this. What's going on here? You got this list of data with this ngForm. What are these and what is the use of this? Let's learn this about in the next lecture. In Angular, to handle forms data, we have two classes, form group and form control. We use form group class with form tag and we apply form control class to the input field. For example, take this user details form. This total form is one form group and each of these input fields use the form control class. Inside of a form group, we can have multiple instances of form control classes, and inside of an Angular app, we can have multiple form groups. For example, the new post form, this is also another instance of the form group because this is a whole new separate form. This form group also has a separate instance of form control class for each of these input fields. Hope you guys got the idea. And one more thing, don't get confused with Bootstrap CSS classes. In Bootstrap also we got these CSS classes, form group and form control. Please note this, I'm not talking about the Bootstrap CSS class in this section. I'm talking about the TypeScript classes that are coming with Angular framework. Alright, as I mentioned before, this form control class is a TypeScript class, something like this. Inside this form control class, we got few properties that useful for form validations. Value, touched, untouched, dirty, pristine, valid, errors, so on. As you know, if you want to access these properties, which is inside of the form control class, we have to create a new instance of this form control class. To create this class instance, Angular has two approaches. One is the usual way by creating the instance by encoding. The other one is using an Angular directive inside the template view or the HTML file. If you can remember, when starting this section, I told you in Angular we have two types of forms: reactive forms and template driven forms. So these are the two methods. Creating this form group instance by hand coding approach is we called Angular reactive form. And this creating the form group class new instance using a directive inside the template, we called this approach Angular template driven form. As you know, in this section we are learning about the template driven form. So this is what template driven form. We mostly do all the stuff inside the HTML template view. Alright, so in the template driven approach, as I mentioned before, we use an Angular directive to create a new instance of form group class. So that's what we did using the ngForm directive. This is the directive which creates the new instance of the form control class. That's what we got with this control. Expand this form control, and also these are all properties of the form control class. We got these properties because we created the new instance of the form group using the ngForm directive. Now you guys may wonder, what are these properties? Don't worry about that, we'll learn about this in a later section. As you can see here inside the terminal, this form control instance carries this value property, which is the one get to all the values types inside this form input. Now this is empty. This is empty because we didn't type anything inside these inputs. So let's fill these inputs and try this. Now inside the browser console, still these values properties is empty. Why is that? If you can remember, I told you that every form group can have multiple instances of the form control class. This form controller class also have the same properties as the form group class. In order to get the input fields value, we have to make a new instance of the form control class for this input field. To create this new instance of this form control class, we got two approaches: by hand coding or using a directive. Now we are dealing with the template driven forms. So for this, we're gonna use the directive method. For form group, we use the ngForm directive. For form control, we're gonna use the ngModel directive. All we have to do is just add this ngModel directive inside this input tag, ngModel. If you can remember, we used this ngModel directive when we're dealing with the two-way data binding. The syntax was something like this, but this time we are using this ngModel directive directly. So save this and back to the browser. Inside the browser, look at this browser console, we got this error. If ngModel is used within a form tag, the name attribute must be set. So when we're dealing with the ngModel directive, this is a requirement. We must provide a name attribute for the input field. So inside the VS Code, name, and give a name for this input field. This input field is used for full name, so I will give full name as this input field name. I use the camel case naming convention, so this is optional. You guys can name this any name that you want. I use the full name because this field is for full name. So as a good practice, always try to name something relevant, which makes more sense, right? Once again, when you deal with ngModel, the name attribute is must. Otherwise, your application can be break at the runtime. Alright, save this and back to the browser. Inside the browser console, this time no errors. So let's type something inside this full name input, John Doe. Now click the submit button. Look inside the console. We got this ngForm object. Inside this, expand this value property. Awesome, right? So this time we got this full names value John Doe. So this is how we create the new instance of the form control and access the value property of the form control instance. So like this, we have to add this ngModel directive to this all input fields to get the values. So for this second input, ngModel, and next what is the requirement? I'm repeating this cause this is very important. So in order to work with ngModel, we must add the name attribute to this input. Name and this field is for email. So pass email as for this field name. Next we got this text area. This is also the same. Inside this text area open tag ngModel and the name is address. That's it. We don't need to add ngModel for the submit button because we are not getting any values from this button. And this button is only used for submit this form. Save this and back to the browser. Fill this form and hit enter or click this submit button. Inside the console, expand this value object. Inside this, we got all 3 input fields value. Perfect. Alright, in this section, let's see how to do a simple required validation for these input fields. With this ngModel, we are creating a new instance of form control class. Let's see what we are getting with this ngModel. For that, like this forms template variable, first we have to declare a template variable for this input field, hashtag full name, and bind this template variable to this ngModel. Put this inside of a quote. Alright, now let's look at this template variable inside the terminal. For this, I'm gonna use the change event binding. So inside brackets, change, bind this change event to a method called getValue. With this change event, pass this template variable of full name, which is bound to this ngModel. Now inside the app component TS file, create this getValue method. We are getting a parameter, so capture it. I just add form control as this parameter variable. Inside this, log this parameter. That's it. Save this all and back to the browser. Type something inside this full name input field and click outside of it. Look at this. Inside the browser console, we got this ngModel object. Expand it. This also got some properties like ngForm. If you can remember, I said that this form control and this form group both have the same properties. This is what I was trying to tell you. As you can see here, we got this list of properties same as ngForm output. Alright, let's do a simple form validation. In HTML, we have this required attribute. This will show us an error message when there is no data inside this text field. So save this and back to the browser. Type something and click outside of the text box. We got this object inside the browser console. Inside this, we got this invalid property, which is now set to false. Down here, we got another property valid, and this is set to true. We set this required validation to this input field. When there is any data typed inside this input field, then this input field becomes valid because this required validation is fulfilled. So now remove this all and click outside of it. Now we got another ngModel log here. Look at this. Now this time this invalid becomes true and this valid becomes false. Why is that? This time we don't have any data inside this full name input field. So this input field becomes invalid. So this set this invalid property to true, and opposite of this valid becomes false. So this is how this valid and invalid works. Now let's show an error message down here when this input field is invalid. So get back to the VS Code. After this full name input field, create a div with bootstrap class alert and alert-danger. So this will give us a beautiful red color alert. So inside this div, add this error message full name is required. Now what I want to do is, I want to show this alert when this input is invalid. For this we can use the ngIf directive. So ngIf the statement is when this field invalid, so this field representing with this template variable. So template variable name is full name. When using the template variable, we don't need to add the hash sign. So the template variable is full name dot. I want to show this when this invalid is true. So in here, the property is invalid. So with this statement, this will show this error message when this field is invalid. So now save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we can see this error message. Type something inside this input full name. If you noticed, as soon as I start to type characters inside this input, this error message disappeared. Because when we start to type inside this field becomes valid. Because this required validation is fulfilled. In that case, as you can see here, this invalid becomes false. If this is false, this error message will be removed from the DOM by this ngIf directive. If you noticed, this error is displayed in the browser when this forms loads to the browser. This is not a good practice. When a user comes to this forms page to enter user details, for the first time showing this error message to the user before doing anything wrong, it's not good, right? To avoid this, we can use another form control property called touched. With this, we can show this error message when the user clicks this input and move away without type anything inside the input. If this touched by the user, this touched property becomes true and this untouched becomes false. So back in the VS Code, inside this ngIf, first let's check the touched value. So before this, template variable name, first name and dot. This time we are checking the touched property. So pass touched here. After this, add the AND operator. This time this error message will show only when this to statement becomes true. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect, we are not getting any errors. Touch this and hit the tab or click this second input field. We got this error message. So when the first time this loads inside the browser, this touched becomes false and this invalid is true because this field is empty. But this is not showing the error because when we using AND operator, this both statement must return true values. In the second situation, when we click this input field, this touch becomes true. And when we move out from the input field without typing, this invalid becomes true. So both statements are true. That's why we are seeing this message here. Hope you guys got the idea, right? Rather than showing only this error alert message, we can make these input fields border to red, which will give a good experience to the user. To do this, we can use the Bootstrap pre-built style or we can use our own CSS style. First, let's encode the style. So inside the browser, let's inspect this full name input. Inside this class attribute, we can find this form-control Bootstrap class. In addition to this, Angular added few different classes for validation. This ngTouch, ngDirty and ngInvalid. So we can use these classes to add CSS styles to this invalid input field. Let's see this in action. Inside the component CSS file, form-control CSS class. In the same element, we have ngTouched class and ngInvalid. So inside the CSS scope, define the CSS style. Set the border to 2 pixel, solid, and the border color will be red. Save this and back to the browser. Everything looks okay. Click this and move without typing anything inside this input field. As you can see here, we got this beautiful red border on this input field. Awesome, right? Next, we can do this using a ng class directive. In Bootstrap, we got a pre-built validation style class for input fields, which is invalid. So let's try this. Add is-invalid Bootstrap class to this input field. comment this CSS style, we don't need that. Save this all and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this beautiful red border on this text field with this warning icon. We are seeing this always because we didn't add any condition to show this CSS class. So let's do that. For this we can use class binding, but I'm gonna use the ng class directive, which is more cleaner than class binding, right? So inside square brackets, ng class assign, inside double quotes, curly brackets, inside this pass the CSS class as key for this, inside single quotes is dash invalid, and the condition is same as this ng if condition. So copy this and paste it here. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Look at this. Now we are not getting any errors. Touch this input and move to the next input. As you can see here, we got this error and this beautiful bootstrap validation border on this input field. So this is how we apply validation styles to the input fields. In previous we learned about this required validator. Like this, in Angular we got few validators that are based on HTML validation attributes. So in this lecture, let's look at them one by one. The first one is the maximum and minimum character count. So let's see this in action. First we have to set the HTML attribute for this input, min length and the max length. Set the min length to around 5 characters and set the max length to around 10 characters. Alright, save this and back to the browser. Click this input and go back. I want to show you something. We got this printed ng model inside the browser console. Inside this, we are getting another property called errors. Inside this, as you can see here, we can find this min length error. So now let's add the error message for the min length validation. To show different validation errors, let's add some changes to this error message div. Put this message text inside of another div and let's add a condition when to show this error. Inside this div, ngIf directive, the statement is full name. This is template variable. This time let's use the errors property. After this, dot errors dot required. So if this is true, this message will show up inside the browser. Like this, add an error message for the min length, duplicate this div and change the error message to full name must be at least 5 characters long. Now change this statement. This message is for min length, so change this required to min length, all simple letters. Save this and back to the browser. Get the focus of this input, move away. We got this required message. Now type a character here. As you can see here, now we got this min length error. Very simple, right? So this is how we handle different types of errors using the ng model. In previous lecture we learned how to add validation to the first name field. Now let's see how to add the validation for this email field and for this text area. Let's add validation for the email input field. First add the ngModel directive to make a new form control object class for this email field. And always keep this in your mind, when we're using the ngModel, we must declare the name attribute. So the name attribute and the value is email. Create a template variable and bind that to this ngModel, hashtag email, and bind this to ngModel. So this time, to validate this email field, we're going to use the pattern HTML attribute. So pattern, inside this we have to pass the email pattern. To get this pattern, search for email HTML patterns inside the Google and go to this first result W3 School website. In here we can find different patterns for different situations. Scroll down and find this email pattern. Copy this and paste it here. After this, we need another validation for this, which is required validation. So add that as well. Now let's define the error messages. Just copy the previous message div and paste it here. Change this conditions template variable to email. The main condition are same like this. Inside this, change this required template variable to email and change the message to email field is required. This time we are not using the min length. So first change the template variable name to email and change this validation property to pattern. Now change this message to invalid email address. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Click this email field and click outside. We got this required error. Type something. We are getting this invalid email error message. Type something valid email address. Now we don't get any errors. Remove this @ symbol. We are getting this error invalid email address because this email is invalid. Looks perfect, right? So let's validate the text area. This is also the same as previous input, nothing fancy. First add the ngModel directive and the name attribute. So this is for the address. So the name attribute will be address. After this, create a template variable and bind it to this ngModel. The validating attribute is required. After this, add the required message here and change the template variable to the same as this address. Change the message address field is required. Save this and back to the browser. Get focus. Click outside. Perfect. We got this error message. Like this, we can add validation for all the HTML form elements. Some of you may found this error that's saying cannot find required on your browser console. To fix this, just add a question mark, end of this all error attributes. That's it. Save this all and back to the browser. Perfect. Now we are not getting that previous error. So we successfully added all the validation errors for all of these inputs. But if you noticed, we just only added this alert message for this email and address fields, but not the input fields error red border like this first input. So let's do that. Very simple. All we have to do is just add the isInvalid bootstrap class to these inputs conditionally using the ng class directive. Very simple. Just copy and paste ng class from this full name input. Change the template variable to email because this email fields template variable is this email. That's it. Do the same for this text area. Copy and paste the ng class and change the template variable to address. Save this all and back to the browser. Perfect. We got this red border on all these inputs. Looking awesome, right? So in this lecture, let's look at how to submit this form and get the values of these input fields. We kinda did this earlier when we learning ng form and form group classes. To make this form submit, previously we used this submit event binding. This is the default HTML form submit event. This is okay, but in Angular we got another separate directive for form submission, which is ng submit. From now on, we will use this ngForm directive to form submissions. Alright, so first change the submit event to ngSubmit. This also like the same submit event, nothing fancy. So in order to access these forms, values and validation status, we use this ngForm directive, which is creates the new class object of Angular form group class, right? We learned about this earlier. With this ngSubmit, we call a method called onSubmit. With this onSubmit, we passed this ngForms template variable. From inside the component.ts file, we have this onSubmit method, and with this, we are logging this ngForm parameter variable inside the browser console. So now save this all and back to the browser. Fill this form and click this submit button. Now look inside the browser console, we got this ngForm. This is also same like the ng model. We got all the properties inside the ng model here. With this, we can check whether this form is valid or invalid, dirty or pristine, etc. If we look this further, as you can see here, we got this value property. Expand it, which giving us the object type data. Now expand this, we got this full name, email and address data key value pairs, which we typed inside the input fields. So using this, we can access this forms type data values and send it to the database API endpoint and save this data inside the database. So now let's log this value inside the log. Values property is inside this ngForm value. So after this dot value, this is this value. Save this and back to the browser. Fill this form and submit this form. Inside this, we got this value object. Now we can using this value object, we can save this data inside of a database. In the previous section, we learned how to submit a form and how to get the form values. But we have a small problem here. If I submit this form without filling this form, still we are submitting this form, but inside the terminal, look at this value objects, all the values for these fields are empty. So passing this form with empty data is not a good practice. So as a solution for this, we can disable the submit button if this form is empty or invalid. This is very simple. For this, we're going to use the property binding method. Inside this button tag, property binding, square brackets, inside this, the property that we want to bind disable. Now the statement, so we want to bind this disable property to this button when this form is invalid. So the form's template variable is this f, so f dot invalid. When this form is invalid, this property becomes true. Therefore, this disable property will bound to this button. If this form is valid, this invalid property becomes false and this will remove the disable property from this button. So let's see this in action. Save this all and back to the browser. Look at this button now, it's disabled because this form is invalid. Fill this form correctly. Look at this button, now this button is active because now this form is valid. Think if I made a mistake with this email, soon after I make this mistake in this email field, this form becomes invalid. This button got disabled. This is the beauty of form validations. Now we cannot pass invalid data to the database, which make our app more robust. So this is how we enable and disable submit buttons according to the form's validity. So this is it for the Angular template driven forms section. In this section, we learned all about Angular template driven form and how to use them, how to validate the input fields, how to get values from input fields, and how to enable, disable submit buttons. Hope you guys learned this well. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. So this is it. Let's meet you in the next lecture. In this section, we're going to learn about Angular reactive forms and how to use an Angular reactive form in our Angular form step by step. By the end of this video, You will learn what is Angular Reactive Form and how to use them, how to validate a reactive form, how to get data from reactive forms, how to nest form groups, and also we're gonna learn about form arrays, form builders, and custom form validators. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. In the previous section, we learned about Angular template driven forms. So in that section, I gave you a small idea about what are the form types in Angular. We have two form types, which are Angular template driven form and reactive form. So in Angular, we have form group class and form controller class. So in order to make an HTML form to an Angular form, we have to make a new instance of these form group and form control class. We make form group class new instance for form tag, and we make form control new instance for each and every input inside the form. In template driven forms, we created this using two directives called ngForm and ngModel. So in the template driven form, we did all the declaration validation almost inside the HTML view page. But in reactive forms, we will do all the declaration and validation and almost everything from scratch inside the component file. So let's see this in action. So first thing first, we have to import and register the reactive forms module. So go to the app module TS file. In here, let's import the reactive forms module. Import reactive forms module from @angular/forms. This also coming from the Angular forms like this forms module. So we don't need these two import statement here. Just put this reactive forms module after this forms module import, and don't forget to add a comma to separate these two modules. Alright, now let's register this under imports reactive forms module. That's it. We have successfully registered the reactive forms module. Next, let's create a simple form. For this, I'm going to use the same bootstrap form as the previous. Then we can understand the difference between template driven form and the reactive forms. So let's copy and paste the previous bootstrap from here. Remove this all ngForm, ngModel and validations, ngIf and all. Just keep this as a default bootstrap form. Alright, the bootstrap form is ready. Save this and go to the browser. Everything looks perfect. Let's get to the real business. In order to handle Angular forms, we have to use the form group and form control classes. In the previous, we used the ngModel and ngForm directives to make a new instance of these classes. But in reactive form, we will not be going to use any of directives. We will do this from scratch all by writing codes. So let's see this in action. First, we have to import two modules. So go to the app component TS file. Inside this, first let's add the import. After this import, the first module that we want to import is form group. So this F and G is capital. After this form group, this is coming from the forms module. So import this @angular/forms. The next module also coming from the same Angular forms. So add the second import also inside this same import. After this form group module, add a comma, and the second module is form control. That's it. So first we have to create a new instance of form group class. So let's create this inside the component class. First, the variable something form. This can be any name. So after this, assign new keyword, then form group and the parentheses. In previous we did this using the ngForm. If you can remember, we assign this ngForm directive to a template variable. The something we did here, same as the previous. So this is the variable and we created the form groups new instance programmatically. In template driven, this is automatically generated by this ngForm directive. Alright, next this form group instance required a parameter object of form controls. So let's do that. Inside this parenthesis, create an object, open and close the curly brackets. As a key value pair, create new form control, new instance for each of these input fields. So first we have the full name field. So the first key is full name colon and value is new form control, which is this imported form control. So after this, don't forget to add the parentheses. So with this, we are creating a new form control instance for this first name input field. In previous, if you can remember, we created this using the ngModel directive. When using the ngModel directive, we required the name attribute of this input. The same thing happening here. This is the name. Now we pass this as the key of this object and this is the ngModel. Now we did this by hand coding. That's the difference between reactive and template driven form. Hope you guys got the idea. Alright, next again create another key value pair for the email. The key is email and value is new form control. Inside of a form group, we can have multiple form controls. Next, at last we got this address. So the key is address and the value is the same as the previous new form control. That's it. So we successfully created these new instances for the Angular form. Now we have to connect this new instance to this form. So we connect this form to this form group's new instance. So for this we have a kind of a property binding. So inside the form tag, open and close a square bracket. Inside this, the property name is form group. This first letter is simple and this G is capital. Now bind this to this form group. This variable name is form. So put this inside quotes. That's it. Now let's bind this input to these form controls. So for this we use a property form control name. Follow these capital simple letters carefully. Assign. Now bind this to this full name form control. Don't forget to put this inside quotes. So likewise for the second input form control name email. For this address text area form control name, assign it to this address. And that's it. Save this all and go to the browser. Perfect, we are not getting any compile errors or runtime errors, which means we have successfully converted this Bootstrap class to an Angular reactive form. Beautiful. Wait, before the end of this video, let me show you a small thing. For this form control name, if you want to use any characters, for example, for this first name, if you want to use the hyphen between first and name, put this inside of quotes. Otherwise, this will throw a compile error. So in previous, we did these required validations. Now let's see how to add multiple validation for this form control. Very simple, we can pass this validator parameter as an array. So wrap this first validator with a square bracket to make this as an array value. So break this into next line to see this clearly. After this, comma, and again we can define our second validation min length. So validators dot min length. This is not like this required. We have to pass the min length value. So parentheses and set the length to around 5. Save this. Now inside the HTML view, add the error message for the min length validation. Let's add a small change to this to show multiple error messages. So remove this required message inside this alert div. Create another div and paste the required error message inside this div. Add the condition for required. This form controls getter method is this. So first name dot errors dot required. Next duplicate this required error div and change the condition required to min length, and also don't forget to change the error message as well. Now save this all and back to the browser. Click on this first name and click outside. Perfect, we got this required error message. Type just one character inside this. As you can see here, now we got this min length error saying that first name should be minimum 10 characters long. Perfect, so this is how we handle multiple validations in reactive form. So in previous we did these required validations. Now let's see how to add multiple validation for this form control. Very simple, we can pass this validator parameter as an array. So wrap this first validator with a square bracket to make this as an array value. So break this into next line to see this clearly. After this comma, and again we can define our second validation min length. So validators dot min length. This is not like this required. We have to pass the min length value. So parentheses and set the length to around 5. Save this. Now inside the HTML view, add the error message for the min length validation. Let's add a small change to this to show multiple error messages. So remove this required message inside this alert div. Create another div and paste the required error message inside this div. Add the condition for required. This form controls getter method is this. So first name dot errors dot required. Next duplicate this required error div and change the condition required to min length, and also don't forget to change the error message as well. Now save this all and back to the browser. Click on this first name and click outside. Perfect, we got this required error message. Type just one character inside this. As you can see here, now we got this min length error saying that first name should be minimum 10 characters long. Perfect, so this is how we handle multiple validations in reactive form. Alright, let's add validation for all these inputs. As a second field, we got this email field. For this also we need the required validator, and in addition to this, we have the pattern validator for email validation. So as a default value for this email field, set this for an empty value. And as a second parameter for this, we're going to use the multiple validators. So define an array, break this to the second line for more readability. Alright, first validation is required. So validator dot required. No need to add the parentheses because this is a static type method. As a second validator, pass the pattern parameter. So after this, don't forget to add the comma. Validators dot pattern. This required the pattern regex parameter like this min length. So first we need the pattern. So create a variable inside the class scope. The variable name is email regex and type will be string. Now get the email pattern from the previous template driven form. Copy this pattern and assign it to this variable. Now pass this regex to this pattern validator. Inside this parentheses, this dot email regex. That's it. Alright, now back to the template view and add the error messages. Wait, before that, create the getter method for this email field as well. So get keyword and the method name just email, parentheses, and the method scope. So inside this getter method, add this return statement, this dot form dot get, inside parentheses, pass email as a string. So this email is this form control key. Alright, let's add the error messages. Save this and go to the component HTML file. Copy this error message div from this first name. Paste it inside this email form control div after this email input. Change this getter method first name to email. Once again, this is this getter method's name, not this form control's name. Alright, these all are the same. No need to change. Expect this min length. Remove this min length and add pattern. This time we are checking the email pattern, not the min length. So change this message to invalid email. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Click this email field and click outside. Perfectly got the required message. Now type a character inside this email field. As you can see here, this time we got this invalid email. Now type a simple email address, something a@gmail.com. Now we don't have any errors cause this email is in the correct format. So in the reactive form, we have a simple way for this email validation rather using this regex pattern method. So let's see that in action. So very simple, comment this. Now we don't need this pattern validator. Instead of this, we can use the email validator. So after this, validator dot email. That's it. This also static method like the required validator static method. So very simple, right? So this is very clean and easy to understand, right? Alright, save this and back to the component HTML file and remove this pattern because this time we are not checking any pattern. So remove this and add email. That's it. Save this all and back to the browser. Check this email field validation. Everything working as we expected. Perfect. Alright, let's move on. Next, add the validation for this address text area. So nothing fancy. This text area I just need only the required validation. So inside the component is file, inside this address form control parentheses, as a first parameter, set the default value, which is an empty string. As a second value, validator. This time we got only one validator, so we don't need to pass this as an array. Just add it after this. Validator dot required. That's it. Say this and back to the component HTML file and add the required error message. So just copy this previous error message. This time we only need this required message. So remove this second error message and change this required error message. So save this all and back to the browser. Get focus this text area plus the focus. Perfect, we got this error message. Type a character as you can see here. As soon as I typed a character inside this text area, this required error message disappeared. Perfect, everything working as we expected. Before the end of this lecture, I want to tell you one more thing. Some of you may wonder from where we get this red border on this input. If you can remember, we defined this CSS style for these ng touched and for this ng invalid. So this is how we're getting this red border on the input fields. If this field is invalid, these Angular classes will be added to these input fields. So we learned about this when we dealing with the template driven forms. Hope you guys remember this. So in this lecture, let's look at how to enable the submit button when the form valid or invalid. And also let's look at how to get the form's values. Alright, let's see this in action. First, let's do the button enable disable. This is also same as the previous template driven form. For this, we're gonna use the property binding inside the app component HTML file. Add the property binding for the submit button inside this open and close square brackets. Inside this, the property is disabled equal sign. The statement is form. This is this form group dot form dot invalid. If this form is invalid, this becomes true and this disabled property will be applied to this button. If this is valid, this becomes false and this disabled property will remove from this button. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, this button is now disabled. Fill this form correctly without errors. Look at this now. This form has no errors, which means this form becomes valid, which means now we can submit this form by using the submit button. Perfect, right? Alright, next let's see how to get these values when we submit this form. As usual, we're gonna use the NgSubmit event for this form, same as the previous template driven form. Inside brackets, NgSubmit and bind this to a TypeScript method, something on submit and the parentheses. In the previous template driven form, we send the ngForm parameter with this NgSubmit event. But in a reactive form, we don't need to send any parameters, just call the method. As you can see here, we are getting a compilation error because still we don't have declared this method inside the component.ts file. So go to the component.ts file and create this onSubmit method. So inside this class scope, the method name is onSubmit and the parentheses. After this, don't forget to add the method scope. Alright, inside this we can get the form data. Very simple. This is the form group. We can access this form group data by values property. So inside this method, we can get this form group data like this. This dot form. This form is this form group value. With this property, we can get this form group's value. So let's log this to the console. Console.log. Put this inside this log. Save this and back to the browser. Fill this form and submit this form. Look inside the browser console. As you can see here, we got the value of this form as an object. Now we can send this values object to the database and store this data inside of a database. Don't worry about saving data inside the database. We will learn about this in the next lectures. So this is how we handle data in reactive forms. In real-world apps, when we're saving data to the database, sometimes we nest object inside objects. For example, with this form group's value object, we are getting this data. Think if we have another field for something, billing address and for contact numbers. Likewise, contact details input, and if I want to get that contact data as a separate nested object inside this main value object, how do we gonna do that? In reactive forms, we can nest form groups inside the main form group. So let's see this in action. Inside this main form group, the key is contact details, and this time instead of this new form control, create a new form group instance like this main form group, new form group and the parentheses. This nested form group also required object of form controls. Nothing fancy. Same like this main form group. The only difference is this is the main form group and this is the sub or nested form group. Alright. Now inside this we can create the form controls. So put this address form control inside this contact details form group. And after this, let's create two subform controls. First one is for something shipping address. So key is shipping address and the value is new form control and the parentheses. Again another field for a contact number. The key is contact number and the value is new form control. And don't forget to add the parentheses. That's it. Now let's create new input fields for these shipping address and for this contact number input field. So inside the template HTML view, duplicate this address text area, change the label as the shipping address, and change the form control name to shipping address. Again, we need another field for contact number. So copy this input field and paste it here. Change the label to contact number. And also don't forget to change this form control name to contact number. That's it. Alright, let's add this contact input inside the contact details form group. This is still inside this main form group. To create nested groups inside the view, we have a property called form group name, like this form control name. So let's do that. Create a div and put these all contact inputs inside this div, address, shipping address and this contact number inputs. Now add the form group name property to this div and bind this to this nested form group, which is contact details. Pass this exactly same as this capital simple letters. Perfect. That's it. We have successfully created this contact details subgroup inside the main form group. Simple, right? Alright, now let's add the validation for these new inputs. In the component file, pass the validation parameter for these inputs. First, set the initial value, which is empty string. The second parameter for this shipping address, we're gonna add only the required validator. So validator.required. For the contact number, let's add the validations. For this, we're gonna use two validations. First one is the required validation. First, pass the default value. As a second parameter, this time we're gonna add the multiple validations. For this, so pass this parameter as an array. So the first validator is required validators.required. The second validator is the pattern. We will set a pattern validation regex for this contact number, like this email pattern validation. So validators.pattern and the parentheses. Now we have to pass the pattern. So create a variable contact regex, type will be string and the pattern will be this. So just pause this video and write it down. Now pass this contact regex variable to this pattern validator. That's it. Now set the getters for these two fields. Copy and paste this getters method. Change the getter method name to shipping and also change this form control name. So this time this is not inside the main root form group. So in order to access this shipping address form control, first we have to access this sub form group, which is this contact details. So contact details dot and the form control name is shipping address. Again duplicate this get method and change the method name to contact and change the form control name to contact number. That's it. Wait, we have another change. This address form control also now inside this form group contact details. So change this. Alright, save this file and back to the HTML view, and let's add error messages. Now change this error directive names. This is shipping, and change the error message. Next, change this to contact, and this time we are checking the pattern. So change this email to the pattern, and don't forget to change the error messages. Save this all and back in the browser. Oops, we are getting an error here because I made a mistake here when we connecting this div to the nested form group. This directive must be form group name, not just form group. So change this to form group name, save this and back to the browser. Now we don't have any errors. Perfect, everything working as we expected. Beautiful. In the previous lecture, we looked at how to nest form groups inside form groups. So in this section, let's learn how to deal with form array class. Think if we have an input field for add skills, a person can have multiple skills, right? So in that case, we have to store those multiple skills inside of a form array. So let's see this in action. Let's create a form array inside this form group. This is also the same as creating these form groups and form controls. So first, the key, I am creating this form array to store skills. So key is skills and value will be a new instance of form array. So new form array. Select this autocomplete. This will automatically import this form array module to this component. Alright, pass an empty array as an argument for this form array. Now let's see how to push data dynamically to this form array. Save this and create an input field for skills. After this div with a bootstrap class form-group. Inside this label, and label text will be skills. After this input field with bootstrap class form-control. Now let's add a key up event for this input field. Inside brackets key up, and I want to trigger this key up only when the user press the enter key. So add an event filtering for this. So key up, after this dot and the enter. We already learned about this, right? So now bind this to a method called something add skills, and don't forget to add the parentheses. In order to get these input values, create a template variable for this input #skill and pass the template variable to this method. That's it. Now save this and back to the component file and create this add skills method. So this sending a parameter, so capture it, skills. Now set this variable type to HTML input element, because this is this template variable which is an HTML input element. So now inside this method, let's push this input value to this form array. So this dot form, which is this main form dot get, and we want to access this skills, so skills. So pass this inside this parameter. In order to push value to this array, we have to convert this to a form array. Look at this, we don't have any push method for this form group. So convert this to a form array. Very simple. After this, add this statement as form array. Alright, now put this all inside of brackets And now we can use the push method with this dot push. This time we are not getting any compile errors. Now push this inputs value to this form array. So first we have to create a new instance of form control or form group like this. This is simple input data. So I'm going to create a new form control instance. So inside this push method, new form control and parentheses. Now push the value to this new instance inside this parentheses, skill, which is this parameter variable, and value. That's it. Now let's log this form group's value to see whether this pushing is working or not. So after this, log this form.value. Save this all and back to the browser. Type something inside the skills field and hit enter. Inside the console, we got this form group values. Inside this, we got this skills array. Expand it. Inside this array, we got this type data. Again, type something and hit enter. As you can see here, we got this second value also inside the skills array. Alright, now render this skill form array values inside the view. Back in the VS Code, first let's make a getter class for this as well. After this, get the method name is skills. After this, parentheses and the scope. Inside this return this dot form dot get inside brackets skills. Don't forget to put this inside quotes. After this as form array. Now we can remove this entire line and add simply this getter method name skills. That's it. Alright, now back in the HTML template. Now let's render this skills form array data using the ng directive inside of an unordered list. So after this skills input, unordered list with bootstrap class list dash group. Inside this UL li tag with list dash group dash item bootstrap class. These bootstrap classes will give a nice unordered list. Now let's render the array. Inside the list tag, ng directive, inside quotes, let skill of the getter method name is skills. And if you can remember, we are pushing form controls to this form array. So after this dot controls, this will render all the form control values inside this form array. Now inside this list, let's show the data using the string interpolation. Inside the string interpolation, skill, which is this variable and dot value. Perfect. Now save this and back to the browser. Type a skill something Angular. Hit enter. As you can see here, this rendered inside this bootstrap list. Again type something React and hit enter. Perfect, right? Everything working as we planned. Now let's add a method to clear these input fields after adding a new skill. Very simple. Back in the VS Code, go to this add skill method and reset this skill HTML element value skill dot, which is this parameter value, assign it to an empty value. Save this and back to the browser. Type a simple skill and hit enter. As you can see here, soon after we click the enter button, this input field's value set to empty. Beautiful. Alright, at last let's see how to remove a form array value programmatically. First, add a delete anchor tag for this list. Now inside this, create an anchor tag with these bootstrap classes btn, btn-sm, this is for small buttons, and btn-danger. The anchor text will be this X as the cross icon for removing data. Now add a click event for this button. inside brackets, click assign this to a method called remove skills, and don't forget to add the parentheses. In order to remove a value from an array, we need the index of that removing data. So let's get the index of this array. If you can remember, we learned about this when we learning ng for directive. So after this statement, semicolon, let I assign index. With this, we are assigning this array's index to this variable I. This can be any variable name. Now pass this index to this remove skills method. So we can remove that value from the array using the array index number. Alright, now go to the components file, create the remove skills method. With this method, we required the index number. So set a parameter variable index. Now inside this, let's add the remove statement. Very simple. This getter method, which is this skills dot remove inside brackets, pass the index number that we are getting from this parameter. That's it. Save this all and back to the browser. Add some skills, Angular, Javascript, React. Now remove this Angular from the list. As you can see here, this removed from the list. Again, remove this React. This also removed from the list. Beautiful, isn't it? So this is how we deal with Angular reactive form arrays. So until now we have created these form groups and form controls. If you look at this, as you can see, we're repeating the same new form control instance again and again, which is making our code a little bit noisy, right? And also we have another problem. We have almost created 5 getter methods for these form control to simplify this inside the HTML view template. For a small form like this is okay, but think if we are dealing with more than 20-30 form controls, creating these getter methods for all those form controls, it's a big pain, right? As a solution for this, we have a better approach, which is Angular Form Builder. In this lecture, let's look how to make this noise code to clean code using this Angular Form Builder. First, import the Form Builder module to this component file, Form Builder. This is also coming with this Angular Forms module. So put this inside this same import, Form Builder. Alright, now we have to inject this into the constructor. We learned about this dependency injection when we learning Angular services. Hope you guys remember this. Alright, inside the constructor, FB, this can be any name, and this type is Form Builder, which is this imported Form Builder. Now let's recreate this form group using this Form Builder. Inside this constructor, let's create the form group FB dot. With this Form Builder, we can build these 3 types of new class instances. Very simple: group, control, and array. We use the group to create form group. We use the control to form control, and the array for form arrays. So first we have to create the form group. So select the group. For this also, same as this previous, required an object. Inside this, we have to pass key value pairs, which can be form group or form control or a form array. So first we have the first name. So the key is first name and the value is fb.control and the parentheses. In Form Builder, we have another cleaner approach for this form control. So remove this and just simply add a square bracket. This represents the new instance of the form control class. Less syntax and very clean approach, right? Next we can pass the validation same as this. So inside the square bracket, first the default value, and as a second parameter we have to pass the validation. So nothing special here, same like the previous method. So we got 2 validations for this first name field. required and the min length. So we can pass multiple validations as an array. So create an array. Inside this first validation, validator.required. The second validation, validator.minLength. Inside parentheses, set the min length count, 5. That's it. So next we got the email field, same as this key is email and pass a square bracket for new form control instance. Inside this pass the default value and pass the validations, required and email. Next we got this contact detail form group. The key is the form group name, which is this form details. This time we're gonna create a nested form group. So we have to type that. The square bracket thing is only available to create form controls new instance. Okay. After this, fb dot, which is this injected form builder group and the parentheses. So inside this parentheses, we can pass the form controls as object key value pair, same as this. So inside this, create an object. This first form control is address and pass a square bracket as a value. So inside this, pass the initial value and the validators. For this address form control, we only have this required validator. So add the required validator. So second contact form control is this shipping address. The key is shipping address and the form control. This also same as this, pass the initial value and the validations. So after this we got the contact number. So the key is contact number and the form control. Inside this time we got two validators. So pass two validators as an array. Validators.required and validators.pattern. Inside this pattern parentheses, pass this contact number regex pattern. That's it for this contact details form group. At last we got this skills array. Let's see how to define an array using the form builder. As a key, pass the array name skills. Now let's define the array fb, this form builder dot, and this time we are planning to create an array. So select array and parentheses. Inside this create an empty array. Alright, so we have successfully created this form using the form builder. Now we don't need this form group, so remove it. I'm going to comment on this and keep this for your reference. Alright, save this and back to the browser. Look at this form, every validation and everything working as previous. Perfect, right? Comparing to the previous form group, this form builder is slightly cleaner than the previous form group, right? So this is no mandatory to use form builder. It is up to your personal preferences. In case if you like this previous syntax, you can use that, no problem. So alright, this is how we use form builder in Angular reactive forms. In reactive forms, we can write a custom validator method for our own custom validations. As you know, we have few inbuilt form validation methods: required, min and max length, pattern, and the email HTML validations. Think if we have an input for username and we want to validate the username without spaces. If someone types a username with space, we have to show an error. So in this case, we don't have any inbuilt validators. So we have to create that validator by ourselves. So let's do that. So guys, now I have an empty app component. I removed all previous codes. Don't worry, if you need the previous codes, I have attached the file with the previous lecture. Alright, let's begin. First, let's create a simple sign up form using Bootstrap. First, create a container div. Inside this div, form tag. Inside this form, create a form group div. Inside this label, username. After this input field with form-control bootstrap class. Next again another form group div. Inside this a label with password. After this a password input tag with bootstrap form-control class. At last create a submit button for this form with bootstrap classes btn, btn-primary. The button text will be submit. Now convert this simple bootstrap form to an Angular reactive form. So go to the component TS file. To create Angular reactive form controls, I'm going to use the form builder. So first inject the form builder to this constructor FB, and the inject type will be form builder. Select this autocomplete. This will import the form module to this component. Create a form variable inside the class scope. Alright, now inside the constructor, let's create the reactive form controls. This dot form assign FB, which is this form builder dot group and parentheses. Inside this parentheses, pass a form control object. So create the object as a first key value pair, username, and this is a form control. So use the short syntax. Just open and close a square bracket. Inside the square bracket, set the initial value, which is an empty string. So after this, validators, this username has more than one validators. So pass this as an array. The first validator is validators.required. The second validator is min length, and set the length count to around minimum 5. Alright, next we got the password form control. So the key is password and the form control. Set the default value. For this we're gonna add only one validator, which is required. That's it, we have successfully set the form builder. Next let's set the getter method. In the form builder we can set only one get method for all these form controls. In previous we created getter methods one by one for each and every form control. But using the form builder, we can simplify this. Get, method name is something fc, parentheses, and the method scope. Inside this, simply return this statement. Return this dot form dot controls. With this, we are returning all the form control instances. So we can simply access the form control instance like this. fc.form control name, username or password. Alright, save this and open the component.html view file. Connect this form to this form group using the form group property binding. Inside square brackets, form group, and the form group is this form variable. So bind this to this form variable. After this, bind the input field to the form controls. Inside this first input, form control name, assign. Form control name is username. Do the same for this password field as well. Next, add the validation error messages. I just copy and paste this from the previous form. So this time form control is coming from this get method. So fc.username.touched and fc.username.invalid. So same as this fc.username.errors.required. At last, don't forget to change the error message to username required. Do the same for this min length error as well. Now again copy and paste this error to this password field. This password has only one validator which is required, so change all the details. So that's it. Save this and back to the browser. Wait, we are getting an error here saying this.form.control is not a function. Oh, I did a mistake here. This control is not a function. So remove the parentheses. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Now we don't have any errors. Check the validations. Perfect. Everything seems to be working as we expected. Alright, now let's do the custom validator for this username field, which is username must not contain spaces. First, we have to create a file for this custom validator. As a good practice, I will put all my custom validators inside of a folder called validators. So inside the app folder, create a folder. The folder name will be validators. Inside this folder, let's create our custom validator. So create a file name. First pass the validator name something, no space, dot. After this, like this component file naming convention, validators. So we are creating a validators file. So validators dot file extension will be ts. So nothing fancy. We commonly use this naming convention in Angular. We use this when we creating components, pipe, services, etc. etc. So if it is a component file, we will put the component. If it is a custom pipe file, we will put the pipe between this. If it is a service file, we will put service here. So nothing fancy, just simple naming convention. Next, open this validator file. Inside this, let's create the custom validator. First, we need to import two modules. One is abstract control module and another one is validation errors module. Let's import these modules. Import inside curly brackets abstract control from, this is coming from at Angular/forms, and this validation errors module also coming with this Angular form, so pass this inside this same import. After this, create the TypeScript class keyword and the class name no space validators. Carefully follow this naming convention. Okay, now we have to define the validators method. So this method name can be any name. So I declared this method name as something no space validation and parentheses. In order to make this a validator method, we have to do two things. First, set a parameter for this control, and this control must be an abstract control. After this, if there is an error, this must be returned validation errors, or if there is no error, this must be returned null. So add that after this method scope. Okay, let's set the logic inside this method. Alright, first I'm gonna capture the value with this parameter. We are getting the form control. As you know, this form control object contains all the form validation status such as touched, invalid, valid. You got the idea, right? And also this form control object carries the form inputs value. So now what I want to do is I want to get the form inputs value and assign it to a variable called control value. So let's do that. Let control value assign this control, this parameter control dot value. So this control value type is any. I want to make this as a string, then only we can check whether there are any spaces or not. So as string. So add this after this as string. Very simple, right? Alright, now we have the value. Let's do the logic. If the statement is control value, which is this form control value, and then index of white spaces greater than or equals to 0. So with this index of method, we can get any characters count. If you want to check whether there is any special characters something semicolon type or not, so we can pass that inside this index of parameter. In our case, we are checking whether there are empty white spaces or not. That's why I passed the empty white space as a parameter for this index of method. Alright, if there is space in the username, we have to send a validation error. So let's do that. Very simple. We can return this as an object. So return no space validator as the key. As a value, if you want, you can send an object with additional pieces of information. In our case, we don't need that. So just simply return true because there is only one error. If this is not true, return null. So when we're dealing with the validators, we are not creating a new instance. So in order to make this method accessible without making the new class instance, just set this method as a static method. So we can access this validator method without making a new instance of this validator class. At last, don't forget to add the export keyword to this class, then only we can access this class from outside. Alright, now we have successfully created our custom validator. Now let's see how to use this validator. In order to use this inside the component file, import this custom validator. So import inside brackets, the class name is no space validators. After this, path is to this validators file. Go back one step. Inside this, select the validators folder. Now inside this, select this no space validators file. That's it. Now add this validation to this username input. After this time the custom validator module is this no space validators and the validator method is this no space. So select it. That's it. Now go to the HTML file and add the error message for this custom validator. Duplicate this previous error message. Change the error to no space. Change the error message to username cannot contain spaces. Save this all and go to the browser. Inside the username, type a something and hit the space bar. Beautiful, right? We got this no space error. Now remove this space. Perfect. Now we aren't getting any errors. Perfect. So guys, this is how we create custom input validations in Angular. So guys, this is it for this section. This section is filled with lots of logics, right? Hope you guys learned it well and enjoyed it. In this section, we learned what is reactive forms and how to set up a reactive form from scratch. We learned about reactive form validations and also we learned how to create our own custom reactive form validators from scratch. So after that, we learned about reactive form builders, form arrays, nested form groups and so on. Perfect. So guys, we successfully completed this reactive form section. Hope you guys learned it well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the Q&A area. Okay, this is the end of this section. Let's move on to the next section. Alright, in this section, we're going to be learn about Angular routing and navigation. By the end of this section, you will know what are routing and navigation, How to implement an Angular routing from scratch. How to pass router parameters and query parameters. What is observable and how to use that. How to get router parameters and query parameters, and at last you will learn how to navigate routers programmatically. So this section gonna be a little big and tricky, so please make sure to learn everything. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. So actually what is this routing? Routing is basically means navigating between pages. You have seen many sites with links that direct you to a new page. Let's look at an example. Just go to the Angular official website angular.io. So this is the home page of this website. If you go to this features tab, this URL is changed to this. After this domain, we can see this /features. If I go to the docs, this change the URL to docs. So this is what routing. This routing is commonly used in all websites and web apps to navigate through the website pages. You guys already know Angular is a component-based front-end framework. So in Angular, we use the routing mechanism to navigate around components. So think this Angular's official website is built using the Angular framework. So when we go to this angular.io website, this is the main default router, which is this first page of this website. This showing us this home page component. So likewise, if I go to the features tab, this removes the home page component from the DOM and show this features component inside the browser view. So this is the simple idea that I can give for Angular routing. So once again, using the Angular router mechanism, we can navigate through different Angular components or different views. We use an Angular router to navigate through components. So router is a main built-in core module of an Angular, which includes a bunch of directives and services that used to implement navigation in our Angular app. So throughout this section, we will learn about this router module in detail. So there are 3 steps to implement navigation. First, we have to configure the routes. With this, we configure which component should be visible when user navigate to a certain URL. Next, we have to add the router outlet. This will be responsible for showing the correct component view to the user on a certain URL. At last, we need to add links to navigate through the website. So in the next lecture, we're gonna learn these 3 steps one by one in detail. Alright, in this lecture, let's set up a new Angular project for this routing and navigation. So open the command prompt or the terminal, navigate to the project folder. As usual, my project folder is inside the desktop. So cd desktop. Inside the desktop, my project folder is the Udemy Angular course folder. So I'm going to navigate my command prompt to this folder, cd Udemy Angular course. Perfect. Now I'm inside my project. So let's create the new Angular app inside this project folder. So we learned about this. So in order to access the Angular CLI, we use this ng command to create a new Angular app, new, then the project name, something ang-routing. This can be any name, no need to follow exactly as mine. So now hit the enter to run this command. Give no to this strict typing mode and hit enter. Yes, of course, we're gonna use the Angular router, but if we give yes to this will automatically set up all the necessary configuration for us. But we'll first see how to do this from scratch. Then only we can get the exact idea about this Angular routing. Once we learn about this from scratch, then we know the idea. So after that, we can use this easiest way. So give no to this and hit enter. Now select the preferred styling method, select the CSS method and hit enter. That's it. Alright, the new Angular app is ready. Now open this inside the VS Code. So cd into the new Angular app. Cd project folder name is this ang-routing. Now run this command to open this inside the VS Code. Code, space and dot. Hit enter. In Angular, we got inbuilt a separate module for routing and navigation. We don't need to additionally install anything. So in this lecture, let's see how to implement this router and navigation to this Angular project. So first thing first, let's create a simple app to manage post that has routing and navigations. For now, let's create a component for post list. Inside the integrated terminal, run this command nggc and the component name is post-list. Hit enter to execute this command. Perfect, we got the component. In order to show this post list component inside the browser, we have to add this component selector inside the app component HTML file. We learned about this, right? So let's add this inside the app component HTML file. Remove this default HTML boilerplate. We don't need that. Now add an h1 tag, something Angular blog site. After this h1 tag, let's add the post list component selector, which is this app-post-list. So select the autocomplete. This will complete this as an HTML custom tag. Perfect. Now let's run this app. Inside the integrated terminal, ng serve and hit enter. After the development server started, go to this URL localhost :4200. Perfect. We got this heading and this post list work text, which means our post list component is successfully rendered inside the browser. So if you notice, we rendered this post list component directly inside the app component HTML file. Now what I want to do is, I want to show this component inside the browser when a button clicks. So create a button before this post list selector. The button text will be post list. Save this and back to the browser. Perfect. So as I mentioned earlier, I want to show this post component when this button clicks. So let's see this in action. For this, we're going to use the Angular routing method. So in order to work with Angular router, we have to tell Angular that we are using the Angular router with this project. For that, we have to register Angular router module inside the Angular app modules. Very simple. This also like previous components, pipe, service and module register. So open the app module.ts file. Inside this, first import the router module. So at the top of the page, after these imports, import. The module name is router module. Carefully follow these capital simple letters. After this, from this module is coming from the router. So at Angular/router. That's it. Now as usual, we register the modules inside the imports array. So after this, comma, router module dot for root and parentheses. This for root is a static method that defines the router module class. So we use this method to define root or main routes for our Angular application. So now we can pass the array of routes object to this for root static method as a parameter. So array. Inside this, we can define the router objects, which must have the path and the component key value pairs. So let's see this in action. So inside this array object, as you know, we define objects using the curly brackets. So open and close curly brackets. Inside this, first key value pair is path and the value is, for now, just pass an empty string. The next key value pair is component colon. So this value also set to an empty string. So with this key value pairs, that we are telling Angular to load this component when the browser URL change to this path. As I mentioned, I want to load the post list inside the browser when clicking the button. So let's define a path for the post list. Inside this path value, pass the router path post, a plural word. Now pass the component that we want to show, the post list component. So pass the component name. I made a mistake. For the component, we don't have to pass this as a string. So remove these quotes. Without quotes, just pass the component name, post list component. That's it. We have successfully created our first router. Now we have successfully created our first route. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, still we can see this post component because in the previous lecture we added this directly to the app component, which is why we are getting this post list works. So now we don't need this. So remove it from the app component HTML file. Now save this and again back to the browser. Now we got nothing here. Navigate to this post router after this base URL slash and the router path is post. Hit enter. Still we got nothing. If you can remember, we defined the router when the user navigates to this path, show this post list component. If this works correctly, we will see this post list works p tag inside the browser. But we got nothing here. What's going on here? In order to show the relevant component weave inside the browser, we have to use a special type of Angular HTML element, which is router outlet. Without routing, we rendered the component weave inside the browser using the component selector as an HTML tag. So the same thing we're gonna do here. This time we are showing the components inside the browser with the routers. So for that, we have to add the router outlet here. This router outlet also coming under Angular Directive category, but this is different. We use this as a custom HTML tag, like the component selector. So let's add this inside the component HTML file, router-outlet. Select the autocomplete. This will automatically complete this as an HTML tag. Now save this and back to the browser. Navigate to the post path. As you can see here, this time we got this post list works, which means now the router is working fine. Some of you may wonder what is happening here. It's very simple. In order to show the component inside the view, we added the component selector as an HTML tag inside the app component HTML file. Like that, now we added this router outlet directive as an HTML tag to show relevant component when there is a router. So very simple. Hope you guys got the idea. Now we can load the post list component inside the browser when we navigate to this post router path. We did this manually by typing the path inside the browser address bar. Now what I want to do is, I want to load this component when clicking this button. So let's see how to do this. Very simple. For this in Angular, we have another directive which is router link. By using this, we can navigate to a specific router when clicking this button. So this is a directive. So add this inside the button starting tag, router link. This L must be capital. As always, follow the capital simple letters correctly. After this equal sign, inside quotes, pass the path that we want to navigate. Slash the path is post. Note this carefully. When we define the route, we didn't use this slash. But when we using that defined router path, we must add this slash before the router path. Okay, that's it. Save this and back to the browser. Go to the main URL. Now click on this button. As you can see here, this loaded this post list works here. Look at the address bar. Perfect, right? When we click on this button, this URL change to this router path. That's why we got this. Now let's add a button to navigate to the main URL. So back to the VS Code. Before this button, create another button. The button text will be home. Set the router link, the main home page or the component. If you noticed, we don't have any relevant router for the main root component. But if you navigate to the project main URL, which is this localhost :4200, we got this Weave, which is this app component. How we getting this? As you know, the main root component is this app component. This generated automatically by Angular CLI when we creating a new Angular project. How this component load inside the browser? If you can remember, we learned about this. When we navigate to the root URL of this app, this will first load this index.html page. So this is the main page that loads inside the browser. If you look at inside the index.html page, we got this component selector app-root, which is this app components selector. So this is how we getting this main root components Weave inside the browser. If you look at this further, we got another new HTML tag, which is the base tag. This is pointed to this /URL. What's happening with this? With this Angular knows this is the main root file to load inside the browser when someone navigate to the root URL. So this is what base URL. So without this, Angular doesn't know how to open and navigate through the website. Let me show you a quick example. Remove this base URL, save this and back to the browser. Look at this. This time we got nothing. Look inside the browser console. As you can see here, we got this error saying that no base href set. So this is what I try to tell you guys. Without this, Angular cannot understand the navigation of this Angular app. Hope you guys got the idea. So now add the base URL, save this and go to the app component. So now we want to navigate to the main Weave when clicking this home button. So as previous, add the router link directive to this button. This time the URL path is this base URL, which just /symbol. Save this and back to the browser. Click on this post list button. We got the post list component Weave. Now click on the home button. Look at the URL. We again navigate back to the base URL. So this is how we deal with base URL. Hope you guys got the idea. In the previous lecture, we learned about the base URL. When we loading the base URL, this will open the index.html file inside the browser. Inside this index.html file, we rendering this app component. In routers, we have not defined any page to the base URL. In a real world app, we don't put many codes inside the app component. We use separate components for this. So in this lecture, let's see how to define a base router and point that to another component. For this, let's generate a component. Inside the integrated terminal, run this command to generate a component. ngGC, the component name is home. Hit enter to execute this command. Now let's define a new router for the base URL. Inside the app module TS file, create another router object. This time path is the base URL /, but so in the router object, we don't add this /, so just keep an empty string. So this will represent the base URL. The component is the newly created home component. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. In the base URL, as you can see here, this time we got the home works, which means home component loaded successfully inside the browser on this base URL. Now navigate to the post list. This time we got the post list component. Again back to the home, we got the home component. So this is how we define the base router. When in traditional HTML pages, we use anchor tags to navigate through the website. But in our previous example, we used a button tag. But in Angular, we can add this router link directive pretty much in every tag. But in traditional HTML, we can add links only in anchor tags. Because in traditional HTML website, we don't have this router link. In order to navigate to a link, we must use an anchor tag. Because anchor tag as the href attribute. In some cases, we use the anchor tags in Angular as well. But in Angular, we will not use the href attribute. Instead of the href attribute, we will use the router link directive in Angular. So let's see this in action. So simply create an anchor tag and remove the href and add the router link. This router link is for post list. So add the post router path to this. Link text will be something post list. Save this and back to the browser. Click on this link. This is working as we expected. As you can see here, this is navigate to the post router. Some of you may wonder why we cannot use the href attribute with the anchor tag. So let's find the answer for this. Create another anchor tag after this. This time remove this router link and add the href attribute. Change the text to post list href. Now save this all and back to the browser. Click on this href post list tag. This also successfully navigate to this post URL. But if we look at this carefully, when we clicking this href link, browser is loading the entire page. We can clearly see this with this loading indicator on the browser. If we click on this router link href, as you can see here, this will load this component without refreshing the page. So this is the problem with the href tag. When an Angular application loads inside the browser at the first time, this will load all the necessary files like JavaScript files and CSS files to the browser. After that, when we navigate through the website to other pages, components, the Angular app will only download necessary files that need for that relevant component, not all the files like initial load. Wait, I'll show you this. Open the browser tools and go to the network tab. Reload the base URL. Look at this. This loads all the CSS and JavaScript files. Now I remove this all. Now navigate to the post list by clicking this anchor tag, which using the router link. Look at this network tab. Nothing loaded. Because as I mentioned earlier, this loads all the necessary files at the initial page loads. Again back to the home. Again this not loaded anything new. But look at this carefully. If I click this href anchor tag, look at this. This loads again all the files. This is not a good practice for an Angular app. So this is the problem with the href tag. In a traditional HTML website, we load websites pages like this. Sometimes this will cost lots of time to load a page. So if we using the href with the Angular, there is no use of using the Angular framework. We can use the traditional way, right? Hope you guys got the idea. We learned about the Angular router link directive and href attribute in the previous lecture. Now in this lecture, let's see how to show an active status on these router links. So we don't need these anchor tags, so remove them. Now what I want to do is, I want to change this button color to something red when we navigate to that router link. So let's see this in action. Let's add a CSS class to this button, something active. Inside the component CSS file, add the CSS style to this active class. .active and the CSS scope. Inside this, set the background color to red and also the font color to white. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. We got this red color button. Now what I want to do is I want to apply this active CSS class to this button when we navigate to that particular path. For example, if we navigate to the post path, I want to apply this active class to this post list button. If I navigate to the home path, I want to remove that style from this post list button and apply that to the home button. So let's do this. If you can remember, we did conditionally CSS classes binding using the class binding and the ng class directive. But for the Angular routers, we have a separate directive which is router link active. So let's see this in action. First, remove this class. Very simple, just add the directive router link active. Follow these capital simple letters carefully. So after this, as usual, equal sign and the quotes. Inside quotes, pass the CSS class that we want to apply. Active. Very simple, right? Add the same directive to this button as well. Save this and back to the browser. At the base URL, we got this home button in red. Navigate to the post URL. Perfect. Now this post list button in red color. So this is how we deal with router link active directive. I added some modification to the post list component. So inside the post list component TS file, I created this post object array with these key value pairs, ID, title and the content. You don't need to follow this as mine, but if you need this, you can get this code from the attached files. Inside the HTML file, just added these markups to render the post array with this ng4. As you know, we can loop an array. So with this h1 tag showing the title using the string interpolation. After this, I added a button to view this post. Just a simple markup for render post list inside the post list component. We learned all about this in the previous sections. Alright, so inside the browser, this will look like this. Now I want to make this view button live. Still we are not doing anything with this, right? So what I want to do is I want to open a new component or navigate to a URL that shows only this post details. As you know, inside our post object array, we have the post content. Inside the post list, we only showing the post title. If someone wants to read this post content, they can click on this view content and read the full blog post content. So let's see this in action. So first we need a component. So let's generate a component. Inside the integrated terminal, ngGC, the component name is single post. Alright, now let's define a route to this single post component. Go to the app module TS file. Inside this router array, let's define the router. After this, create the router object. The path is post, same as this. Keep this for now. We'll come back to in a minute. Next, point this to the single post component. After this comma, key is component and the value is single post component. So now in order to show the post details inside the single post component, we have to pass the index of that array. Then only we can fetch that array object details inside the single post component. So how do we pass that array index from the post list component to single post component? We have a simple solution for this. We can pass data between components via binding that data to the router. So let's see this in action. For that, first we have to define that in the router. We define router parameters like this. After this, slash colon sign and the router parameter variable name something ID. This can be any name. So we define the router with the parameter Now what I want to do is I want to go to that URL when clicking this view button. So we can do that using the route link directive as these home and post list buttons. So add the router link to this view button and the router path is this post. Now we have to pass the router ID parameter with this router as well. So how do we do that? For this, first we need the index of this array. We can get that with this ng4. We learned about this, right? So inside the ng4, let index assign index. This index is coming from this ng4 and this is we created new variable. So this can be any name. Alright, now we are getting the index number with this. Now what I want to do is I want to pass this index number with this router as a parameter. For this we have to do a small modification to this router link. So first make this router link directive as a property binding. We can make this with the square brackets. Wrap this router link with square brackets. Now for this we have to pass two parameters. So remove this. Inside double quotes, create another square bracket. Inside this, router path as the first parameter, which is this post. Pass this inside of a single quotes. After this, pass the parameter value as a second parameter, which is this index variable. Just type the index variable name after this comma. That's it. We have successfully created the router with parameter. And also we learned how to pass the parameter variable with the router link directive. Now save this all and back to the browser. Now click on this view button. This open the single post component. That's why we got this single post works. Look at this URL inside the browser address bar. We got the URL path and after this we got this number 0. What is this? Can you guys guess? Yes, this is the parameter that we passed with this post array index number. Go to the post list and click on the second post. We got the number 1 as the parameter. Cause as you know, array index starts with 0. So this is how we pass parameter variables from one router to another router. So in the previous, we sent the index number of this array via binding to the router parameter. So in this lecture, let's see how to get that parameter from the router and how to show the relevant array data to that array index. So we are sending that router parameter from post list component to single post component. So let's capture that router parameter from this single post component. Open the single post component ES file. Inside this, in order to capture the router parameter, we have to use the activated route module, which also comes from the Angular router. First thing first, import the activated router module to this component. So import inside curly brackets activated route. As always, carefully follow the capital simple letters. After this, from this also coming from the Angular router module. So at Angular/router. Now we have to use this activated route to get the parameters, but we cannot use this directly. In order to use this, we have to inject this activated route class into the constructor, like the Angular services. So inside the constructor, private route, this can be any name. So after this, colon, and the class name, which is this activated route. That's it. Now let's see how to get the router parameter using this activated route. Now inside the NgOnInit, this dot route, which is this injected activated route. After this param map, this M is capital. So this param map is the property that gives all the router parameter values. If you look at this param map type, as you can see here, this is an observable. Observable is something coming from RxJS. So leave that for now. In the next lecture, we'll learn about this in detail. Okay, so in order to get the values from an observable, we must subscribe to that observable. So after this dot subscribe, this is a method. So after this parenthesis, this required a function with value parameter. So this method required a function with value parameter. So I'm gonna define an arrow function inside this parenthesis. The parameter name is the value arrow and the function scope. Now inside this, let's log this value parameter and see what we got from this. Console.log and parentheses, inside this parentheses, print this value. Perfect. Save this and go to the browser. Click one of these view buttons. Please navigate to this URL with the router parameter. Now open the browser console. Inside this, as you can see, we got this params map object. Inside that we got these two keys, params and keys. Expand the params. Look at this, guys. Inside this param, we got the object of router parameter, key and the value. This value is this router parameter. If you wonder what is this key ID, which is this router parameter key, we define this when we creating this router. Perfect, right? Now we can use this params map to get the router parameter. So now back in the VS Code, value dot, look at this. We got these 4 methods. We can get a parameter value from this get method. We can get all the parameter values from this getAll method. We can check whether there is a router parameter or not with this as method. And finally, we can get a list of parameter keys with this keys method. So now we are dealing with one router parameter. So in that case, we can use the get method to get the router parameter. So value.get, this is a method, so parentheses, and this required the router parameter key. So our router parameter key is ID, pass this as a string inside quotes. Now I'm going to assign this to a variable something let ID. Perfect. Now log this variable and remove this previous log. Save this all and back to the browser. Now click on this view. Perfect. We got the index of this post printed inside the browser console. Again back to the post list component. We can navigate through the components using these buttons, right? So again click on this view button. Perfect. We got the router parameter. Beautiful, isn't it? So guys, this is how we access the router parameter using the activated route module. In the previous lecture, I told you that this params map is an observable. So you may wonder what is this observable? This is not an Angular thing. This is coming under JavaScript reactive programming. In other words, this is coming from JavaScript RxJS. If you look at the package.json file, in here we can find Angular is using RxJS. So what is this RxJS and observable? First, let's go to the RxJS official website, rxjs.dev. Go to this overview tab. So this is a library for composing asynchronous and event-based programs by using observable sequences. So what is this observable? An observable is a sequence of data that is emitted asynchronously or synchronously over a period of time. In other words, observable will continuously observe a set of stream data and automatically update or track that sequence of data whenever there is something changed. So let's see an example, then we can understand this correctly. As I mentioned earlier, Angular is using the RxJS library out of the box. So we can use the RxJS observable with an Angular project. So let's see a simple example. So let's do this inside the home component TS file. This is just an example, so that's why I'm doing this inside the home component. There is no mandatory requirement to do this. You can do this any of the component files as you wish. So in order to work with observables, we have to import the observable to this component file. So import inside curly brackets observable. This O must be capital from this is coming from the RxJS library. That's it. So now let's create a new observable. So inside the NgOnInit method, create a variable, something const obs test, and at the end of this variable name just add a dollar symbol. So usually we create observable variable something like this. This is just a naming convention. With this we can easily identify the observable variables. So this is not a mandatory requirement. This is just a naming convention. Alright, after this equal sign, new observable. With this we are creating a new instance of the observable class. So after this add the parenthesis. Now this observable required an observer function as a parameter. So inside this parenthesis, let's create an arrow function, observer and arrow function. Now inside this function, simply log this console.log inside brackets printed from observable. Perfect. Now save this and back to the browser. We are now inside the home component. So now look inside the browser console. We got nothing. We supposed to get this log printed inside the log, but we got nothing. In order to use an observable, we must subscribe to that observable. So let's do this. After this, we assign this observable to this obs test with the dollar sign. So dot subscribe and parenthesis. Now save this and back to the browser. Look inside the browser console. As you can see here, we got this log printed here. So this is how we create and access an observable. So you guys may wonder what is this subscribe and how this works. This is nothing fancy. I'll explain this with a simple example. This observable also like a JavaScript function that has some more additional features than the traditional JavaScript functions. Simply let's create a simple function const obs test, this time without the dollar symbol because this is not an observable. After this assign this to a simple function scope. Inside this let's log something printed from function. So in order to access this function, as you guys already know, we have to call this function. So after this, let's call this. The function name is this obs test and parenthesis. So this is how we call a JavaScript function, right? So save this and back to the browser. Look at this. We got these two logs. One is from the observable and the other one is from the function. So guys, as I said earlier, observable also kind of a JavaScript function. In order to execute a JavaScript function, we must call that function. The same thing applies for the observable as well. So we call a function like this, but we call an observable with the subscribe method. So this is what we're doing with this subscribe method. Nothing fancy, very simple. So with this subscribe, we are calling this observable like this function calling. Hope you guys got the idea. In a traditional JavaScript function, if you want to return something, we will return that using the return statement. Something like this return keyword, and let's return a string something returned from the function. Remove this log, we don't need that anymore. We can capture functions returns something like this. Assign a variable to this function call const return data. Now let's log this after this function call. Save this and back to the browser. As you can see here, we got this returned value printed here. In observable, we have a different approach to return values. So let's see that in action. So remove this log, we don't need that. Like this return statement, we have next statement in observable. So this callback function, which is this observer dot next. Inside parentheses, we can pass the value that we want to return. So let's pass a string value returned from observable. So this is how we return something from observable. Now we have to capture that returning value from this subscribe method. So we captured the returning value something like this for JavaScript functions, but for observables we have a different approach. So let's do that. With this subscribe, we can capture the returning value something like this. Inside the subscribe parentheses, create an arrow function, value, arrow, and the function scope. With this value parameter, we will get all the returning values from the observable. So inside this function, log this value parameter. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Look at this, we got this log. Perfect, right? So guys, this is how we return a value from an observable using the next observer method. Some of you may wonder that we are doing the same thing with the observable and this function. What is the difference? And what is the use of this observable? So we'll see this in detail about this in this lecture. With this function, we returned this statement. In case if you want to return another statement, how do we do that? In traditional JavaScript functions, we cannot return another statement like this. This won't work. When we call this function, this method will execute until this first return. After this function will stop executing and move forward. But in observable, we can return as many data as we want. So let's see this in action. As you know, we return something from an observable using this next method. So again, after this observer.next, inside the parentheses, let's pass something. This is the second statement. If we need another data to return, we can again call the next method. This is third statement. Like this, we can return data as much as we needed from this observable. So now save this and back to the browser. Look at the console. We got all these three statements printed here. But as you can see, we got all three statements printed from the observable. But in the console, we got only this first return statement from the JavaScript function. So we didn't get the second return statement. So this is the main difference between observable and the JavaScript functions. So with this observable next method, we can return data as much as we needed. So this is what I tried to say with this observable definition. An observable is a sequence of data that is emitted asynchronously or synchronously over a period of time. This is the sequence of data that is emitted or returned over a period of time. So with this observable, we are returning multiple data with this next method over a period of time. So hope you guys got the idea. What is this asynchronous and synchronous programming? Synchronous code is executed in sequence. Each statement waits for the previous statement to finish before executing. Asynchronous code doesn't have to wait to execute the previous code completely. This can continue to run. So we do this to keep our site or the app responsive, reducing waiting time for the user. So mostly JavaScript works as a synchronously. When we learning observable, that I said observable is a sequence of data that is emitted asynchronously or synchronously over a period of time. So we can use the observable asynchronously or synchronously. So let's see this in action. So we can take this previous example for synchronous programming. When this observable execute, first this will execute this next. After that, this will print this second next. After that, this will print this third next. So let's look at this in the browser. As you can see here, this printed one by one in correct order. So this is what synchronous programming. this code is executed in sequence. Each statement waits to finish the previous statement. Got it? Now let's add a timeout function between these. So set timeout inside parentheses arrow function, and inside this function let's add another next something timeout. At last set this time to 2000 milliseconds. So if you look at this inside the browser, this printed first, second and third observable outputs. After 2 seconds this printed this timeout, which coming from this timeout function. What's going on here? Back in the VS Code, when we run this inside the browser will first execute this and return this value. Next, this move on to the second line and return this. After this, this will execute this timeout function and this will move on to the next line. This not wait until this code fully executed. So that's why we got this first, second and third outputs printed here, and at last we got this timeout printed here. So this is what we call asynchronous programming. With this, user doesn't have to wait until this complete. Once this completed, user will get this data. This is one of the beauties of JavaScript asynchronous programming. So we can use this observable for synchronous and asynchronous situations, but mostly we use this observable for asynchronous situations. When we pulling data from the database, sometimes this will take several seconds to communicate to the database server. In that case, with this asynchronous approach, we don't need to wait until the server responds with the data. Once we got the data, we can show that immediately on our app with the observables. So I hope you guys now have a clear idea about the observable. So in this lecture, let's look at some observable methods and how to use them. So first let's look at the subscribe method. If you can remember, I told you earlier this also something like method or functions calling. Yes, it's correct. But this is a bit different than the traditional method calling. When we subscribe to an observable, this will create something like connection bridge between this call and this observable. Whenever there is any change happen inside the observable, this subscribe method will trigger again and emit that new data to this value. So as I mentioned earlier, this will always listen to the observable, and whenever there is anything happens, this will automatically get that from the observable. We can get the same example as the previous. When we subscribe to this observable, we get these values. After 2 seconds, again we got this timeout inside the console. With this timeout, we return another value again with this next method. So on that time, a change is taking place inside this observable, right? So therefore, this subscriber method will trigger again and printed this value inside the console after this timeout. So this is how this subscriber method works. Another thing, if you can remember that I said the subscriber will continuously watch this observable. Now we have subscribed to this. So keeping this subscribe open all the time is not a good practice. In a real world applications, we connect to the database from an API, and almost every that connection returns the data as an observable. So always keeping this observable subscription can cost memory a lot and can be slow the application. So this is not a good practice. So we can close the subscription using the unsubscribe method. Very simple, same like this subscribe. So the observable is this OBS test with the $ symbol. After this, dot and unsubscribe and the parentheses. That's it. Very simple, right? So in the previous lecture, we learned how to pass a router parameter and how to capture that parameter. And also we learned about RxJS observables. Hope you guys now have an idea about this observable. Alright, let's move on. So in this lecture, let's see how to pass multiple router parameters. In some cases, we may have to pass multiple router parameters to create SEO-friendly URLs. In previous, we send only the ID of the array. Now let's see how to send another parameter. Inside the app module TS file, inside this also same as this, just after this ID parameter, define another parameter. Slash, we define router parameter variables with this colon sign. So colon, with this, let's pass the post title, right? So the parameter variable is something title. Perfect. We have successfully defined the router parameter variable. Next, let's see how to pass the router parameter value to this URL. So inside this post list component TS file, we're sending the ID router parameter with this weave button. So like this, we can send another parameter. So after this, comma, and this time we are sending the post title. So post.title. Perfect. Now save this and back to the browser. Go to the post list and click one of these view buttons. As you can see here, we got this ID and the post title inside the browser URL. Some of you may wonder what is this percentage sign and this number 2 and 0. A URL cannot include spaces. So when there are spaces, the browser will automatically prefix these spaces with this percentage and 2 and 0. So this is what we got here. Now let's see how to get this router parameter from the single post component or the single post component TS file. Very simple. This is also same as previous. We already subscribed to the params map. So inside this same subscribe method, we can get the parameter like this ID parameter. Const title assign val, which is this subscribe variable dot get, inside brackets pass the router parameter variable name, which is the title. That's it. Now simply log this title. Save this and back to the browser. Now look at the console. Perfect. As you can see here, we got this title router parameter printed here. Awesome, right? So guys, this is how we deal with multiple router parameters in Angular. So until now, we learned about router parameters. Now in this lecture, let's look at how to pass query parameters with Angular routers. When we're dealing with router parameters, we defined that inside the app module file. And also if we defined a router parameter, we must pass that router parameter when we navigate to that route. So this is what we did with this, if you can remember. In any case, if we missed passing the router parameter, this router will not work. So wait, I'll show you an example. Remove this title value from this and keep only this ID parameter. Save this and back to the browser. Now click on this view. The router doesn't change. Look at the browser console. As you can see here, we got this error saying that cannot match any routes. So when we dealing with the router parameters, if we defined any router parameter, we must pass that parameter when we navigate to that router. But this query parameter is different. This is kinda like optional router parameters. If we want, we can pass the value to the router. If we don't, we can navigate to that router without any errors. So let's see this in action. We'll do this to post this component router. We don't need to modify anything in the router module. Just go to the app component. So we are navigating to the post this component with this post list button. Very simple. For this we have another property binding query params. So inside square brackets, query params, carefully follow the capital simple letters. So this required an object, so assign inside double quotes the object with the query parameter list. So open and close a curly bracket inside this. First, let's pass something page number. So the key is page and the value is something 1. And let's pass another value, something order by, and value is newest. Pass this as a string. So inside quotes newest. Mostly we use these query parameters for sorting, filtering, and for searching. And also guys, we can pass as many as query parameters with this. I just passed 2 values just for this example. Alright, save this and back to the browser. Now go to the post list. Perfect, look at the browser address bar. In here we got these query parameters. We can identify the query parameters with this question mark, and with this and symbol we can separate each and every query parameters. So we passed the page and order parameters, we got that in here. Awesome, right? So now let's see how to capture these query parameters from the post list component. So back in the VS Code, this is also same as the previous router parameters. So go to the PostList component TS file. First thing first, we need to inject the activated route module to this component. So inside the constructor parentheses, private route, this can be any name and colon. This type is activated route and select this autocomplete. This will auto import the path to this module. Perfect. Next, let's get the values. Inside the NgOnInit, this dot route, which is this injected activated route. After this, query param map. If you can remember, when we getting the parameters, we use the param map, but to get query parameters, we use this query param map, right? Okay, back to work. This also an observable. So in order to access this observable, we must subscribe to this query param map observable. So after this dot subscribe, and inside the parentheses pass the arrow function value and the arrow function. Now with this value parameter we will get this observable values. So let's log this. Save this all and back to the browser. Go to the post list. Inside the browser console, look at this. We got this query params map object. Inside this we can see this param object. Inside that we got this order and the page query parameters. Perfect, right? Okay, back to the VS Code. Like this router parameter, we can access the query parameters also using the get method. So this value.get inside brackets, pass the query parameter key name page, pass this as a string. Store it inside of a variable something const page. Perfect. We got another parameter. So const order assign val.get and the parameter key is order. Perfect. Remove this previous log and log these two variables, page and the order. Now save this and back to the browser. Look at this. This time we got these query parameter values printed inside the browser console. So guys, this is how we deal with query parameters. Alright, now we know how to use Angular routing. As you know, we defined all the routers inside this app module TS file. This is not a good practice. Now we got only a few routers, so this looks okay, but think in the real world app, we may need more than 10 routes. So adding them all inside this app module file, this will make our app code more busy, and sometimes it may lead to unnecessary bugs and errors. As a solution for this, we can make a separate module file for this Angular routing. So in this lecture, let's see how to create a separate file for this Angular router. So let's begin. We can simply generate a module file using the Angular CLI. So inside the VS Code integrated terminal, open another new terminal and run this command. Ng, this G stands for generate. Now we are generating a module. So module, after this pass the module name app-routing. This is just a name. You can use any name, but we are creating a router module. So normally we use this name app-routing for this as a good practice. Alright, after this we have to register this module inside our default module. We can add that using the module flag. So --module, and the module name is this app. No need to pass the world name. Something like this app.module.ts. Just pass the app. So after this, add a flat flag, --flat. This will create this module inside the root app folder without any subfolder. That's it. Now hit the enter to execute this command. Perfect. As you can see here, this generated the app routing module and also this registered this inside the app module file. Perfect. Now open this newly created module file. Inside this, we can see the basic code structure of an Angular module. Still, this is just an Angular module, not a routing module. So now let's see how to make this as a router module file. For routers, we don't need the command module, so remove it from the imports array and also this import statement. Now we don't need the declaration module as well, so remove it. Now inside this module, import the router module. So as you know, in order to work with Angular routers, we need to import the router module. Import inside curly brackets router module. This is coming from the Angular core module. So now inside this NgModule decoration class, add this router module as exports. So after this exports, this also takes an array. So array square brackets next inside this import array, we will define the routes same as this app modules imports. Inside this import array, add this router module, which is this imported module for root and brackets. Inside this we can pass the routers. Nothing new here, same as this previous app module import. So this time I'm going to create the routes array outside of this and store it inside of a variable. Then we can pass that variable inside this for root parentheses. Let's see this in action. Create a variable const routes and set this type to Angular routes. Select this autocomplete and this will automatically import this. Now assign this to routes array. For now just simply declare an empty array. Now we can pass this routes variable to this for route method. Very simple and very clean code, right? Perfect. Now we can add our routes inside this array, copy this from the app module file and paste it inside this array. Alright, now we have successfully created the app routing modules file for Angular routing. Go to the app module ts file. Now we don't need this router module import and these routes. We declared them all inside the routing module file. So remove it from this imports array and remove the import statement as well. That's it. We have successfully created separate router module file for routes. Perfect. Save this all and back to the browser. Navigate to the post list. Perfect. It's working. Navigate to the single post. This also working. Again navigate to the home. Perfect. Everything working as previous. So this is how we create a separate router module for our Angular app. Before the end of this lecture, I want to tell you one more thing. If you can remember, when we creating the new Angular app, Angular CLI was asked that we using the Angular router or not. When creating this app, I gave no because I wanted to do this from scratch. So if we give yes to this, Angular CLI will generate this routing module for us. We don't need to hand code everything from scratch. From now on, we will use the Angular CLI method to generate the routing module file. Perfect. Alright, now we know how to navigate to a router inside the HTML element using the router link directive. Think if we want to navigate to a route inside of TypeScript method, how do we going to do that? Very simple. So first create a button. The button text will be submit. Now I want to call to a method when clicking this button. For this we can use the click event binding. So inside brackets, event is click, assign. Assign this to a method called something on submit. And don't forget to add the parentheses. Now go to the component.ts file and create the onSubmit method. OnSubmit, parentheses, and the method scope. In order to navigate to a route inside the TS file, first we have to inject the router service to this constructor. So inside the constructor, private router, this is just a variable, colon, and this type is router. Select the autocomplete. This will import the router service to this component. Perfect. Now inside the submit method, this dot router, which is this injected router, after this dot navigate and parentheses. Inside this, pass an array with the router link, the square brackets, inside this quotes, and the router is /post. Put this inside quotes. That's it. Now save this and back to the browser. Click on this submit button. Look at this, we successfully navigate to the post list component. Perfect. Think now we want to navigate to the single post components router, which required this ID and the title router parameters. How do we define that with this router navigate? Very simple. This markup also same as this router link property binding. So inside this navigate parentheses, this array and the first array value is this router path, after this, comma, and we can pass the router parameter values like this. The ID is something 1, and after this, comma, and the title is something post title. Don't forget to put this inside quotes. Save this and back to the browser. Click on this. Perfect, right? We successfully navigate to this single post component with these router parameters. Next, let's see how to pass the query parameters. This is also very easy. Back in the VS Code. After this, create an object scope. Open and close a curly brackets. Inside this, we pass the query parameters like this. Key is query params. This P must be capital. This value also required an object, so open and close curly bracket. Inside this, first query parameter is page and the value is 1, and another parameter order and value is newest. Put this inside quotes. That's it. Save this and back to the browser. Once again click the submit button. Perfect, right? We navigate to this with these query parameters. So this is how we navigate to a router programmatically. Hope you guys got the idea. In Angular router, we can define the for not for routers. If you wonder what is this for not for, this is the error code for page not found. If someone visits the router which is not declared in the Angular app, it will redirect to the main router. That's why we are getting this home component. Now let's see how to add a page not found wildcard router in Angular. We call these 404 routers as wildcard routers. So let's see this in action. First, let's create a 404 component. Inside the integrated terminal, NgGC. The component name is something 404. This is just a name. You can use whatever the name that you want. Hit the enter to execute the command. Perfect, we got the 404 component. Now let's define the wildcard router. Very simple. Duplicate this router object. The path will be 2 asterisks and the component is 404 component. We define the wildcard router path like this. With this we are saying if the browser URL is not matched with any of these defined router, show this 404 component inside the browser. That's it, very simple, right? So now save this and back to the browser. Go to something different URL. As you can see here, we got this 404 component. Perfect, right? Wait, before the end of this lecture, I want to tell you something. Always add this wildcard router end of your router list. If you add this top of this will show the 404 component for all of this router. Wait, I'll show you this. Remove this from here and place it top of this router list. Save this and go to the browser. Look at this. Every route we visit, we got this 404 component. So always make sure to add this bottom of your router list. Perfect. So this is how we deal with a wildcard or 404 or page not found routers in Angular. Alright, this is the end of this section. In this section, we learned almost everything about Angular routing and navigation in detail from top to bottom. I know this section is a bit harder than the previous section. So if anything is not clear, repeat this section again. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the Q&A area. I will be there always for you. This is it. We'll meet you in the next section. Always remember, learn smart, not hard.